All hail the great technocon. What's up? Hello? It's Monday. It's 1313. Make a wish. 24-hour clock gang maxing. 24-hour clock gang maxing. Hopefully my microphone's loud enough. I don't know. I've been doing so. Are you guys ready? Just get in here. Why the fuck am I starting the show before you guys are in here? Get in here. Slugs in chat. Gorpo to see dancing sluggos. Sluggo dancing. Dancing slugs that dance. What will they think of next? Dancing slugs. Slugs that dance. What will they think of next, folks? Welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler. Live. With me, your host, Westside Tyler Bell. Possibly slightly out of focus side Tyler? I don't know. I can't tell, and I don't fucking care, okay? I don't fucking care. Folks, we got a good show coming up for you today. As I said, I'm Tyler. This is my show, Westside Tyler Live, the internet's best arts, culture, and politics. Live stream, coming to you hot, fresh, and ready from good old Lexington, Kentucky. Today, we're going to be doing some review, going back into art stuff for a little bit. Spent the last, 2 fucking weeks on Flesh Simulator, so taking a break on him for a while. Tommy, that doesn't mean I forgot about you. You're just, your cringe has hit homeostasis for a while, so until your next big fuck up, I need to let you fill up the great roster of fuckery so that the video is actually gonna be longer than 5 minutes. But we're gonna be covering SaiScribbles' response to Anthony Gramuglia's Cyberpunk and RoboCop video. I haven't seen either of these, so I'll be getting introduced to them simultaneously. I might have seen Anthony Gramuglia's one, but I can't remember what's in it. It was not required reading on my college final, so unfortunately not permanently internalized as of yet. And we're going to be doing some real quick Iran updates about the Iran scandal, Contra scandal. Dude, I do not know how in the fuck to stream anymore. I haven't done it as much as I used to. Oh, and we've also got, yes, thank you, Tyler, for being yourself. Yes. YouTube.com. I've upgraded the dono system, by the way, so hopefully it works. If it does work, you guys are going to see more slugs. We've increased the amount of slugs per donation. And if it doesn't, you're not going to see fucking anything. So hopefully, if you guys give me some donos today, it will look cool. And also, my little text doc that I have will update and keep me abreast. Abreast, yes, very nice. Of what the fuck's happening. But before we get to all that, it's so good. It's so good. I need to mute this tab. So before I get to all of that, okay, there's some other stuff that I have to cover because it's been ongoing, okay? So, it's a little bit drama update. Some people know where this is going, other people don't. It's gonna be fun. I'm so excited. The Op Block was a collection of dipshits on the internet. Oh, let's let this Kusobaki go by. I don't give the slightest shit about SU, but you made it interesting. You're talking about Steven Universe? You can't be talking to me. Tess, thank you very much, Kusobake, for the 10 pounds sterling. I think that's one of the only ones where the additional slugs don't pop up, so it doesn't get in the way of the fucking super chat. I'm sorry. Reopen file. Yay! My thing works though. Okay, sick. My text doc works, so I can go and look at everybody's stuff when it pops up, and it won't overload the Discord anymore. The Op Block were a bunch of idiots on the internet. Okay, so a little over a year ago now, a little over a year ago now, and I know everyone's going to cover this because, God, they're probably very interested. Ah, damn it. Tyler, belated birthday and a blessed Easter to you and yours. Have a good stream today. Thank you. Ominous Dominus. Go with Christ, my brother. A little over a year ago, I was involved in some drama with what I like to call the Groomer Defense League. Now, these are a group of people who enjoy and quite love the company of rapists and pedophiles. Some of them, I believe, may be pedophiles themselves. Some of them are pedophiles. This includes a number of creators, but FPS Diesel, Beckett of the Copenseed podcast, President Sunday, and the people in the op block were the most notorious. That's QTV's Hood Ornament, who is, I think, approaching a midlife alcoholism program issue. Cloudy and Falgy of the op block. Okay, and I had talked to them. I'm not going to rehash the entire thing, but they got mad because I called President Sunday's terrible reporting out, and I called out Beckett, and I was like, Beckett, why do you keep saying it's okay to jerk off to 17-year-olds or whatever the fuck, or show 17-year-olds porn, you weird motherfucker? That's where we get the Brit pilled comment. Okay, 17's not a child. I'm saying it. Okay, I'm saying it. You're kind of a pedophile for saying that shit. My bad, bro. I don't know what to tell you. And so, whatever. I broke up with these guys. In the middle of it, they had tried to use people who I'd had on not my staff really, but like who I'd had working for me as contractors earlier. Let the bunny speak in honor of Easter. He's sleeping. He was busy delivering. Am I in Tommy's basement? Yes. He was busy delivering Easter eggs all yesterday, so he's taking a little nap. Okay? So these people who worked for me as contractors, well, actually only one of them worked for me as a contractor. Killjoy didn't fucking get paid at all. They wanted to be like little e-celebs with these other dipshits and hang out with them and be part of the like cool kid group of like perverts that really is this crowd. In the last year, we found out that most of these people's perversions are like astronomically high. They're a bunch of freaks. And recently it's come out that Falgy jerks off on stream or something. I don't even know what the fuck. This guy covers like essay and stuff on stream, and during covering like people being like assaulted and stuff, sends sexual texts with his like Discord kitten people in text. Absolute disgusting freak show shit. Okay, these are all reprehensible people. I am glad that the fucking Killjoy and Ash are no longer remotely close to anywhere near my properties because they're untrustworthy people. Now, in the last couple months, somehow Killjoy and Ash just got involved in yet another shocking, yet another leaks debacle. Oh my god, what? All of a sudden, conversations that they're privy to are being recorded and released by who knows who. And in an attempt to not vindicate the fuck out of me, because that's what happened. All these fucking commentary community fucking pussies are just like, oh, we found this is just like the Tyler thing. It's just like the Tyler thing from a year ago. It's like, yeah, this motherfucker don't trust those people because they are not to be trusted. They are untrustworthy people. That's why I got rid of them. And I want to set some stuff clear. One of the things is people have said that Killjoy is not a doxer. This is untrue. I'm stating it right now emphatically. Killjoy helped me get Demon Mama's docs. I got Demon Mama's docs because Killjoy helped me. He was up on Kiwi Farms. He was doing research. Killjoy is a doxer. He shares docs. I don't care. But just so you know, he did do that. So be aware. I know that's just going around. People are saying Killjoy would never. But he does and he did. Suck a dick. Go fuck yourself. I love this. I love that this is happening to these people. I find them to be disreputable, disgusting wretches. They are loathsome. They are foul. They are beneath contempt. And I found out while hearing about this that the getting booted out of my community and finding out they had no support from normal people who don't come to fucking sexual assault allegations like their friends do, and they knew about it, recorded it, and said nothing until they had problems with it. their friends that come to sexual assault allegations, they had their backs, but none of the other normal people who would not do that didn't. You can all go fuck yourself. I am happy you're unhappy. May misery and failure find you everywhere. I just know I have been paying attention to all of the drama. I've been watching all of it, and I have been laughing at you. I have enjoyed your tears. I am fucking Cartman, fucking feeding people their own ground up parents' level of joy. Fuck you, suck a dick, choke on it and die. But it has come to my attention as I've been getting into this that, you know, there's some people that I don't even know how to do the joke about this. As part of the ongoing festivities, right, people have been looking into some of these individuals further, right? And to that end, we found lost internet lore from about 9 years ago, right? Apparently, future star of 2,500, I believe, total subs channel, the Op Block, Falgi, used to go out for competition speaking events. And there's just recordings of these online. And I'm going to share it with you. So this is the video 2017 public speaking contest. Oh, Nicholas Falgiano. Who could that be? Who could Nicholas Falgiano be? Who could Nicholas Falgiano be? Could it be this guy? This absolute unit. Oh my god, dude. Oh, is that fucking cringe motherfucker right here? Bye, go away. Attention seeking. Oh god. We're focused on this right now. So let's see what's going on here. Oh, I got no volume. Hold on. Let's see if I can get this. Oh, tab's muted, that's why. There we go.
In 2013, the National Center for Education Statistics reported that approximately 41% of 18 to 24-year-olds are enrolled in some form of post-secondary education. As emerging adults, many of us, including myself, set up.
I need to stop right now and break this down. Because who told my man he could show up to the speech competition dressed like a pedophile from a special version, a special episode of Law and Order SVU? Why is my man showing to the speech competition looking like fucking Coolio's about to look at his ass and go, he did it? Oh, no, it's LL Cool J. No, it's Ice-T. Ice-T is on that show. Ice-T is going to look at him and go, I think you did it. My man wore the whole nipple shirt. Why did he wear a whole ass nipple shirt to this debate, bro? He's fully tweaked right now. He's double tweaked on the fucking tit game. This is absolutely insane. The video, if you want to see this video, it's linked in the description of my episode.
On this journey with a cautionary tale from our parents. Study and don't party too hard.
I also appreciate, I always thought his weird posture when he was sitting with his low ass neck was I thought that was a like a camera issue, right? But apparently he just has Igor's he's got Igor's posture. That's why FBS Diesel brought him along. He fucking showed up. Hello, master. Can I do the research for you? Like, what is this? This neck to head ratio has a polo shirt with one button buttoned, two buttons on this polo shirt, and this thing is going full sideways. He maxed out the fucking stress limitations on a two button fucking collar polo shirt. It's absolutely madness. He got the polo shirt tucked in. A mini fridge ass torso, bro.
I laughed, like I think many of you did. Because it's college, the first time on my own I knew that I could handle it. But could there be a grain of truth to what they're warning about?
I can't stick on this all day. He just looks like such a fucking MacGoober, bro. He moves around. The top of his head moves around like that burnt peanut guy. You guys see the person that fucking Hassan Piker's always mad at now? The new Asmongold, a peanut with annoying orange facial features. It does the like, whoop, like that all the time. Why he moves? His head moves like that. It's amazing. And the debate club meeting is at 3, but the golf team meeting is at 4. Oh my God.
Today, we will be learning about the cognitive developments during emerging adulthood and its role in collegiate drinking.
Oh, we got, dude, are we moving around? Oh shit. Okay, I got a gate. Okay, let's get a gate. Let's get a gate assessment. Does this man walk with confidence? Is this a powerful individual?
Heavy drinking, defined in here, is 4 or more in one sitting for women and 5 or more in one sitting for men. And additionally, they find that 1 in 5 men and 1 out of 10 women in the study exceed twice this threshold. If this is the case with college students, what are some of the contributing factors to
fucking Falgi be paid very strict attention to how many fucking drinks a girl can have before she gets fucked up. Bro showed up at SVUville and like, I just want you to know that I know exactly how many drinks it would take you to get drunk. Oh my God. Oh, there's nothing more. I don't give a fuck about any of the content here. His existence is
research
just
designs?
very funny.
Many mental health conditions.
Look, my man's fucking nip is beating the shit out of this fucking stick-on sticker. It's like, what is this? What is the build here, and what is the fabric of this shirt? My man's essentially fucking nude. Like, what is this wet t-shirt grade polo he's wearing that's getting it's fucking beating out the fucking sticker on his chest? This is so fucking grimy, bro. He's so fucking nasty, man. Oh, if you're new to the channel and you're like, I'm here for flesh simulator stuff, this is the opposite of a flesh simulator. This is glup shit nobody drama, but this person just pissed me off, so I'm gonna make fun of him. I think I gotta give credit to I think it was Moon found this. Jesus Christ. But that's old Nick. That's it's Nicky Falgiano. Hey everybody, Nicky Falgiano. Go ahead, get mad at me. You're the one that had your fucking name on a fucking video from the school you went to. Absolute unit energy. What is this screenshot right here? Dude, I gotta fucking. By the way, also, I found out during all of this that basically when I got a bunch of fucking videos struck this summer, in addition to very, very, very likely being because they said they did it, some of them from fucking Archcast fans who said that they fucking were mass reporting me and got his videos taken down. Apparently fucking Falgi got some of my videos taken down too on a different unrelated creator entirely. So I got abused by this guy, okay? This guy tried to take my fucking channel down. This guy made a principled stand because I said that like somebody who makes rape jokes should have their life ruined and I wouldn't mind if that happened to them. And he couldn't stand for that. He was like, the last thing I want is a fucking rapist revealed. For some reason, I don't know why someone who looks, dresses, talks, and acts like this and engages in behaviors such as he has behaved to it would ever be upset about the reveal of somebody who's enthusiastic about rape. I don't know why sexual insult enthusiasm sexual assault enthusiasm would be something that this guy would be upset about. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God. Tyler said he would dox a person that makes rape jokes. Oh my God. Well, you know, I'm going to take a principled stand against that. This is Mr. Principles right here. This is Mr. Principles. I got to watch out for my fucking... I don't want my cursor to accidentally hit the fucking danger zone down there, because apparently this guy will fucking goon to it in a heartbeat. He's apparently watching this shit right now, fucking completely like 80% fucking cracked. I can't say I F-E. To be fair, Flesh and Later is definitely a glup shitto too. I mean, he's still got a fuckload of people on him. Gramuglia, I'm confident I was in that room before. Oh, you were at Rutgers too, yeah? Haven't we all been in that room at some point? It looks like Jared from Subway. Bro, he's gonna brigade this video. Okay, that's fine. I'm confident it's NJ Rutgers. It says it's Rutgers in the video, so unless there's multiple Rutgers and you're talking about like a different campus, I don't know. I guess there aren't there? Isn't Rutgers also in like Philly or something? Like a big chunk of it, like a satellite campus is in Philly. Rutgers. Me and the boys are gonna go drinking at Rutgers. Yeah, I'm gonna go drinking at Rutgers, and then I'm gonna go down to the boardwalk. I'm going down to the boardwalk after, all right? Yeah, we're going to Atlantic City, baby. Atlantic City, baby. I went to a different school. Oh, okay. And insider in here. Yeah, avoid piss fight stuff if you can, but also do it for entertainment reasons. But okay, I'm actually gonna hop, if both of these people are in here, I'm gonna hop into this. And then if I have time at the end, we'll cover What did you mean by this thumbnail? What is it? What is this thumbnail? What is this thumbnail? What is It's not sufficiently mean enough. It really isn't just, it's not that mean. It is actually like, it's kind of adorable, because those are just literally the googly eyes you can buy the plastic. What's going on here? My thing is always, if I ever get into a fucking spat with old fucking Aunt Gramuglia's, I'm gonna intentionally mispronounce his name the entire time. And I would portray Anthony Gramuglia in his natural state, which is that of a Bob's Burger character. Okay. They seem more like Stockton. I'm mostly gonna stay quiet, let things play out. Okay, it's all good. At least it's not a... No, I think, as I recall, Sai is an artist, and I'm pretty sure she's made pretty strong stances against AI. See, start creating stream scribe, primer on the beef. The video, the ad, the video. Okay. Well, let's see. We're gonna speed this up. Let's get a primer on the beef.
Anthony. So what happened with Anthony? Well, what happened with Anthony is, a few months back, what was it, November? He posted on Twitter that he's no longer associating with me, and I was like, okay, whatever. You know, it's fine. He didn't say anything to me directly. For a guy who says people should, you know, bring up things in private first, he didn't do that, interestingly enough. In fact, he was sending me pictures of his baby just days before. And then, he made an even bigger cancel post about me to his over 100,000K YouTube channel, lamenting that he tried to educate me. He just tried to educate me, guys, and he couldn't. Oh. And he claimed that I took advantage of him somehow, or I don't even know what the fuck he was trying to refer to. That was a little horseshit. So yeah, I kind of stayed mum about it for a while until him and Crimson Ender did this cunty little stream about me, and they seem to think I'm not gonna say anything back. I guess I was just supposed to be the nice, quiet woman. We're gonna see a little bit of that later. But even after all that, I still had a pretty high estimation of Anthony's intelligence until the Honeycut Videos stream. So there's this guy named Honeycut Videos, and he does a bunch of videos like...
I don't know, I'm not gonna really comment on the fight between them, because I have no idea what the fuck their professional working relationship was like, and it would just be two people telling me their side of the story and then me deciding which one of them I liked more. That would be it. So I don't want to do that. One of the things I do remember that Sai doesn't bring up here, but it is what it is that also by then Sai had been in a 5-month, it feels like, Twitter back and forth with Leo Convoy and Gilded Poo. And the Gilded Poo fight is actually one of the reasons that the whole Falgy thing, Falgy reporting my channel, popped off. Because Gilded Poo would talk about, like, sexually assaulting Sai a lot. Like he makes a lot of rape jokes, and I'm like 99% sure he's making rape jokes at Sai, if not suggesting that Sai should be sexually assaulted. So Sai was not in the best. I'll give her this. She was not in the best like situation online at the time, because all of these like fucking mini commentary channels that are aligned with Gilded, which is Beckett, Diesel, the Op Block and stuff. They're really like about rape. They fucking love it. All of their friends talk about rape. They like joking about rape. They say people raped each other. It's very gay. It's very closeted. It's very perverted. It's very like disgusting. They're also like the same people that'll say like, excuse me, I talk about pedophiles all the time and say the pedophiles are bad when they're worse than me. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, fair. So that entire like sub crew of people who are ultimately the ones that would have even weighed in on this, because like not many people care deeply about like Sai versus Anthony Gramuglia. Not like it's not like a fucking insult or anything. There's just not that many people out there that would care. So it ends up being the 15 videos on it happen to be people that have a pre-existing relationship with the rape guy and enjoy the rape guy's rape talk. So like you're pretty much done there. You're cooked. You know what I mean? And I want to give that like level of, I'll give that level of like to it. There's other like complications and stuff. Sai has typed out the N-word to prove herself in debates before, slightly edited, which was cringe and shouldn't have happened. Don't do that. But like when it comes to paralleling that with the person I was just talking about for the last 2 weeks, Flesh Simulator, who just types the hard R word at random innocent birds on Twitter. In fucking relative terms, light and semi-unacceptable cringe one time a while ago that's not constantly being repeated versus going up against a bunch of people who are going to pretend to be upset with that while also constantly sweeping for people that are committing sex crimes, people that are adjacent to sex crimes, people that are enthusiastically joking about sex crimes again and again and again, while all pretending they have some sort of moral high ground because of hypocrisy. It's most of the people that were pissed off at Sai, if you look at the situation, you can kind of get rid of about 80%. And then it just turns into, there was a personal spat between two people who worked together. They had a personal falling out, and it's impossible to like actually get all of it. Both people will feel equally aggrieved. Maybe one of them's right, maybe one of them's wrong, but it's something that you don't really need to like get too deep into, in my opinion, because it's going to be it's ultimately going to be people deciding to side with whoever's right, unless something crazy has happened, right? And then it's just people's hurt feelings and people are mad at each other. But it's, it's good for the grist mill. I think I'm really saying this is that if you're like, I watched a video on this at the time and like, I'm very anti-Sai. Hopefully if it was anyone's video, it was going to be like Gramuglia's, because 98% of the other videos you would have watched are someone who in their non-talking about Sai time was joking about raping a person to Sai or assaulting Sai or sweeping for the person that was joking about that, which is don't share that at me and then say like, you need to see this. This is a great breakdown on SaiScribbles, because it's fucking not. I will just discount you. If you're like, I've got a lot of good evidence that SaiScribbles is cringe and bad and not based, and then you show me a video from someone who was like hanging out with someone that was joking about sexual assault with a woman online, who kept saying like, that's disgusting, don't do that. I don't care. I just don't give a shit. It's disregarded. Okay, so I want to establish that as a pretext, because like this shit did not come out of nowhere. Personal issues between two people that work together, that's their thing to hash out, and it's not particularly interesting to me. But I do believe that not enough people have talked about the context of the slurry of sexual assault jokes that were happening against Sai, and the people that really drummed up that fallout between Sai and Anthony Gramuglia into a whole new thing that everybody was having to fucking respond to, mostly because they wanted to get an own on someone they had been joking about sexually assaulting or defending jokes about sexually assaulting. So that does have to be stated emphatically. I really want to hammer that home.
Kind of arguing on the side of George Lucas against prequel haters, and I'm still a prequel hater, but I think his videos are very well done and very well researched. Unfortunately for him, he said Jessie Gender was factually wrong about something. Jessie Gender and her friend Aaron Knock, I think it is, were claiming that the prequel, like, re-releases for theaters were made just to cut Marcia Lucas out of Star Wars and out of, like, royalty checks, which just isn't true. They had a whole bit, like, planned around it. It's just not true. And so this Honeycut guy, in a video and in a Blue Sky thread, was like, hey, this isn't true. I am challenging your assertions. I am criticizing your video. And the two of them even, like, removed it from their video. So it seems like they admitted they were wrong. So I don't know what the problem is. Somehow, both Jessie Gender and Ant decided this was months of transphobic harassment. Because you can't correct a trans person, I guess, even when they give a factual inaccuracy. So Anthony went and did a whole stream of this guy. He blocked me finally on Blue Sky when I just said directly to him, you are the one harassing this guy. This guy only has, like, 3,000k subs. He doesn't like me, either. He doesn't like me. He's like, oh, Anthony associated with this problematic person. Look, she has honest moment on her merch. And I'm like, whatever, dude. I still think his videos were well done, though. They're persuasive. They didn't completely persuade me to not hate the prequels, but I'm watching them like, yeah, we did kind of overreact at the time. Yeah, we kind of did do that. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But in the course of that stream, Anthony said something so fundamentally stupid, especially for someone with a literary degree, that my estimation of his intelligence has plummeted down to, I don't know, hell, I guess. Which I think, is this the right one? No, this is the funnier one I'm going to show you in a minute. But here's the comment he made that just confused and outraged me and dealt me a good deal of psychic damage.
The intentionality is to build up a hero's journey. I think the hero's journey is a toxic thing that restricts storytelling.
Thinks the hero's journey is a toxic thing that restricts storytelling. You know, Lewis Black had this old joke about how you might hear somebody say a completely incomprehensible phrase in your day-to-day life, and when you go to ask them what the hell did they mean by that, they're already gone. And the phrase he had used was, if it weren't for my horse, I wouldn't have spent that year in college. And he's like, and you just keep thinking about it. It just keeps driving you crazier and crazier. If it weren't for my horse, until boom, you have an aneurysm. That's kind of how I feel about this comment. What does any of that mean? How is it toxic? I
just realized I was trying to pause my own fucking live stream. My bad. Okay. I can actually speak to that. As a person who writes, the hero's journey is one way of telling a story because, like 20,000 people listened to the Harmontown podcast 10 or 15 years ago or something, and Dan Harmon described the hero's journey as like one of the best ways to tell stories. People now think that it's one of the only conflict building and resolution cycles out there, which is fundamentally untrue. It's also one of the reasons that movies are getting more and more boring and predictable. There's a lot of different ways to tell stories. The people that are hyper fixated on the hero's journey are like religious. They're very similar to flat earthers in that they can start seeing proof that things are the hero's journey anywhere, because usually they don't have a deep understanding of different types of literary devices. One of my favorite conflict resolution types is the 5-act Dutch revenge play, which is considerably 5 acts. Yeah, you can actually have more than 3 acts. You can have more than rising, introduction, rising action, conclusion, conflict, whatever. And you can have a number of issues. A lot of mysteries are similar to this. And that's why mystery stories that follow the hero's journey are often not as good, because the hero should already be established. The hero shouldn't learn anything. If you watch any of the Benoit Blanc mysteries, none of those are hero's journey. There's possibly people whose character arc is the hero's journey, and you'll be like, no, wait, hold on. You can still crush this entire plot into being about them. But like, no, the main character of the show, who's the through thread, is this guy who's a Deus Ex person. It's different than a hero's journey. It operates, it gets put together differently. And people get confused about how the hero's journey works at all, because it can kind of be put onto anything where somebody experiences personal growth. But then they forget about parts like going into the cave and the fucking, the removing yourself and losing and coming back, and you got to get captured for a bit, that all the whole stupid extra shit. They only ever remember there's a guy and he goes on a journey, and then in that journey he learns about himself. And people think about that's all that it is. And then they hyper fixate on it, and they see that again. That's just personal development for a single character. If the entire plot is personal development of a single character, then it's a hero's journey story, if that's the only thing that's going on. But when you have ensemble casts, when you have a mix, then it's not that. Do you know what I mean? It's not that thing anymore. And there's just a bunch of different ways to do it. But for simplicity, and because we're kind of inundated with Marvel movies, the grander Marvel movie zeitgeist that's kind of over now, we've already really seen the hero's journey stuff a billion times in a row from start to finish. We don't even do it, piecemeal over the course of a few different movies anymore. We're starting in with, was it Heroes Cafe made fun of it forever ago. It's been 15 years. Please stop starting every Spider-Man movie with him web slinging and talking about fucking the start of it. I remember when I started, and over again. Stop starting every new hero movie with the entirety of their back. Everybody knows where Batman comes from. Everybody's aware. You can do a reference. You can show the bat flying through the window, but you don't have to redo the entire thing from start to finish. Everybody, introduce a character growth, blah, 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 and do the whole fucking thing. Okay, you don't have to keep doing that every fucking time. Now, if you do it, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a bad movie. It's a great way. It's really good to get like kids and people with a simplistic level or desire to pay attention to a film to pay attention to it, right? But like, it does not work for a lot of different types of genres. It doesn't blend well into them. Noir in general does not really lend itself to the hero's journey. Any tragedy tends not to lend itself well to the hero's journey. And you say, oh no, well, what it is it's a deconstruction of the hero's journey. Like, no, it's a fucking tragedy, okay? If you don't know who the fuck Aristophanes is, don't tell me about the history of literature, all right? I will fucking talk to you about the wasps forever, and it's not even white people at the time, okay? And then you have to talk to me about Greek penis metaphors relative to bee stingers for 2 hours, because I took that fucking class, okay? God damn it. Doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just that the hero's journey in media is tired. It's worn the fuck out. And that doesn't mean it's bad. It's very similar to the hero comes to town of the Old West, right? One of the... Is it Shane? Shane, come back, Shane. Shane is like the prototypical, like the true Western movie, right? A guy comes to town, he fixes the problems, and he walks away, right? It's not really a hero's journey. Maybe there's a hero's journey in like The Kid, but the movie's about Shane. Shane comes to town, he fucking undoes all the bad, and then he goes away, right? Traveling, wandering hero, lone gunman stories. Lone gunman is a specific way of telling a type of stories, right? But then if you compare Shane to like The Searchers, they have a different overall vibe. The Searchers, you gotta go out. And if you want to talk about real deconstruction of the cowboy genre, you get into Cormac McCarthy's Blood. Cormac McCarthy's Blood Meridian, or The Evening Redness in the West. Or even better than just that one, the rest of the Border trilogy, All My Pretty Horses, or All the Pretty Horses, and The Crossing. You know what I mean? So, you never heard of those? Did Wendigoon not do fucking All the Pretty Horses yet? You guys don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? These are deconstructions of things that are similar to the hero's journey. I think All the Pretty Horses is very much a hero's journey, but he's not much of a fucking hero. Do you know what I mean? He gives up on it at the end. He does not grow. He finds himself in the same place that he was, down a horse and down a friend, because the guy gets... I won't spoil a 50-year-old book, okay? Wasn't the hero's journey an attempt to get epic stories in history into one tidy monomyth by... So... I can't read that because of the way that this is fucking off the screen. No Country for Old Men. There Will Be Blood Meridian. Yeah, exactly correct. And what's rough with the hero's journey is the more intense adherence brings it down to page by page breakdown. Yeah, and I think some of this probably, and I haven't seen Gramuglia's video on this, and this would be a fine, like, not even mistake for him or for Sai to make, is that we really do try to gin up how bad something is compared to how bad it is. And so if you have, Anthony Gramuglia says, well, the hero's journey, which is just a little burned out, and hero's journey type stories are a little tired, and it's also not the best way to tell a lot of different types of stories, because that's why they're different. Maybe we should move away from it, or it's a little bit of a yawn fest. We don't need it here, and actually it's good that someone didn't take it. But if he says, oh, this is not the best way to tell a story, or it's stupid, okay, let's just ginned it up a little bit. Then you have, Sai react to it, and Sai is going to be like, well, this is just like incorrect. It doesn't feel right. And that's a bit of an egregious thing to say, but I'm going to amp up too and say, well, that's just the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. And then you get to yourself to a point where you routinely escalate, and you're both having a conversation on the same level, thinking the same thing, but because you've got to, make the feeling of the moment important, you end up calling everyone's a dumb fuck, which I'm guilty of as well, and it makes for good content, but that's probably more where we are. I don't know.
Anthony, if you're watching, and I know you are, and you're going to be seething about being criticized, because you always do, but what the fuck did you mean by that? That is as confusing to me as Pink King saying Alistair should be more like Omni-Man. Like, that isn't even coherent. What the hero's journey is, if you don't know, is a formula by Joseph Campbell that distills how humans typically tell stories throughout history, throughout cultures, and the shared elements that they have, because he was an expert in comparative mythology. So obviously that would be his wheelhouse. It is not a how-to-write instruction. It is more uncovering the similarities between stories that humans tell all over the world and what that says about our shared experiences and human nature. It's not like you have to follow the hero's journey. It says you will probably inevitably fall.
Say, apparently that's Joseph Campbell in the Monmouth. First off, any person that writes literary criticism can be disregarded because they're not me. And that's how valuable your opinion on literary criticism is. You can always just say, well, nah. You really just can. If you hyperfixate on certain specific heroic myths, then the hero's journey works. And you have to get so hyper specific. You're talking about essentially Perseus, Theseus, Heracles, and like a small handful of others. And even then, the Odyssey does not work for that. I know somebody will probably try to put the Odyssey in that. Probably that's the one he's going to go to. But the Odyssey is not a simple single story. It is two stories. It is the Odyssey and the Iliad that have to be kind of put together to make sense, because otherwise you don't know why the Odyssey is happening, really. If you go, if you get down into Greek mythology, you get back to Arachne. You know what I mean? How is this Arachne? If you get to Pandora's box, how is Pandora's box the hero cycle? Do you know what I mean? If you go to the battle between the Titans, where Typhon's what do you call those? Sinews. His sinews were plucked out to make a harp type deal, right? Most of Greek tragedy falls, or Greek stories in general fall into the dual categories of comedy and drama, or comedy and tragedy, to the point where those two types of stories follow specifically indicatively different paths and methods of relating the issues of the individual and whatever morality play is being put in. Morality plays in general in ancient Greece, as you proceed through Greece from 3500 BC to basically the time of the rise of the Roman Empire and stuff. 400 BC, I think, is the poisoning of Socrates with water, hemlock, and the like. Even the way that those stories are told metamorphizes. You have Romulus and Remus. Is that really the adventure? How does Romulus and Remus work? And that is the end of mythology for just Greek to Roman, and that's not even the entirety of it. I mean, I guess if you're going to go and you go to Babylon and stuff, because obviously you're going to want to talk about Enkidu and the guy from Fate, Epic of Gilgamesh, and you could say like, well, the Epic of Gilgamesh is the oldest story. Well, it's the oldest story that we have written down. I mean, even anybody that talks about this stuff is going to tell you like, well, not everybody's fucking knows how far back it goes. But if you cross the oceans away from the Western canon, you start getting into crazy stuff. How I almost just went not even across that. We start talking about how the crow tricked the fox. Brother Crow tricks the fox. Is that the hero's journey? You know what I mean? We talk about the Native American story. I can't remember. I think it's God. I can't remember it. But a woman is married off to a man who happens to be God, basically, or related to it, and she falls in love with him. He's the stars in the sky, literally. All this. Her understanding of like in growth, is that the hero's journey? I don't know. Bluebeard is an ancient story. Is Bluebeard that thing? Do you know what I mean? And so when you even try to talk about it, you really, as you expand, that literary criticism actually requires you to be deleterious to the myriad differences of all of these stories and start trying to fixatively fit them in there. Now, is the hero's journey a good way to tell a story? It's a great way to tell a specific type of story. It's almost essentially perfect to the point where it's shipped, packaged, boxed, and sent out. Okay, based. But it doesn't work as other types of stories. Is Shahrazad's 1001 Arabian Nights, is that a hero's journey? Are all of the Arabian Nights stories hero's journeys? Do you know what I mean? If we go out into the East, are all Confucian parables heroes' journeys? And it goes on and goes off again and again and again. And I just don't find it to be a particularly valuable form of criticism. I think the most indicative fact in that it is a terrible way to approach understanding stories from a lay perspective is that it is very often seized upon by, I don't want to be like hyper rude and say the stupidest among us, but I like Dan Harmon fan types, right? Like critical drinker adjacent people that think of stories as being actually possibly objective and stuff, as saying that like something is or isn't good because it falls in or out of this like traditional storytelling method that's like the best, and I just don't think that that's the case. If I have to compare the hero's journey and stories that I know fit it basically to a T versus something like Moby Dick, you know what I mean? Or the Scarlet Letter, how good do those work? Do you know what I mean? And does that mean that they're not good stories? Like, are we going to say that like the Scarlet Letter is actually an inferior story to Return of the Jedi because it fails to like adhere to this? So you can just say it's fucking boring. That's fine. But like that as a criticism of reliance on stuff, I don't think it's particularly great. You should never apply the HJ retroactively to a story as a form of analysis. Agreed, I guess. Sorry, I'm probably going off here, but like I don't blame people for this. I want to say that as well, necessarily. It's just that the conversations about art and especially narrative craft are so beleaguered these days. They're worn the fuck thin by people not even talking about the ways stories are crafted, that it's I can see people seizing on like anything as you know, a raft in an ocean, especially because, you know, we don't have a lot of new authors these days either. I mean, there are new authors, but like we don't have people making extremely novel stuff who go and talk to people a lot and become part of the like national zeitgeist talking. You know, Stephen King's a billion fucking years old. His son's a fucking hack who's no good. And then you have like a bunch of like porn book writers who just don't come and talk to people because their fans try to like grope them and shit. And we just don't have enough people talking about how you know, stories and stuff are put together. And for the entirety of the 2010s, hyperfixation on culture war issues by the right first and then the left on its back foot. Do you know what I mean? And centrists, sort of really true actual centrists, caught in the middle of that, I'll say. People that were undecided and confused about the conversation at all, led to a way of talking about stories where we have the modern zeitgeist of 2026, which is people saying that Super Mario Galaxy is an exceptional movie because essentially there's no gay people in it that are obviously gay or something, and it's actually a very Christian narrative. So it's like this pure reduction into facile, unimportant aspects of you know, literature or narrative construction to try to catalog and categorize it. We're completely out there. And then anyone who wants to talk about it conversely ends up having to have the conversation. They don't really have to, but in order to speak back to that person, they have the conversation on their terms, and they're like, no, actually, now I have to talk about gay characters and their presence in media, yada, yada, yada. And so you can't really talk about narrative craft because none of this has to do with narrative craft. It's nothing to do with narrative craft. The presence of gay or non-gay characters in a story has nothing to do with narrative craft. I don't know how to... It's the narrative, but it's not narrative craft. That is an aspect of a character, is if it's gay or not, or if the character is black or not, or if the character is magic or not. That is downstream of narrative craft because that is just a character. It's how one specific archetypal or sub-archetypal collection of attributes fits into relationships with other things. And it has, as an independent point of presence in a story, no actual value in determining what even fucking happens in the story, because you can't find out what happens in the story by saying there's a gay person in it. You have to get the rest of the story. But if you think about what I just said, you know right now there's going to be a bunch of like right-winger types that are going to go, oh, I know it's going to happen. The gay person's going to show up while they're talking about hacking, and the gay person's going to say, you're old and I'm good at hacking because I'm young and I'm gay. And so I don't blame anybody for these kind of faux pas in this art and culture commentary subsection, because we're so fucking brain rotted and beleaguered conversationally around these topics right now that you're just not even there, right? Like, I long for a return to somebody giving as half a good critique of a film as, what was his name? Brows Held High used to give, at least. I haven't watched Brows Held High forever, but I mentioned the cook, the thief, his wife, her lover in this as the Dutch 5-act revenge play, and I learned about that from that. I learned about that from that channel, but I don't know if Brows Held High can talk about that stuff anymore, or if Brows Held High is hyperfixated on like, no, look, Mario is not a trans icon, is bigotry. Whatever the fuck people are talking about these days. But yeah, I would say it's fine.
Into the hero's journey without even realizing it, because that's just how we gravitate toward telling stories and structuring stories and delivering narratives. Because the purpose of stories are usually to entertain, to teach a lesson, to express an idea, you know, so, I mean, they're not realistic, generally. Yeah, it's a framework. It isn't prescriptive, it's descriptive, is how I tend to put it. And, hey, yo, Billy Donuts! Billy Donuts is here, guy, my favorite chat cryptid. He hands you donuts, he's the best. Do we need mods over at oh, it'll go away. The bot will go away, don't worry about it. I don't think I have Twitch mods, no. Hero's journey is BS, though. Joseph Campbell believed in a metaphysical conscious that connected every human and relied on misrepresenting stories to fit the hero's journey. I mean, fair. It sounds like he had a very Jungian concept about it, but I don't think it's a bad observation. I think it's just expressing... It's just expressing this pattern that seems to organically form within human storytelling, you know? So it's like, how does it restrict storytelling when all it does is just observe how humans have told stories, up until that point in history, and how myth and story and narrative have developed and refined into a sort of, language. Storytelling is a language. Storytelling is communication. That's what I always say. I mean, again, this video is also going to be a jumping off point for more discussions, but I'm being a little petty right now. Let's take some supers before I get to the funnier one.
At Mr. DeBossBaby69.
Okay. Let's break down a good story. How would that be restrictive? So let me bring these hero's journey. Hero's journey characteristics. We're getting into Jung too, and my absolute hatred for fucking Jungian fucking archetypes. Jesus Christ. Okay, so hero's journey. Okay, what do we, dude? Call to action: the mentor, trials of worth, the first threshold, determination, into the maw, the abyss, the supreme ordeal, the journey's renaissance, the second threshold, the spark, the return, the third threshold, sacrifice, unification, mastering the journey, the end game, freedom to live, the cosmic dancer, the fourth threshold, peace. Okay, so can I actually, okay, there we go. Ordinary world and the special world. Okay, so like there's a lot of things you can probably jam into this, but the point of narrative construction is not its close relation to other narratives, but rather the myriad special differences which separate it. Those derivations from the norm. Take Silent Hill 2. Okay, starts with a guy arriving in a town on the banks of an overlook over a big body of water. I think is he over Toluca Lake? I think he is over looking to Toluca Lake. He's washing his face in a mirror, and then he goes and starts walking to town because the town's entryway is boarded up. There is no mentor. So we'll just go. The first threshold, right? Approach the innermost cave. Act 1, separation. God, this is the worst fucking image I've ever seen. Plot point 1, crossing the first threshold, final test. Approach the innermost cave. Heroes, sacred marriage, meeting the shadow self. Wild bride, meeting the goddess god. Ordeal, dismemberment, wandering, hero of the soul, descent. Second threshold, supreme ordeal. Ascent, unification, world dancer. Yeah. Like, none of this happens in the story, right? There's no mentor. James doesn't learn anything about himself that he doesn't already know. James has to come to terms with something he's lying to himself about, which is not personal growth. It's a return to sanity, right? He travels into the depths of his own psyche while moving through this town with a bunch of like-minded, damaged individuals. No one helps him. James gains nothing. He gains nothing throughout the entirety of Silent Hill 2 because it is a tragedy. At the end, he learns that the wife he's trying to go and find is the wife he killed. Spoiler, but also you should have watched my fucking video already. You can start trying to desperately append these, but if something has a series of rules, do you know what I mean? And you break the rule, then of what value was the rule to defining the thing? These deviations from this pattern mean the pattern is not a pattern. Do you know what I mean? It's not a recipe for something anymore. If you tell me I need 4 eggs, salt, butter, pepper, and a pan to cook eggs, and then I take the eggs out of the recipe and throw bread in, I have not made the egg recipe. I've made something else, which is fine. But this is the limitation of it. If you try to force him to stick on it, then we have to have, our Navi. We have to have our person. But the first individual that he meets in this is Angela, right? Yeah, Angela Orozco? I can't remember. A woman who we find out later is the victim of long and ongoing sexual abuse by her father and I believe brother, who cannot be helped. She's not saved, nor does she desire to be saved. Angela wishes to be left alone, and a man entering into her story who may try to be a hero to her, otherwise he fights her demons for her, even defeating her demon. He's only defeated something that is attacking him. He defeated basically his own relationship to this concept. Angela looks at him in the end and walks upstairs into a burning inferno and says, "Can't you see these fires? I see them all the time." And continues undying into hell that she doesn't deserve to exist in, but perpetuates upon herself. There is no aspect of the hero's journey that lets you really not fail to grow and then not save somebody. It is perfectly inversive of this because it is a tragedy. James saves nobody in the entire. He saves literally no one, possibly not even himself, in the entirety of this. He doesn't grow. The thing he learns, the growth inside him, is something he knows already. He's aware, deeply, deeply aware, and intentionally making himself insane to ignore the fact that he did an unspeakable thing. He killed his wife because she was fucking inconvenient to him and he wanted to go have sex with other women. He's visited by a literal psychopomp of his wife who guides him through trials, basically mocking him by becoming an inversive incubus of who she was, or a succubus of who she was. I am now the attractive, makeup wearing, low cut top wearing version of your wife. I'm the exact same woman you remember, but when she wasn't dressed up like a harlot, like a woman who you would meet at a strip club, you see her as being completely different, but she's not. You see her as being, inviting, but also a trickster. Like, you see his misogyny on display through the way that the town portrays the psychopomp of his wife, who is possibly leading him to any variant of his undeath in the town. That's why you find dead bodies of him as he basically lives through an Eastern cycle of samsara again and again and again and again and again, dying both to himself and to his misadventures and to the demons of the town, as well as to the hungry ghosts, so to say, of fellow travelers like Eddie, who is on his own path and refusing to believe that he's a victim while seeing everybody else as his perpetrator. The sort of perfect opposite of Angela, a capable, fast-moving, dangerous person who kills anyone that tries to get in his way. A person who defeats anyone who tries to take him out, right? You can't laugh at Eddie. He'll fucking kill you. Eddie will fucking blow your fucking brains out. He's the opposite of Angela, but also can't be saved. In killing Eddie, you see around him your own dead bodies throughout that entire prison area, very likely killed by Eddie in a different cycle of samsara because you couldn't fucking defeat him. Maybe even if you lose that boss fight, one of those is, spiritually speaking, one of you. You're in just one of the cycles seeing it play out. He's killed you before. He's probably killed you tens, thousands of times because you are permanently engaged in acts of violence against each other. Not only is it not a journey, it has no start and no end. You are in a perpetual hell. It cannot, by the function of itself, free you or permit you to grow. You are engaged in the perpetual pain of a self-inflicted hell. You're a hungry ghost wandering the fucking eternal darkness. You're surfing the Kali Yuga, essentially. Silent Hill is so scary because you are anticipating a hero's journey and quickly realize you aren't on that journey. Sorry, this is my autism topic. No, it's okay. And the point that works in that case is because you're used to video games. Video games and a lot of popular media these days lend themselves to the hero's journey because you want to start off, you grow, you go to the new place, Link. Ocarina of Time is perfect. You wake up, you're immediately talking to your first mentor and your traveling companion, Navi, who goes along with you. An elder figure talks to you and sends you on a path after perishing, right? The great Deku Tree. And then you go into the new world, the upside down world. That's the opposite of where you're from. Even in that, it's somewhat of an inversion because you're actually from the dangerous place. You're from the Forest of the Lost, where people vanish and become fucking Deku spirits. I can't remember, the little fucking mouth guys. And then you go on a whole big journey. You grow, you learn, yada, 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 yada. Pretty much everything that's on here comes. Sacrifice, Death of Dreams, Black Moment, Dark Night of the Soul. Yeah, that's finding out that you lost. That's the Ocarina of Time version. You go, after your first stage of this thing, into the future where you have failed and everybody that is all these nice supportive people with horses and stuff, you know, oh man, it's horse farm and there's Lona and all this, and I'm going to save the princess. You failed. The princess is a bisexual icon ninja. Half of the fucking world is destroyed. People have been just basically essentially genocided out of existence, or like they're replaced by zombies and corpses. And then you have to travel through literal hell in order to defeat the big bad and return the status quo to the status quo, while also having gained the literal power of a goddess, you know, blessing. And you get a horse. So like compare those two things. Do you know what I mean? And you don't, not even just necessarily the specifics, but where your character starts and ends up, as opposed to the other way. And that was typical. That's a great way to make a game. A great way to make a video game. Why? Because people want to feel powerful. Cool. Very, very neat. The inversion of that is something like Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 1, you still sort of fail, but Silent Hill 1, you're much more of a hero. Harry Mason is much more of a hero by every stretch of the fucking imagination than fucking Sunderland. You know, he goes, his daughter, who is already his adopted daughter, his wife is dead. They're going to this town, Silent Hill. He crashes after seeing Alyssa on the highway. All that good shit, right? And he follows his daughter through a hell of another woman's own imagining. And as a traveler through the dark, right? It's very similar to Dante's Inferno. Though different, he's guided essentially by the ghost of his adopted daughter, who is herself a spiritual, I don't know how to even say this. She's a projection of a girl who died but lives undying as the vessel for an unborn god. It's pretty fucking sick. If you guys don't remember the plot to Silent Hill 1, it's fucking awesome. That game just has never been remade well. You go through, you meet other characters and stuff, but you have no mentor, right? Not really. The closest you can say that would be, you know, a nice person who gives you any guidance would be Sybil. My name's Sybil Shepherd, right? I'm from the next town over, Brams, on her sick-ass motorcycle, and she's stuck there too. But Sybil's not in hell. She's actually a very unique Silent Hill character, as I recall. Sybil is just a good person stuck in Silent Hill while Silent Hill is going through one of its rotations as a hell world, right? And she gets infected by a thing, and you have to eventually save her. You save Sybil. You save an innocent woman, a good person, a friend, from infection by this town, by investigating and uncovering the duplicitous nature of this other guy that you run into, whose name I always forget. But you save her. You don't end up saving Cheryl, but as your goal changes over the course of time, you eventually find, you know, the Heather Mason as a baby who comes back in Silent Hill 3, essentially. And that's not the hero's journey. Not really. You can start cramming pieces into it, right? You can say it sort of lines up, but that's kind of the point of these things, is that if you start especially expecting something, or if you use it to describe it, you might end up getting yourself to a point where you start trying to find relativistic connections to this pattern system that aren't necessarily there. Whereas something that's more deliberate and explicative of how it's being put together, a 5-act structure play, 3-act structure play, a standard musical, right? But or just trying to define things by similar or independent aspects, archetypal aspects of storytelling, that's much more fine than something that kind of requires you to see narratives as being holistically and entirely connected to a preset pattern, which I just don't think is a healthy way of breaking down stories or of understanding them. Whereas understanding tropic aspects, singular moments, and individual pieces of storytelling are a much better way of helping you not just understand storytelling, but really step outside of it. Because if you have even something like this 3-act structure, even when I'm trying to, or this hero's journey, even when I'm trying to articulate it based on the hero's journey or in opposition to it, it feels opposite to it. Whereas any writer that's worth their fucking salt doesn't want to find opposite. They want to find a third path or a fourth path, or, having read a lot, the 7,000th path. I want to find a way to do this that's like nothing else, right? And if you start breaking these things down just like that, you're going to miss out on a lot of the nuance where the quality is. Do you know what I mean? That's where the good shit is. These overarching cataloging ways of talking about stuff, a lot of which comes from, and it feels deleterious because it does come from a deleterious and condescending and fuck ass cocksucking fuck hoity-toity lit world where everybody wants to talk about literature and narrative construction from there's lit, which is essentially romance stories and coming of age stories written by people who are on drugs in New York City. And then there's fucking genre, right? And never the twain shall meet. And the constant attempt of people who are, high literature people, Updike, who are the fuck, Tropica, Capricorn, Cancer, fuck ass, right? They always want to talk down to genre people, right? Because genre fits tropes. Genre is predictable. Genre is for pulp. Cormac McCarthy is a genre writer. Cormac McCarthy dead ass writes fucking Westerns. I don't think there's a single Cormac McCarthy story I've read so far that does not fit the into the tropic overarching, series of a Western, right? Or at least it borrows on those tropes to such a significant effect. You can tell we're talking about a Western story, right? But even somebody who had some fame back in the day, one of my favorite authors, probably my favorite author, Davis Grubb, Voices of Glory, which is, I think, one of the best American novels ever written. No one's read it. Is not by any stretch, cannot be conformed whatsoever to the narrative, to this section of the hero's journey. Voices of Glory is a light spoiler, a series of reminiscences on the town of Glory, West Virginia, which is based on the real Moundsville, West Virginia. A series of reminiscences on Glory by the dead. It is literally dead people, as though they're talking to you from their graves, remembering their time and their foibles and the aspects of their lives in and around Glory, with an overarching narrative about a woman who basically was betrayed by the town but did good by them anyway. I won't get any more deep into that. I already kind of lightly spoiled a book that nobody knows to read, but everybody should be reading. Davis Grubb is also the person that wrote Fool's Parade, which you wouldn't have, you don't know about Fool's Parade. I don't know why I brought it up, but it's like Stephen King before Stephen King knew what to write. And of course, Night of the Hunter, which is probably the best black and white horror movie ever made. And one of the best stories of all time. Davis Grubb is the fucking, he is the fucking Mark Twain of West Virginia, and no one knows who the fuck he is. Dead ass a communist. Was the coolest dude ever. He's dead. Read Davis Grubb, okay? He will be your new favorite person. But Night of the Hunter is, leaning, safe and secure from all alarm. God damn, I love that fucking movie. Oh my God. Davis Grubb, hopefully a pen name. Nope, that is his dead ass name. That is his real fucking name. Wait, what is the book's name? Voices of Glory. I have is in one of my most honored sections. This is my copy. Found, always have it at hand. Found in a two or $3, I think, at the West Virginia Book Festival. Read it on a lark. Didn't know if it was going to be good, and I'm unironically in tears at parts throughout the entirety of this. Unbelievably good book. Unfucking believably good book. I can't recommend it enough. I know it's beat up because this is how it came to me. This is what it looked like when I got it. Yeah, I mean, I really can't speak enough to how monumentally good that is. You're probably going to be a little pushed for finding copies of it, especially if you want a hard copy, because I don't know if it's even in print anymore. More book recs, please. Okay, yeah, just read all the Davis Grubb stuff. Fool's Parade is fucking awesome. It has one of the best bad guys in fiction running around with his little red ball shoes. You never been afraid of shoes before. I didn't even know they had red shoes back then. But basically, the bad guy is a guy wearing fucking like Converse Chuck Taylors before they were a big thing a long time ago. Bright red shoes, bright red lace-up shoes. Fuck. Fool's Parade was actually turned into a movie as well that was filmed at the West Virginia State Penitentiary after it was closed in the 1950s or 60s or that. Another show that was filmed in parts at the West Virginia State Penitentiary in Moundsville, West Virginia, is Mindhunter. If you guys remember Mindhunter, when they're walking into one of the prisons, I believe it's to speak with, it's the guy with the bird. When they're walking into the prison to speak with him, they walk into a big rotating cylinder, right, of bars. That's called a rotational lock or something like that, a rotational entry lock. Only existed in West Virginia's Moundsville State Penitentiary and still operational. They actually fixed it for that show because it's so cool. You have to walk into a big rotating thing and it rotates around so that you can go into the other side. Like a fucking airlock. That was in a prison in the 1920s in America. And anything that shows a film there, they always want to go inside. It's fucking awesome. One of the coolest things you'll ever see. It is $57 to $80 on Amazon. Jesus. Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta go back to this.
69 sent a super chat. New Jersey is the Cali of the Northeast.
What part of Cali?
At SoyHeart520 sent a super chat. I want to go to NYC just to find retro game stores.
Oh, I'm sure there are some. There's a lot of like niche things and like themed restaurants and themed stores in New York, yeah.
At Nostalgic Nerd 9036 sent a super chat. Sucks you two broke up, but at least you're the adult.
I am an adult.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. I like the prequel.
Super chat.
Especially to the detriment of their own storytelling. Tropes are not inherently a bad thing. It's just if you use them effectively or not.
At Belonic111 sent a super chat. I'm still so bad.
I kind of get that. Okay, I think I'm going to skip ahead in this. I do want to talk about tropes for just a second. That's actually not a bad part to stop. Tropes, TVTropes.com has done indelible. TVTropes.com, and this will be my edgy statement for the day. Fucking SCP Foundation have done indelible damage to amateur writers throughout the entirety of the internet. Did I bump that? And now that light's falling weird on me, but I'll have to live with it. TVTropes.com poorly explains tropes. But also, I don't think they were meaning to be academic with it, right? Tropes are very often reoccurring. God, it's so hard. It's such a foundational definition. They're reoccurring elements of fiction or even nonfiction writing that kind of come up again and again and again. A cliche is a similar type of way of saying like a burned out trope, right? It describes aspects of writing. Now, when TV tropes, because I remember reading through it and I was just fascinated with it because I liked the way that they talked about stuff. It was really what TV tropes was a good way of finding other things, because basically it was a tag system for aspects of narrative construction that you maybe haven't thought of before or you were looking for in other things. So they have, a good one is the breakdown of a heroic party, right? You have the hero, you have the Lancer. I think the Lancer is the only thing I've ever kept in mind from there, really. The rogue, the whatever. And so like you would see after that fucking website got more and more popularized, people would start basically become incapable of describing what they were looking at on screen without referring to some sort of TV trope. And the problem with that is some types of stupid and malicious people think that noticing a pattern between two things means that the person that made the second thing is lazy or predictable, or, that having the ability to find a small amount of insight into something like that is, equivalent to understanding it, really. Like, oh, well, this is the Lancer of the party. Of course, you shouldn't ever, and there's conversations about how things should interact that are deeper into the forums there. And people will decide that they have a preferred way of certain types of interactions between these characters working when it comes to seeing this stuff on screen. You kind of have to say on screen because these aren't the TV tropes community is not heavy into reading. They think they read a lot. They don't. They don't know how to like read, which is fine. If you just entertain yourself with content, that's completely okay. But like, if you don't know how to like really suss out true metaphor and stuff like that, then you don't get it. Because the tropes just basically describe, they're something that they're akin to, functionally speaking, Jungian archetypes, right? Right, it's Jung, not Kant. Yeah, that's Jung. Hold on. Let me just, Jung archetypes. Yes, okay. Jungian archetypes are horseshit. Jungian archetype is where all of this stuff comes from. I need to turn this down a little bit. I can tell that I'm fucking spiking. I'm talking about literature and now I'm getting fucking all fired the fuck up. Turn that compressor down just a touch. Okay, am I still legible? I can be heard. Okay, bam. Okay. So Jungian archetypes are horseshit. Carl Jung is a fucking hack, fraud, cunt, piece of shit who never wrote for anything valuable in his life. Don't post his book here. Jungian archetypes are like the first introduction of this shit onto modern or onto literary analysis in our era that's kind of held up. There's different ways of describing archetypes before, and if you are a person that values the steady progression of the Western canon, which is if you're an Anglophone person or Euro-descended, the Western canon are the series of stories that exist before whatever inbreeder started your country started it, and then it's sort of anything that's important from there, okay? If you follow the lingua francas from Greece through Rome and then up through, Italy, France, Germany for 10 fucking seconds and then into English, that's the progression of the Western canon, essentially. I'm speeding up literally 6 semesters of lit studies. Don't get excited. That's not a perfect way to describe it. Carl Jung, in an attempt to articulate recurring patterns in human history in a way that you could say like are idealized, he created the Jungian archetypes, right? Jungian archetypes are horseshit. It's stuff that Jung liked about things. Who is the biggest fan of Jungian archetypes on Earth? Question for you. You got 10 seconds to answer. He became famous on Joe Rogan. He likes benzos. He's Canadian. Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is a Jungian archetype fiend, which is why he's a white supremacist, ultimately, on accident down the road. Jungian archetypes basically extol certain virtues or foibles and then attach that pattern to reoccurring issues throughout history, right? It's easy to do if you look really far back at something like the Greek canon, right? And you have the Greek pantheon of gods, many of whom had 2,000 years of oral tradition, whittling them down into specific recurring characters that people wanted to see interact with each other. What Greek mythology is to you as a person that's observing it and hasn't studied it for a little bit is like crazy old stories that form the foundation of modern literature. If you've studied Greek mythology for 5 minutes, it's fucking 3,000 years of fan fiction. I'm not fucking with you. That's all it is. It is 3,000 years of fan fiction, the rights of which were stolen by the Romans afterward, and sort of kind of the Egyptians as well, but like in a different way. It's a whole thing. These fan-fictional archetypal stories were basically just like, I want to know now. Okay, so Arachne's story was really cool, but what if Arachne met Hercules for like 2 fucking seconds? And you're like, well, that's not part of the main canon. It's like, yeah, but we actually found a scroll. It wasn't Herodotus, but it was like other people, and we found that there was an oral tradition that went out into that went out into Persia for a small amount of time that was carrying on a series of conversational entertaining epics about like these two characters interacting. So that exists. Or you'll find out that there's 17 different ways to tell the story of Typhon because people like the way that Typhon ends this way and sometimes they like it that way. And you'll find out that this or that king was like, can you stop bringing up Kronos all the time because people keep calling me Kronos. So Kronos is bad and no one should talk about him for the next 100 years until my fucking grandkid gets sick of fucking enforcing the beheading rule. I'm making most of that up, but that's what Greek mythology is. The distilled oral tradition, which means you can't get too out of it because people won't know what the fuck you're talking about and they really want to hear the hits. Oral tradition is telling stories by mouth, but what you gotta understand is it's very similar to folk tradition, folk songs, folk stories, where when you say, I'm gonna come and I'm gonna play Sweet Caroline, if you get to the part where it's Sweet Caroline and you do something to impede the oh, everyone's going to lose their fucking mind and want to kill you because they all know how Sweet Caroline goes if you're from my region, right? So when people want to hear about the fucking story of Odysseus, they want a guy who's going to tell the Odysseus story mad good and correctly, right? With very little embellishments unless somebody has like required it. Those things can change over time, but that's kind of, you're going back. You're playing the hits. You're playing fucking, Old Queen Maeve or whatever the fuck it was. And all these old stories and all these old songs again and again and again. So it actually clarifies. Writing lets you do all sorts of shit because once you write something down, it's always that way when you come back to it. So you can write a different thing differently. And so as you progress into the written area or the written era, and you see this with, especially Eastern traditions, they got into writing fast as fuck and scroll work and stuff and calligraphy. And so they have all sorts of fucking stories that aren't just the oral tradition that are told that way, right? They don't need to boil the characters out and keep talking about, okay, these are the Hercules stories because they have a bunch of stuff that's just written down. They have the oral traditions too, but they have their fucking War of the Three Kings, War of the Three Kingdoms and Journey to the West and all that sort of stuff where it's kind of like, okay, cool. Yeah, it's a Journey to the West. We wrote it the fuck down. You know what I mean? And then they do a bunch of plays on Journey to the West. Throughout other different parts and stuff, whatever, Jung, pull this back. Jung is like, okay, there's patterns happen and I have pareidolia because I'm a fucking primate and I can recognize patterns on this wretched earth. The existence of a pattern and the conformity to that pattern is a better way of doing things than failing to achieve the archetype. The archetype in itself, by describing it as an archetype, suggests a hierarchy of non-archetypal failed attempts, right? You have your derivations below, which do not conform to the archetype. This archetypal construction and this good character, bad character, flawed character, unflawed character in construction, where flawed and unflawed is not like a narrative aspect, but rather a quality aspect, it lends itself directly to the way that people like Critical Drinker or Mahler or whatever the fuck the rest of these fucking EFAP goofies describe stories, where the presence of a good or bad archetype in the story, or the inability to rise to the levels of exaltation that an archetype deserves. This is the hero. The Western hero should be these things. That deviation from there makes the story less good. A culture who really loved archetypes is the Nazis. Now, are you a Nazi if you like archetypes and ideals? No, but fucking Nazis love them. Why is more important than that they did. And they love them because they can create a pre-existing framework of permissible attributes and permissible interactions from which to craft narratives that always achieve an end result that is desirous to them. So we have, our German ideal, we have our Untermensch coming in to spoil things, and that is the way that a story is appropriately crafted. The hero's journey sort of snuck in there underneath people that could kind of talk about it. It's very similar to something like critical race theory, where lay people can talk about it a bunch and even be correct, But the value in the theory itself is not in having in its participation or its use in conversations below the most like, all right, we need to start attributing this and breaking it down based on like canonical representations of literature in our traditional fucking layout. Okay, so we're gonna get like if you were in a lit class, we have a method of taking this down. All that the hero's journey is saying through a lens of. If you've ever heard the concept of through a lens of, it's the same thing. So the hero's journey is observing this story through the lens of the hero's journey, as opposed to hero's journey is actually a way to always figure stuff out. You wouldn't do that, right? You wouldn't say like, hey, we need to the only way to enjoy this, Batman 2, Batman Returns is through a communist lens, right? We need to observe this through a communist post-radical lens or something. You go like, that's fucking kind of goofy. But if you're like, we need to observe Batman Returns through the lens of the hero's journey, you would be like, okay, maybe, because you've just been exposed to it at the laity level. This isn't like an insult. It's just like y'all were handed a fucking bazooka and half the instruction manual, and now you're just going crazy with it. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's good to be interested in it, but it is very limiting. And I really do blame a lot of like mid-tier popular creators for, not like in the YouTube sphere, but in like the Dan Harmon types, for basically talking about stuff like this and putting this tool in the toolbox of people who don't even have any other tools. And that's kind of the issue with it, right? And that's the issue with like Jungian archetypes. It's the same thing, right? Like it's once you have this pattern established, you can always start attributing it to everything. The problem comes when the pattern recognition starts misjiving with stuff. And then you go like, it doesn't work. Or you get mad at people because you're like, no, everything always works like this. But you're always going to put yourself in a position where you're trying to box something that does not have the shape of a box, nor can always fit inside of it. Okay, sorry. I'm going to continue on. I'm going to move on to the video portion of this and kind of let it run for a second. Play.
I'm going to start the video, and I got a few things off to the side that I'm going to comment on later. Again, I'm mostly blind. I've just heard things and seen a couple of clips, but I'm mostly blind. So, here we go.
Stories are about cops a lot. The origin...
Okay, whoa. All right. We went right into it. I think it skipped the beginning on me there because I had moused over.
You ever notice Cyberpunk stories are about cops a lot? The origin
No, because they're not really.
point for Cyberpunk is Neuromancer, William Gibson's novel. But it's undeniable that Philip K. Dick's To Android's Dream of Electric Sheep and its adaptation, Blade Runner, had a huge impact on the genre. Blade Runner is a sci-fi noir story about a cop whose job it is to put androids in the ground.
No, I see. Because early Cyberpunk, or what led to the Cyberpunk genre, started a cop, that means Cyberpunk is about cops.
Oh, God. This is a good... I wasn't paying attention. I'm gonna have to read. This is this statement from Majestic Alpha 93 is literally what any TV tropes entry will sound like if you use it to describe a thing. A group of big damn heroes with improbable aiming skills sets out to always save the girl and defeat some mook and the big bad who is a complete monster. Why? Rule of cool. That's why. That is TV tropes. And it's not a bad thing. It is an enjoyable read. Have fun with it. And you can even try to use it as a way to... Dude, what the fuck did I do here? Let me just rotate this. You can always use it as a way to like try to describe stuff. Oh, that's this. Okay. I'm fucking stupid, dude. I was looking in the wrong direction. That was my window. But you can always use it to have some fun, but understand it's extremely limited when it comes down to breaking down every possible fucking story, essentially.
Known as replicants, because they're crossing the border. And Deckard, Blade Runner is a sci-fi noir story about a cop whose job it is to put androids in the ground.
No, I see. Because early Cyberpunk, or what led to the Cyberpunk genre, started a cop, that means Cyberpunk is about cops. Huh.
Known as replicants, because they're crossing the border. And Deckard, a cop.
Oh my, what? Oh God, this analogy. Oh God, guys, I might be in too deep. Maybe he's right. I'm out of my element because that was just so retarded.
More known as replicants, because they're crossing the border. And Deckard, a cop, our hero, is the bad guy. Fast forward a few years.
Well, there was your chance to say fuck ice. You know how like you said Emiru was bad because you didn't say fuck ice? Why didn't you say it right there, Anthony? 10 toes down. I guess you must support them then because you didn't say it with your whole chest. But, like, reducing the replicants to, like, they're crossing the border? No, Anthony. It's because they're not allowed on Earth at all. So, like, what fucking border? Space?
No, he's right. I'm sorry, Sai. He's correct on that. Yes, the atmosphere of Earth, the replicants are slave labor. They are slave labor, and if you ever read Do Androids Dream of Electronic Sheep, it takes place in California. That's the story that it's based on. It's been a little minute, so hopefully I'm still pretty accurate. But Do Androids Dream of Electronic Sheep as even a background to this, and Blade Runner is a pretty solid fucking adaptation in my mind. It is an adaptation, but it's solid. They are very explicitly a metaphor for undocumented or indentured or even slave labor. Basically, they are a direct allegory for alienated, subservient slaves to capital, right? That fall underneath the human class. And throughout Blade Runner does a good job of kind of having it in the background, but in Do Androids Dream of Electronic Sheep, the guy who's played by Benicio del Toro in Blade Runner, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, he fucks some of the replicant women before killing them because they're just robots. They're just robots to him. But their parts work essentially, and so it's fine to have sex with them. So they are a resource, a labor resource of things that are possibly sentient. Androids plays around much more with the insinuation that maybe they're not sentient, but if you know or you don't know, that's kind of the point. Like, can you make the risk? Could you take the risk of enslaving, assaulting, and basically murdering things that might be people, or things that have an allegorical? I don't know. But a legitimate, like, they may be people, they may actually be people, or something that's analogous, there you go, to humanity inside of them. They may have some degree of sapience. Is it okay to treat them like this? You know, where do you lie is kind of the vibe that I got from the end of Do Androids Dream. But it's been a minute. It's been about 6 years since I listened to it. No, more like 4 years since I listened to it. In Blade Runner specifically, they are used as a short-lived, disposable labor force for sex, for war fighting, for dangerous mining operations, and the entirety of what's his name? Like tears in rain. The entirety of his arc is wanting to be perceived as human, which is why it's such a good arc. I'm looking him up because he deserves to be named. Hold on. Blade Runner characters. Roy Batty. Yeah. Roy's character, which is played by Rutger Hauer, he wants to be perceived as human. His goals are not revolutionary past being perceived as human, which is why he doesn't kill Deckard at the end. He wants to be seen as a person. He wants him to know, I lived. If I kill you, you won't know that I have these memories that just are gone when I die. They're just lost, and they were so important to me. I traveled light years throughout this universe fighting wars that I could not benefit from or even understand. And I've seen things you people wouldn't believe, and that's gone because I'm going to die. So I'm going to tell you what the fuck I experienced in as few words as I can before I perish. And I'm going to let you live. It require you to live so that you can carry me on for another 5 seconds. Because the entire plot of Blade Runner is that replicants aren't human. They can't be permitted to be seen as human. They can't be given rights. Because if they're given rights, they might not want to do what we force them to do, which is the equivalent to an illegal alien or a slave or an indentured servant at different degrees, depending on, which ones are being observed. And so, if you get into fucking, the sequel movie, it's even more obvious. But they just want to be left alone. They want to be able to work. They want to be able to earn money and live as humans, but they're not permitted to, especially on Earth. If they leave, they're essentially runaway slaves. Even worse than a runaway slave, they might share their knowledge of being a runaway slave and cause a slave revolt. They may get together. They may infect humanity with empathy for them, and so they have to be exterminated. That's the point. It's real hyper intense, compared to ICE, but not by far. I mean, if you stretched out ICE and what ICE does in America right now to the max limit, ICE's pursuit of people is equivalent to the Gestapo pursuit of Jews, which you have interviews like the interview at the start of, Inglourious Bastards, which is, that's fictional, but real interviews like that happened in Germany, where a Nazi hunting for hidden Jews would say, are you allowed to be here? Are you allowed to not be here? Type thing. Let me ask you, where's your grandma from? Where you stay? Who are your people? How long have you been here? In order to find out whether or not you are where you're not supposed to be. You have areas. Do you know what I mean? Like in the case of Jewish people, ghettos. In the case of quote unquote illegal immigrants to America, you have not America. Do you know what I mean? Or some out of the way place where we wouldn't come looking for you, but not in cities. Not where you can be seen or perceived. You have to hide, you have to slink, you have to crawl on your belly because they're always hunting you. That's the point. And that's what is quite literally explicated by Blade Runner. It's not like super arguable. It is. Deckard is a fucking Stoichstaffel. That's why he's going around in a trench coat. It looks cool, but he and his people are tired, bureaucratic Nazis. They are, especially if you're a replicant. Now, if you are part of the in-group humanity, if you're a human, then they're not, right? It's a different thing entirely. But if you're a fucking replicant, they are like the Stoichstaffel. They're going around in trench coats. They're articulate, educated, bureaucratic paper checkers that blow your fucking brains out if you're part of the out group. That's the point. Like, it's not even that's just kind of straightforward in my mind.
They are like petri dish made humans that only live for 4 years, that are made as a working class to like do all the grunt work, and they're not allowed off the other planets and to go to Earth. So that's why they're hunted. Trying to like make this movie that came out in the 80s about modern politics is just so asinine. It's so fucking asinine. I'll pick stopping points for the supers, guys, or we're gonna be pause-andying too much.
You get RoboCop. Another Cyberpunk story. This time about
I can't agree with that at all. I mean, first off, the guy who is president right now came to hyper prominence in America in the 80s when ideas like this were really starting. The 80s is Reagan. We're talking about Reaganomics. The disintegration of unions and of labor protections, the massive rollbacks of public works projects and stuff, and the alienation of people, the beginning of the alienation of the American people generally from the American government by the intent of conservatives who wanted to diminish large government. Going hand in hand with that is the big time start of, good immigrants, bad immigrants, Cuban immigrants coming in off of the the flotilla, bad Mexican immigrants coming up and starting gangs. That's when you start seeing like barrio culture and shit and fucking, am I allowed to say? I think I'm allowed to say that word. I'm not going to say it anyway because I don't want to get in trouble. But you have like the fool culture showing up, high socks and stuff going into the 90s. But before that, you have it, the beginning of the heroin epidemics that would turn into the crack epidemics. And along with that, you have mass persecution of the lowest echelons of the working class, which Blade Runner speaks to. They're not just hard labor on other planets. They are soldiers, they are private security guards, they are prostitutes. And that really needs to be hammered home, that prostitution, being literally designed from the ground up for prostitution and being discarded after 4 years of essential sexual slavery, is not a metaphor that is not timeless. I feel like anyone should agree with that. I don't even think you have to be especially like a feminist lens observer. There are replicants that are made to be fucked for their short life. They're basically infants, pre-programmed with enough knowledge to know how to please men for money, and then they are disposed of within 4 years. And if they don't want to be fucking raped every day of their short life, they're killed. I feel that's a timeless statement. I don't think that goes away. Because if you look into America right now, alongside indigenous or alongside immigrant issues are indigenous issues, which are often hand in hand. You have missing, murdered indigenous women. A lot of the sex trafficking, and you can look up a story I wrote on it forever ago, but a lot of the sex trafficking in America is not by at-risk like white girls and middle-class people. It is immigrant children who are separated from their families, or whose parents are incarcerated or killed because of dangerous jobs, because of the drug trade, because of dad got sent back to El Salvador and was just fucking shot to death on accident on a street corner. So I haven't got any issues. And then on reservations with missing and murdered indigenous women, a lot of people who are immigrants to America are indigenous people of the Americas anyway, but they just happen to be from Mexico. So we pretend like they're not Native Americans, but they're native peoples of Mexico, or any other Latin American country, name it. You got the Taino people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They are preyed on the same way. The people on the reservation, alcoholism is a genetic issue there. And then you also have a lack of jobs. This is where we forced people to live away from money. We flood their land every time they have some farms set up. And you fuck them over and they get hooked on drugs. They don't have a lot of options. They do prostitution because it's the only way they can work, or you do kind of the guy version of prostitution. You sell your body to fucking cheap, shitty, hard, murderous labor. You go to the military, et cetera, and you get hurt or you die, and they dispose of you. The short time scale of 4 years is one thing, but being a part of the alienated and disposable worker class in America, as Ronald Reagan takes charge in the 80s, and as we progress 40 years into a constantly collapsing working class in America, I don't think that's not timeless. I have to say I disagree.
Cop named Murphy.
I would not call RoboCop cyberpunk. This is one of my main points of contention. Cyberpunk is a pretty ill-defined genre, but not every single dystopian sci-fi is cyberpunk, I would argue. Cyberpunk is a type of dystopian sci-fi, but not all dystopian sci-fi is cyberpunk. If RoboCop is cyberpunk, then Demolition Man must be cyberpunk, and Inspector Gadget must be cyberpunk, right? Those were about cops. Why didn't you bring those up?
What? Demolition Man is absolutely cyberpunk. Demolition Man is absolutely cyberpunk. Inspector Gadget is wacky detective. That should... Inspector Gadget is not necessarily cyberpunk because only Inspector Gadget can turn into things. It's like a wacky cartoon concept, really. But cyberpunk is... The punk genres in general deal very often with, to the point where I can't think of many other versions, with dystopic, high control governments, right? And that's the punk aspect of it. It doesn't necessarily mean leftist punk either. It could be right wing punk or a lot of libertarian punk, but it's anti-authoritative in its messaging, if not necessarily its character. So RoboCop is it's supposed to be yet again fucking what's his name, Verhoeven, trying to do parody for Americans and not getting it. it's supposed to be a parody in that it is a police state, right? Yada yada yada, and he just happens to be, once you basically pull a chunk out of a cop's brain and then take away his family and turn his body into a robot body, he's a perfect asset of the state, right? And so that's it. But the punk aspect of it is a rebellious counter-authority aspect, not in a terms of we're going to actually be able to overthrow him. They're usually tragic. Most cyberpunks have an era of an aura of tragedy about them. Even if you win, you don't win. You're a low-level, street-level participant in a government, as opposed to something that's highly technically advanced in the future, like Dune or Star Wars, where people do fight against large governmental structures that are fascistic or anti-protagonistic in general. Those are what you call space operas, right? Very often they're might and magic, sword and sorcery books, but kind of set in a sci-fi area, and things can be cross-genre as well. But the punk, for diesel punk, cyberpunk, solar punk, punk usually infers a mid to low level participation in the story where the status quo is not very likely going to change. It's about participating in this type of society with this neat thing, kind of, this neat way of telling the story added. So for cyber, it's going to have, cybernetic enhancements of people, neat technology, futuristic, but still a little dirty, a little imperfect. Electronic integration with the human animal. For diesel punk, it's the same sort of thing, but with fucking clocks and glasses and shit. I have a book hopefully coming out very soon where I call it Catholic punk, and it's unironically, you'll see it to believe it, okay?
Two. But the key elements of cyberpunk is high-tech, low-life. So people can afford miraculous cybernetics, gene-altering, stuff like that, but everyone except the ultra-wealthy are impoverished, like deeply, devastatingly impoverished. And it tends to be anti-establishment, the protagonists tend to be countercultural figures, and it tends to be very noir. So yeah, Neuromancer and Blade Runner kind of brought in the noir elements, the oppressive elements, but, I would say RoboCop is more of a satirical sci-fi than a cyberpunk. There's only one cyborg, for one thing. It's not like cybernetic.
Well, there's not only one cyborg. He's just the one that works. Technically, right? Do you consider it just the specific one? I think they said there's a few. He's not the first successful one. And then you have a big robot anyway. But no, it's not necessarily like cyborg punk, right? It's the dystopic elements of the government are or of the setting is kind of inseparable from the cyber aspect of the setting, which is technology, screens, lights, diodes. Kind of everybody is getting tied into and tapped into machines, and it might be progressively different at times. So, RoboCop is, dystopic cyberpunk on an early scale, whereas, Neuromancer I think is a little bit further forward, and something like The Matrix is layered, where it's actually deeply post-apocalyptic and post-society where humans are slaves, but it's still cyberpunk. It's articulating the cyberpunk aesthetic that would exist in 1999 and then unveiling in a twist that it's actually, 2099 or 2299? The desert of the real. You are this Duracell battery. But it's a societal reliance on the technology at hand, and that technology is wires and lights and diodes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A much better RoboCop is pretty much in there. I don't know how to say that better. It's a pretty standard entry into Cyberpunk. I mean, I'll listen to the rest of the argument here in a second. A better one, it's just in my fucking mind. A better is it or is it not Cyberpunk? That would be a good one. Is fucking Alien. Is Alien Cyberpunk is a fucking great question to try to answer. That would actually be a good one if you do like a follow-up to really get a sense of, and you might do it here very well and I'll be convinced, but to get a better sense of how you define cyberpunk, because Alien exists at a cross between a lot of different genres, a perfect mix of a series of genres where you can kind of go in a bunch of different ways, and how people argue it can be found in talking about Alien.
A common thing. Augmented humans and transhumanism, I would argue, is also a very big part of Cyberpunk, especially the modern version. Tends to be very much about cybernetics, what makes you human when you replace so much of yourself with robot parts. AI, the humanness of AIs.
I feel like we're relying way too much on what Night City and all that. What the fuck is that called? Cyberpunk 2770? What the hell is that fucking game called? I feel like we're relying on that too much, because that's kind of a distillation of a lot of elements in a sort of perfect, kind of, that's like, oh, what if we have the most cyberpunk possible setting? You're kind of speaking toward an ideal. And I think that might be the issue. Like, we're getting into kind of the Jungian archetypes versus, assessing things for what they are, where it's like, okay, does it rise to Cyberpunk 2077 or whatever the fuck? Then like, well, no, the video game that's specifically archetypal and has every possible reference to every type of cyberpunk thing, that's because it's an ongoing TTRPG where people just fucking put in all of the shit that's in all of these. Yeah, okay, well, that's going to be more platonically the ideal of the thing than anything that subverts or digresses. But that's kind of the issue with this, having patterns that you want things to apply to, as opposed to understanding where the things are coming from and to what degree they're trying to be that thing or exist in that capacity. And I think RoboCop is, I think it's kind of inarguably cyberpunk.
Transhumanism in general. So I think transhumanism, I guess you could argue turning a dead body into a robotic police officer is transhumanism, I suppose, but not really in the traditional sense,
Oh, Sai, you're taking the piss. Come on. What? No.
I guess you could argue turning a dead body into a robotic police officer is transhumanism, I suppose, but not really in the traditional sense, is what.
Oh, this is a troll. You're fucking with me. Come on. That is fundamentally transhumanism. That is it's like a platon. We're talking about idea. That is transhuman. The humans being transed into a new and better form through technology. They conquered death. Conquering death. That gets into one of the best cyberpunk arguments that exist, and it might be on the top of someone's tongue right now. So is Frankenstein cyberpunk? Yes. Frankenstein is the first cyberpunk story, is one of the best debates to have about any of this shit. Because what we're trying to say here is we're not trying to understand cyberpunk. We're trying to say, at what point does it become cyberpunk? Do you know what I mean? So Frankenstein is the transitional era from non-science to cyberpunk. It's literally transitioning into the cyberpunk austere space, right? Where you have transhumanism happening. You have basically technology as magic, is what I meant to say earlier. And achieving all of these things. That's the transitional period. But because it's supposed to be the 1800s, is it cyberpunk? Okay, no, because it's too far in the past. Then let me ask you this. If 100 years from now, someone looks back at us and what we thought would be cyberpunk in 2026 or 1985 or 1957, are they right and we're wrong because we're too far in the past? These are the conversations I want. These are the good conversations. So like that's a whole thing. But no, that is categorically transhumanism. The argumentative transhumanism would be literally just, I'm doing transhumanism by having contacts in my eyes, right? I upgrades to my biological system. I have synthetic upgrades to my biological system in the form of contacts, right? Old people that get their fucking bones pulled out and replaced with, metal inserts are transhuman That's transhumanism. That is just that's what it is, right? At a fundamental level. The extent, if you try to compare the intro space to transhumanism to the most, the ideal of it, or the surpassive ideal of it, where you start getting into stuff like, what is that, of many worlds or whatever, the shit with the KU, where humans are still genetically human to 99%, but they look completely fucking different because that last percent is that, and they've been mutated and changed and warped and experimented on to survive the wilds of space. Are they still human? You know what I mean? That's that conversation.
I'm saying. So, like, yeah, not every dystopia. This seems like he only picked RoboCop to make this. Cyberpunk is about cops.
My thought was transhumanism in fiction tends to be self-driven. Keep in mind, I react blind and live. I mean, that's fine. I'm not hating. But no, transhumanism does not have to be voluntary at all. The entirety of the sort of second, third act conversations around the Matrix, for instance, which is obviously a trans narrative in and of itself, is at what point is transhumanism good, and does transhumanism make you unhuman? So you have Neo, who can integrate mentally with the Matrix and has the plugs. You have the lesser people who have been pulled out of the Matrix and can still use the plugs but can't do Neo stuff, but they can go in. You have people that don't go in but have the plugs and can interact with different machines, and you have people that were born all natural in Zion under the ground. And so you have this like scheme, and like who is transhuman and who is not. And so like you have, unasked for surgeries basically done on you when you're a baby, but then you embrace that surgery later. Does that work? Does that count? I think that transhumanism is transhumanism, whether or not there's like a willing aspect of it. Do you know what I mean? Because they've literally transitioned you into a new state. So like, we leave RoboCop and go to Warhammer 40K. You get put into the big fucking box, right? Some of you got Space Marines, right? They from birth, but like not without resisting it, they go through all sorts of cybernetic and genetic enhancements that are transhumanist in nature. When one of them gets seriously injured, they get knocked unconscious. If they get put into one of the Goliath vaults or the Behemoth vaults, I can't remember what the hell it's called, and they get reactivated and brought back to life in a sort of like suspended dreamlike half-life that comes in and out. Is that a further aspect of transhumanism, or the before? So like it's better to not try to fixate on the idealized maximalist impression of it, and kind of just like let it flow and see what it is.
Argument, why didn't you pick Judge Dredd? Judge Dredd is considered like one of the foundational works of the cyberpunk genre. Even if it doesn't quite match like the modern iterations.
I'm sorry, I'm missing some.
It has a lot of the elements.
That is kind of the point, though. The criteria of the genre is pretty debatable. I mean, it is, but I don't think you're entering the debate correctly with like a full. So like you're not there. Do you know what I mean? I'm just not convinced by that. I just don't think you can debate it. You know what I mean? But I'm just not convinced by that argument.
Has transhumanism, has augmented humans, has, a completely desolate future where corporate greed has basically overtaken government control. So, like, and Judge Dredd is a cop. So, would that be more suiting for your premise here, is what I'm saying? I don't know, it's just my opinion.
Who was gunned down by drug dealers in a cyberpunk version of Detroit. His body is
it's kind of just Detroit, if you think about it.
Asset of Omnicorp, who repurposes the corpse, his corpse, to create a cybernetic cop. One who, while being a valuable asset to keep the streets safe, is also functionally there to clear out the poorest parts of the city, to make way for a new construction project detailed.
You didn't mention how they tried to do, like, fully robotic police officers, and it went disastrously during a demonstration. That famous scene of the guy just getting riddled with bullets? And that's why someone said, hey...
That's later. The guy that's on screen right now it's that guy. Oh, no, there's an earlier test, too. So, my bad. No, I'm wrong about that. He also gets killed by the things, but there's an earlier test that doesn't work out correctly. That's kind of more to the cyberpunk. Cyberpunk doesn't mean that all the technology works. Usually, the dysfunctional but highly integrated aspect of technology is a major concern and issue. So you can go to, like, Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, you can chrome out, but you also get implant psychosis, right? Cyber psychosis. In the Matrix, you can connect to the Matrix, but they want to use you as a battery, and they might fly down to Zion and rip you to pieces with tentacles and lasers, and also you're born a slave. And then, so on and so forth through the various genres. The technology doesn't always work for your benefit or even work in general. Judge Dredd would be a good one.
Hey, how about instead look at my RoboCop program,
Built in the background of shots. Omnicorp owns the cops and the drug trade, so it owns all.
Well, they own RoboCop. Not all. Like, he's the first one. Like, again, this is probably why you should have gone with Judge Dredd.
Angles of the war on crime.
I think you just misunderstood him now. He just means they own the cops, as in, like, the cops are on the take. The company owns the police force in a illicit way, not like literally owns it.
And cops are part of a system owned by a company, meant to punish people for money. And Murphy, out.
Meant to punish people for money. I mean, it's not like, I don't think it's like corporations control well, kind of is, because I haven't rewatched any of these movies in a long time. I don't know if I ever saw the whole original RoboCop. I'm not even sure, but I know that RoboCop is like critique of neoliberalism, where like it's just complete free market, no government regulation, kind of like that. But it's not quite that. Corporations are so powerful that they have taken the place of the government, which is what you normally see in something like a Cyberpunk. Which again,
that is, yeah, you're incorrect on that one. No, it's a corporate oligarchy, massive corporate oligarchy, where essentially like the CEOs and like junior executives of corporations are functionally equivalent to like government functionaries now. Like they have the same power and influence as like a senator, which I know you're like, well, now, but like literally in it, no one cares about the law. That's not real. That's kind of one of the main overarching things, is that the cop robot can't punish the guy who's the bad guy until he's fired, because he's legally unable to, as a member of the police force, arrest the people, right? Or maybe it's because he was part of the, I can't remember. But exactly, like, yeah, they just do whatever they want. The corporations do whatever they want. They're mostly in competition with each other, and you don't even really see the other corporations. This is all intercorporational for one group of people, right? This is literally a product launch competition between two junior executives who want to get promoted. And that's the entirety of it. Neither of whom are particularly good people, right? They're not like moral. One of them just happens to be on fucking John RoboCop's side, and that's it. Murphy.
Is the case with the megacities and Judge Dredd. So Judge Dredd would have been a way better example here.
Our hero is not a bad guy,
no,
but he's used
wouldn't,
puppeted.
Because in Judge Dredd, the corporations aren't in control. The judges are. God damn it. There are megacities and corporations, but all power entirely in Neo America or whatever in Judge Dredd was taken and consolidated by the Council of Judges. I can't remember exactly what they're called, but it's literally a group of like 12 guys, like the Supreme Court, who are the supreme authority over everything. Everyone is subservient to them. They are the judge, juries, and executioners. Law is the law in Judge Dredd. There's probably corpos that can't, but that's the thing too, is that Judge Dredd himself obeys no law but the law. So you can be anyone, and that's a constant thing. You could be in charge of a corporation. You could be a homeless person. You can, at times, literally be dead, and he will still stand in judgment of you, because the law is the law. And the law. Damn it, Sai. So, yeah, no. Now, if you're thinking about the apartment blocks in the megacities and stuff, and the megacities themselves, they have governments, and there are mega corporations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Depending on what version and iteration of Judge Dredd you're paying attention to. If it's the movies, you get a little washier with lore, especially the Sly Stallone version of it. But you go to the comic books, and the judges are the first and foremost authority, and also like 15 other authorities, and then underneath them is the other people. Because basically, there were mega corporations running the mega cities for a while, and then the mega cities started trying to nuke each other, and everyone had enough of it. And very similar to Starship Troopers, the law enforcement operatives of the countries and the mega cities, et cetera, turned all of America into mega cities, and then the burned lands between, which are full of like scavengers and stuff, but are still are forced to follow the law. And then there is just the law, the code book, right? The codices or something. I can't remember exactly what it's called. And that is handed down from basically a collection of God Emperor types. Now, sometimes, yeah, there's like corruption and shit, but usually if you find anyone in a Judge Dredd story stepping outside of the law, it does not end with them getting away with it. There's probably one, but I can't remember off the top of it. All the 2000 AD comic books is like, no, you did it. No, you don't understand. I'll have you fired. I run the law. I'm in control here. You may be in control, but I am the law. Double whammy. Pow! Blow a guy off the ship. One of my favorite is, get down from there. You have a lot to live for. Oh, thank you, Judge Dredd. What you have to live for is 4 years in an ISO cube. Suicide is against the law, citizen. What?
A tool of industry. It seems interesting then that Cyberpunk
I didn't realize I
is
still
a
had my music
subgenre
on.
of
Sorry about that,
punk,
guys.
and will position many of its characters as enforcers of the law.
Judge
I feel
Dredd
that
not the
writers will
foundation
do
of
that
Cyberpunk now?
Wait, is he saying most Cyberpunk stars law enforcement?
Judge Dredd, most of those fucking Dark Horse run comics and stuff. Judge Dredd, like Warhammer 40K, is actually a British product based on talking shit about America. It's British people talking shit about America and like how crazy America is, but also kind of cool. Massively based on and around stuff that already existed to some degree. It's not to say that the Judge Dredd shouldn't be treated as its own like independent work, but it wasn't like a serious, scathing, highly academic critique of anything. It was just like, what if American cops were in the future? What if American cops were just like in charge of everything? But also I want to draw fat people that get around on little monopod scooters. Like what about that? Like, okay, that's what Judge Dredd is. And then a lot of the stuff that's inside of it is, based on shitloads of everything that you're talking about when you think of like Cyberpunk and stuff is Asimov and Heinlein. Asimov and Heinlein are a lot of it. And then, a series of other people as well.
Because not really.
Is he usually having a
Cyberpunk
talk about media
is a
takes on
subgenre
the
of
corporate
punk,
cyberspace
and will
of
position its
Cyberpunk?
character-
Or
It's not a
transhumanist?
subgenre
Yes,
of
both.
punk. It's a subgenre of sci-fi. Yeah, I should just have the music on, because this music's quiet anyway. Like, the punk part comes from it being anti-establishment and counterculture. That's what the punk part means. That's what punk means in a lot of things. Desert punk, apocalypse punk, solar punk. It always has to do with high-tech, anti-establishment, counterculture. So it's not a subgenre of punk. What do you mean a subgenre of punk? The music genre? The movie genre? Because punk on...
Okay, so... Cross genre. All right, this is... Ooh, hey, hold on. The fun thing about Alien... as both a franchise and as an independent movie, the first iteration, is Alien Cyberpunk, right? Alien itself is massively cross-genre, right? And so cross-genre works can have crosses of multiple subgenres. So sci-fi, underneath sci-fi, cyberpunk is one of those genres. However, my version, Catholic punk, would not be a subgenre of sci-fi. Horror is not a subgenre to sci-fi. They're co-genres that exist at the same. So a horror sci-fi is a cross-genre. A horror cyberpunk, what is that, right? What is that? So punk as an genre, cyber is one of the of the punk genre, right? Not punk music, but literary punk narrative. It can just be that, because it is, cyberpunk is there, but then when you get outside of the cyber solar, etc., and then you get into something like diesel punk, is diesel punk still Sci-fi? Well, of course, because it's got science in it. Okay, but like diesel punks are fucking basically westerns, right? And then you have other ones that are like sail punk. Like, Tyler, what is sail punk really a thing? Yes. Jack of all trades existed, and just because you forgot it doesn't mean that I fucking didn't. The Pirates of the Caribbean movies could be considered sail punk, which is a sub genre. But those are conversations to be had about like whether or not that genre is fair. But I think it is. It's like, wait, hold on. But it's like pirates. But yeah, it's pirates, but like not. But you get magic from the connection to boats, because the boats can all do shit that boats can't actually do, right? Secrets of Dark Water, fucking sail punk. Tyler, no, don't teach me another genre. Don't teach me Hook, sail punk. Tyler, please stop. I can't fucking take it. I'll let you off. But now you're going to start thinking about it. Wait, what? Sail punk? Yes. And that wouldn't be sci-fi. It's more into the fantasy genre, right? The punk as an genre is that punk aspect first, which you've already articulated, so you're there. But then the cyber would be the cyber chunk of it. Diesel, gear, if you like to separate diesel and gear, because there's clock punk as well as opposed to diesel punk. And then sail, and a series of other of ones that are around there that you can kind of get into. And the cool thing is not that like the list is specific and qualitative, is that the list could be ever expanded. Because now that you're like, well, if punk exists, and this is the value of it, then can I try to find any genre where an aspect of this mid-tier fascistic society versus little interlopers trying to come up, but we have something that's not magic, a technology that supplants magic as the thing that, kind of runs this world. What else would there be? You know what I mean? That's the fun part. You can keep thinking your way through it and try to find new ways to enhance the genre. So Gramuglia is correct there, but also that's not necessarily an easy connection. I understand how you got to that point as well. You know what I mean? One Piece is pirate punk. One Piece is literally sail punk too. It's the same magic ships, ropes, cutlasses, pirate swords. If you have a sailcloth and a boat and some ropes and one guy that knows what he's doing, you're hacker man of the genre. You can fly, you can go underwater, you can go in and out of time and stuff. What type of punk is BioShock? Fuck, I think BioShock counts as diesel, but it's not. I don't know. See, that's kind of the fun part. That's why you don't have to trying to specifically categorize stuff, as a way to tag it so that people will be interested in it is fine, and you'd be like, that tag is not perfect. But I think it's better to be more expansive with these sort of things so that people can go like, oh yeah, no, it's punk, but with fucking dogs that are asleep. I try to find something in my room to talk about, but I can't keep coming up with new literary genres every 2 seconds here. It starts with cyber, right? Cyberpunk is kind of its own specific, hyper specific thing. And then people go like, well, what if instead of hacking and screens and wires, we had clockwork? Okay, well, what if instead of clockwork, it's diesel engines? Okay, well, what if instead of diesel or clockwork or all that, just like latent wiring up and stuff? What if it's like solar power? It's kind of like almost like elvish and shit. All right, well, what if you go even further back and it's like sails and winches and cranks and like creaking wood and stuff? Like, okay, cool, yeah. And it's more fun to be expansive with them as long as you understand those constituent parts. They're more important than the holistic part that you arrive at later.
On its own isn't really a movie genre. X-punk is, so like, that doesn't make any sense.
As enforcers of the law, I feel that writing will do that to instill.
Biopunk is one. Yes, you are correct. I don't know if BioShock counts as it or not. I'm not making that statement specifically or not in either direction. Biopunk is one too. That includes stuff like the Scorn game, right? A lot of we live in a what's another good one? Let me just back up. The Scorn video game, help me, Jesus fucking Christ. Naked Lunch can be considered biopunk in its aesthetic, not necessarily its construction, because of all of the like goopy goo shit. Fucking, if you want to biopunk horror, right? You're talking about cross genre, The Fly. The Fly is doing biopunk transhumanism stuff in a society, yada, 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 but it's just the aesthetics inside of a greater horror narrative. It's body horror, yeah, but then if you look at a lot of, what's his name? Scanners, The Fly, Cronenberg, look at a lot of Cronenberg stuff. It has that like bio element to it, right? If you wanted to get crazier, Firestarter could be biopunk from Stephen King. And then it's just like, it's not like 100%. It's more fun to argue it from a distance, and try to put it together than it is to just say like, you're right, you're wrong 100% and just like get fucked.
Of cynicism about systems of control. The replicants are essentially good
Yeah, no shit. It's no shit. High tech, low life. Yeah.
people in an unjust world, created to occupy a niche. Their anatomies are outside their control. They're born into slavery, and the Blade Runners, cops, exist to ensure they can never escape slavery. In both RoboCop and Blade Runner, cops enforce the rules to benefit the upper class. While
See, Blade Runner is less about ooh, cops bad, and more about how do we define a human, which again is also a big part of Cyberpunk. How do you define?
The value in how do we define human that comes from Blade Runner is because the way that we define it determines whether or not the cops are going to blow your fucking brains out. And the cops are judge, jury, and executioner over that. They get to decide and in the moment act, right? They can just kill you because they decide you're not human, which you don't get into too much of whether or not they can kill humans and get away with it. But that's kind of also implied to a degree, I believe. I can't remember if it's actually. I know he would have never not fucking gone into it in the book, but I digress.
Humanity, because the replicants are 100% biologically identical to humans. They're like third-generation synths from Fallout. So they are humans. They've just been created with a short lifespan and are enslaved. So the point is less cops bad because they shoot slaves. Deckard ends the movie, like, realizing these people also have a right to life, and with an uncertainty that he himself may be a replicant and doesn't know. Because again, like the synths in Fallout that are inspired by them, they erase their memories. So they could easily think that they are a different person with a history when they're someone who was just born, you know? So the movie is less about cops bad and more about what makes someone human and have a human right to life, you know?
So, Tyler, what do you think of the criticism of steampunk, that it's more about the aesthetic than punk? That's a problem with people engaging with aesthetic and then you thinking that that's the entirety of the genre. I think the biggest issue with steampunk, did I miss steampunk? I said diesel and clock and I didn't get to steam. What the fuck is wrong with me? I think the issue with steampunk is that it just doesn't have a lot of entries because no one's made those movies in a while. Wild Wild West is a great, fun, idiotic film. I loved Wild Wild West when it came out. I think I was like 8 or something. Wild Wild West, Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want none of this. 6 gunning this, running this, Buffalo Soldier. Looking like I told you. Bro. Oh, that fucking shit was so good. But like, I think it's just you don't have very many entries that are well known. Do you know what I mean? Which is fine, but you just don't have that many entries. So like what you see instead is just people dressing up with like goggles and gears on their fucking top hats at conventions, and then you just decide to get upset with it because you like a different version of the punk genre, which we've now accepted, I guess, linguistically in this conversation, even though it was argumentative a little while ago. You've accepted a subgenre of punk as being like better than another one, but it's just the ones that have been around the longest and that are like the foundational core entries are just going to have better and more entries that are like high quality than something that's newer or smaller or less, dense with entries. So Cyberpunk dominated in movies and stuff, especially as we go into the 2000s, because we had like a serious, in America, and we kind of export everywhere, we had a serious societal worry with, Y2K and the future of technology that kind of dominated the late 80s and especially the mid-late 90s. That was like what we were always talking about. And then it faded, right? But during that time, we had a fuckload of tech stuff because tech booms were popping off and it was crazy big and shit. We're not really worried about Steam power killing everybody. Do you know what I mean? Like we're not worried about Steam power stealing our rights, and people haven't hopped into that genre in a way that's created such like legendary entries as fucking Neuromancer and The Matrix. You know what I'm saying? So when you see it as a subgenre, you look at it and you go like, well, the only time I experience this subgenre is when I experience fucking douchebags dressing up like the fucking Mad Hatter from that dog butter Tim Burton film, instead of, okay, well, you know, maybe the genre has something good, but its fans are fucking irritating. It would suck to have a genre that is mostly fans and no entries, which I think is what the problem with steampunk is right now. Not to say there's no good steampunk content out there. That's absolutely not the case, but it just has not hit the cultural auspices of AAA, big budget, culture dominating, decades long movie franchises, and it needs to do that. Okay.
This framework is very confusing to me.
Business owners can just break the rules. Can't have replicants on Earth? Well, Irel, the owner of Tyro Corp, has Rachel, a replicant, on Earth, posing as a human being. Hell, she doesn't even know she's a replicant. The cops fighting the drug
And she doesn't know she's a replicant, which leads to the question, is Deckard a replicant, you know?
dealers. Well, now a company owns the cops and the drug trade, meaning they're creating a conflict. They could
Deckard gets the question of whether or not he's a replicant because of vibes he has and dreams. It's the big that sucks. Blade Runner the movie came out with a bunch of different iterations, most of which are bad. So most people actually haven't seen Blade Runner, as crazy as that sounds. Like, Tyler, how is that fucking possible? It just is. There's actually, I think, 4 official published versions of Blade Runner that are all different lengths and essentially different in vibe and even in major plot points and the ending. Of course, everybody knows that, you know, Harrison Ford hated narrating for it so bad that he flubbed the narration on purpose, hoping they wouldn't use it, and then they did anyway. So if you get the narration-free version, it's fucking phenomenal compared to the other ones, which I've seen somewhere, but I don't know where I can fucking find it because I tried to show it to my wife. I couldn't find it. Other versions of it do and do not have the origami unicorn. Most of the Deckard is aside from this sequel that just says he is, the Deckard is or isn't a replicant comes from his interactions with Benicio del Toro's character, who is a replicant hunter, who is not hunting really the same replicants that he is. He's more fixated on asking Harrison Ford questions and talking about stuff with him. And all of the replicants have some relationship to these animals and they dream about them. So this origami unicorn and these dreams of a unicorn that he keeps having, I think it's a unicorn, are where you get the insinuation that Deckard might be a replicant, but it's not just from what's her name. That's just more that kind of gets hammered on with like, it's a shame she won't live, but then again, who does? Right? Which normally you would say like, you don't have a lot of time with her. Replicants are short-lived. And so she'll be gone, but what if she's 2 years old and you're 2 years old and you're both replicants and you just don't know it? It's a shame she won't live. But then again, who does? Such a good fucking line. Is that Edward James Olmos? Do I keep saying the wrong person? My bad.
stop at any moment, but
Edward James Olmos. It is. Why did I see Benicio del Toro? I'm so fucking
it's more
wrong.
profitable not to. And what makes it interesting is that
Let's jump back to RoboCop. What?
both Murphy and Deckard are good people at heart.
Sorry,
used in an
Edward James Olmos. I keep
Is
saying
Deckard a
Benicio
good
del
person
Toro.
at heart? Murphy maybe because he didn't like have a choice in becoming RoboCop, but he was still a cop. Aren't cops bad? But Deckard, he like had no problem killing replicants until like the very end of the movie. He kind of had to learn that they like were people. He didn't give a shit about them before that. So I would say that doesn't make him exactly good, right? Makes him kind of an anti-hero.
just system. And so while we sympathize with both of them, we also recognize that they are being manipulated. And
Yeah, and Deckard is like a jaded noir private eye because Blade Runner was like a sci-fi noir, which is kind of what led to the cyberpunk genre. It's noir is also a pretty big part of it, you know. I don't think it's as essential these days, but it does make the mood of it, you know. And
So, like, the thing with RoboCop, why is RoboCop bad? This really does go into, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna take a leak real quick, and then I'm gonna come back. You guys enjoy my break screen? Okay, perceiving RoboCop as a good guy is an issue. Where am I in focus here, dude? I completely fucked that up. Oh well, no one cares if I'm in focus or not. Perceiving RoboCop as a good guy is an Americanism and an issue with specifically Paul Verhoeven. I would say, honestly, Sai is not completely incorrect. Unless RoboCop was really needed to be the heart of this, it's definitely going to be one of the harder ones to talk about because you kind of can't talk about Verhoeven's films without talking about Verhoeven himself. And Paul Verhoeven is a interesting filmmaker. I don't know if anybody's watching this channel. If you haven't seen my 3.5 hour video on Starship Troopers, that is controversial to people that haven't watched it and uncontroversial to people who have. Verhoeven is a flat satirist. How to say this the correct way? He enjoys spectacle and satire as a director, right? He, as a satirist, he also proceeds, and understand he didn't write RoboCop, he directed it. He's probably got a writing credit on it, but it was crafted in the initial writing stages by a writing team that would later semi-disband, but go on to also write for Starship Troopers. And directors write as the, whatever. But someone else came up with the whole overall story. He decided how to put it to film. And he is, I think the best way to describe it, like I was saying, is a flat satirist, which is he does satire for the joy of satire for people who are predisposed to understand and agree with his satire. This isn't a bad thing necessarily, but it leads to a lot of conflation because the weak part of satire is the fact that if you are satirizing somebody correctly, you will be accurate but exaggerative of their aspects of their personality that you consider to be a flaw. So when he does his sort of flat satirism, which is, I call it flat because it doesn't have a true political bent to it. It never steps back toward being preachy or explicit that it is a satire. And so it gives people off ramps to say this is just fucking awesome, which I very much say about both of those films. They just make the thing that they're satirizing look cool as fuck. In Verhoeven's, in his mind and the mind of the sort of staff and the intent of it, RoboCop is not a good guy. He is a slave to a system that failed him. He's killed because he's betrayed by the police force. He ends up being lobotomized and reintroduced into as a super murderer. He shoots people, he maims them in the street. Yes, these guys are going to like attack a woman, but he shoots their dick and balls off, right? Which for other countries is extraordinary, but for Americans who aren't perceiving that as satire, they go, why wouldn't you shoot the rapist's dick and balls off? And it's because, well, technically you're supposed to have, cops are supposed to arrest you and then find you guilty of stuff. But because of the progression of elements in RoboCop, you're always presented with him being morally righteous. And it is a Christ narrative, but it's supposed to be funny and unserious. Americans seeing a robotic lobotomized police officer literally walking on water with a gun that comes out of his human body. It's not even attached to him, or his literal body, his steel eye, or his alloy flesh. A gun comes out of him, out of his main bone, so he can shoot people. And his mind that isn't necessarily literally described as not necessarily his own. He is a slave in his mind. He's rigged. He's rigged to the protocols that he is forced to follow. His body, he loses control over it if he steps out of line. All of this is he is a fucking metal Jesus that should not be perceived as being heroic. It's fucking dark. If you're a European, especially in the 80s, this movie is dark. Dark as fuck. It is so bad. Because you're like, what's happening? Like, yeah, this is a common American cop. Does he just arrest anyone? He doesn't arrest a fucking person almost in the entire show. He has one thing that allows him to engage with machines and gain knowledge, and it's a fucking spike he uses to kill someone. His literal access to the knowledge of the world is also a weapon in and of itself. It's like every aspect of him is meant to kill, and what you're supposed to gain by the end of it is that the corporation ultimately controls this lobotomized steel Jesus. And he has no true soul. He's the inverse of Pinocchio. But Americans don't get it. And there's no reason to, because it just looks fucking sick. That's why we couldn't make a new RoboCop. When you try to make a RoboCop as an American, it just comes off stupid as fuck. That one where RoboCop's like got black edgy armor and you can see his face through half the film. Everyone like, fuck this. RoboCop only works when you go, Americans may not realize how fucking absurd they look to the rest of us, and you make something that makes us all go like, I'm going to crack a fucking Bud Light right now and start screaming half the words I remember to the Star Spangled Banner because this shit fucking slaps. This is the coolest thing ever. It's a hard movie to talk about because in and of itself, it is part of the Verhoeven oeuvre, and it's fucking really hard to talk about because there is no normalistic interpretation of it. You can't speak about it straightforward because it's not a straightforward movie. By intent, it's parody and satire. Which I don't blame anyone for. Trust me, it took me a 3.5 hour script just to explain Starship Troopers to people, and people still watch it and just get mad at me because they're like, I don't know if you know this, but I read a Wired article or a Cracked article on this like 10 years ago, and I'd rather just believe that. I'm like, okay. The only humanizing element is him reclaiming his name and taking his faceplate off, but even then OCP remains. Yeah, and it's like it's not even humanizing really. It's pathetic. You know, there's next to nothing left. And if you look at him, technically he's the perfect opposite of Metallica 1, not for whom the bell tolls. All Quiet on the Western Front. What the fuck is that movie? Johnny Get Your Gun. That guy's paralyzed. And if you look at the different version between the Johnny Get Your Gun guy from the Metallica song 1, right? He's got no eyes, all that stuff is fuck. He wears a little mask, right, in the film and in the movie where it's all of to cover that part of himself up, right? Because everything else is useless anyway. And he wears that little mask. When you look at RoboCop, it's like the inverse. Fucking nuts. So I don't know. That would take me a long time to dead or alive. You're coming with me. That would take me a lot of more explanation to kind of get across. But like, it's the same, kind of the inverse. He's been ruined, but all he has left are these like facile remains of humanity that don't necessarily count. All this is to say, I don't blame Sai or Anthony for getting mushy about it. Like not being on the same, because it's very hard to be on the same wavelength as somebody depending on how you're going into RoboCop. It's actually very difficult to be, sometimes some people don't even want to hear it. They're like, no, that is an action film. That is a straightforward police procedural.
It's like the two of them earlier making fun of like, oh, Cyberpunk is when neon. Well, yeah, Cyberpunk was born in the late 70s and the 80s when, we kind of had a lot of neon going on before everything was LCD screens. You guys probably don't remember because you're 30. But there was a shit ton of neon back then, and that bled into our view of the future.
Controlled by systems of order. Deckard and Murphy don't deliberately enforce company interests. Deckard started as a Blade Runner to do a job, one that he clearly hates doing in the film. The book, different story, but in the film he clearly hates it, but he just does it because he's...
Does he hate it? I mean, I think he hates getting dragged back into it, but he didn't really ever give a shit about the replicants. I mean, I have not rewatched these movies. I don't think he did either, so we're on the same level here.
Murphy came to the Detroit Police Department, however, with a dream and an ambition. Be the hero who protects the innocent. He emulates cowboys and hero cops he saw on television. He's a...
Well, yeah, and then in the end, he's still getting praise for, like, mowing down tons of people, so how is it different?
Western gunslinger at the beginning of the movie. And Omnicorp takes this dream, hollows it out, takes out its soul, and turns it into a product. The whole movie RoboCop is about Murphy finding his soul again in the machine, doing the right thing, despite company interests. Of course, this is nothing new. The police were created originally to benefit systems of order and control that managed society. The first police force, for example, was founded during the
There we go, he's James Somerton it. He really did, like, just come in, he just slid in to fill the niche James Somerton left, didn't he? Like, oh, now I'm gonna go on a cursory lecture about why the police were formed, because I didn't actually...
Oh, sigh, that's a little low. The James Somerton reference is not... No one's going to hear that and think meandering explanation. They're going to think plagiarism. Tisk tisk. I'm not discounting you, but I caught you. Tisk tisk.
Want to talk about pop culture or storytelling? I wanted to talk about these political issues, but I'm so much of a midwit, I can only do it around the topic of movies. That's what this is.
Dublin Police Act in 1786, which was founded to regulate the population under new colonial rule. It was deployed...
Yes, please, anybody jump in if you have more knowledge about these movies than I did. Again, I didn't really rewatch or watch any of these for the stream. I'm just going by what I know and remember from, like, fucking 20 years ago. A midwit is someone of, like, mid-level intelligence who thinks they're really, really smart.
Multiple times during multiple protests against the British Crown to maintain order. The Crown's order.
I will say this is kind of, this does feel pretty off topic.
I mean, wasn't our police force largely created as slave catchers? I mean, I thought that's where you were going with this, and that's why I was rolling my eyes, but...
Anyway, later police organizations were founded to make sure people didn't leave work too often, or to ensure slaves did not escape their masters.
Okay, well, I think that the Pinkerton shit came after the slave shit, so you're kind of in this weird chronological order here.
And this is all true, by the way. In effect, they were designed to...
Pinkertons go around for forever. I can't remember exactly. So the Pinkerton Detective Agency obviously is known for strike breaking, but Pinkerton wasn't alone. Pinkerton was just one of the best known ones. Essentially, these things were everywhere. What the Pinkertons were a continuance of something that's been around in Europe and America and probably other places for a long time before that, which is private security. That's really all they are. They're called the Pinkerton Detective Agency, but it's really because, especially in colonial areas or what would you call that? Frontier areas, you don't have a consolidated, organized police force in order to look into things for you. So what, like, organizations like the Pinkertons and other organizations that were similarly, established did was provide a semblance of what police do without any sort of governmental oversight. For money, they will go and look into a crime for you. For money, they will police the streets of your town, right? For money, they will go and try to find out who murdered your delivery guy on a section of railing out in northern Colorado sometime between January and September, because you just didn't have police outfits that could do that for the entirety of America. As America established itself as a state throughout the 1800s, and especially going into the early 1900s, having private police forces and private detective forces operating in regions became deleterious for the local government because sometimes they would fight each other, willingly, knowingly, or not, right? I don't have any examples off the top of my head, but that's basically why they started passing laws against who can and can't have arresting authority, who can and can't do this, do that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So as we say, this is America. You can't really have a paramilitary force that shares the monopoly of power. So even when you didn't have specifically the Pinkertons, which I know you're doing direct allusion to strike breaking, and that's accurate. Even when you don't have the Pinkertons for strike breaking in going into the Cold Wars, especially in the early 1900s, you do have versions of the Pinkertons, both in America and even in Europe, and England and stuff. I can't remember. They were called a specific thing. I think Dickens talks about them in a book. But you have organizations like that, small, large, and otherwise, kind of in perpetuity. They're essentially mercenaries in suits, right? It's the same sort of thing. So anywhere where you could think like, well, I would need a mercenary here, but I need a mercenary that's not just, a shield and a spear. I need a guy that can actually like talk to 10 people and figure out which one of them is actually named Ralph. That's where those guys come from. And they did a lot of different things. This isn't to like massage their reputation. I'm fascinated by their existence at all, and so I've looked into them a bunch. And they're still around. So Pinkerton Detectives actually got bought by Securitas, which provides the modern version of that now, which is actually product shrinkage reduction, right? They do security at Walmart and catch pickpockets and people that are stealing stuff from, you know, the back lots of stores. They do asset management, I think is what you call it now. And of course, you know, protection for like power plants and stuff or other like private events, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Keep the populace in.
Not that late. We're about 4 minutes into the video. Not bad for me. And I went over a little bit of a primer for you guys at the beginning.
Check. They will always.
Yeah, this is James Silverton. I read Wikipedia. He's like, I think even one of his Blue Sky posts, he was like, well, RoboCop is called a cyberpunk on Wikipedia, but it doesn't mean we can't like debate the parameters of the genre. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, we can't like just talk about these things. It can't
you probably shouldn't refer to Wikipedia.
Just say, hey, I think your opinion is wrong. Here's mine. You know, like people should be able to, like you say you want to do, but you can never fucking stand.
Designed to serve the rich. And I haven't gained the Pinkertons, by the way. Some stories center the cops and justice systems as a business, a corporation. Bounty hunting is a thing you can do in Cyberpunk 2077. Find some criminals, get some cash for doing it.
You can do bounty hunting right now in the real world. You know, that's like a thing, right?
Industry. Justice becomes business. And the cops support this industry, the industries, to make sure that the elite keep...
That's a semi-misnomer because of Dog the Bounty Hunter. Bounty hunting specifically is actually completely fucking illegal now, but it's because people don't understand what it is. Bounty hunting back in the day used to be paid murder. Essentially. The best known bounty hunters, a good fucking book about bounty hunting is Blood Meridian. Those guys are bounty hunters. Going, killing Native Americans, collecting their scalps and trading those scalps in, that's old bounty hunting. The scalp was the bounty, that's what you hunted. Bounty hunting is essentially going out and hunting something that's going to be worth money. So you could also have bounties on, you know, especially back in the day, an especially nasty bear that was terrorizing a village or like a boar that kept getting into the crops. Bounty hunting. You would also have in more lawless areas fucking contracts on people's heads. We still have bounty hunting worldwide, but we do bounty hunting outside of America, i.e. the bounty on Osama bin Laden, the bounty on Soleimani, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Where if you can, as a private force, go and get that person and on your own interdict them to another country for the reward, then you can do it. But bounty hunting specifically is illegal to ask for in it because it's basically contract killing or contract hunting. What we have now is bail bondsmen, which is the closest thing to it. Some people still call those guys bounty hunters, but you literally can't do bounty hunting. And bail bondsmen don't have authority to do almost anything. Even Dog the Bounty Hunter fucked up a lot of what he was doing from what I remember. And what that is when you get arrested and you put down money for a bond, which is your, hey, I'm going to give you $10,000. And then when I come back and turn myself in for trial, you're going to give that money back to me. Right? Bonds, bail bondsmen are people who lend you that money at a premium against something usually that you own. So like, hey, I'm up $100,000 bond. Okay, well, we'll give you $100,000 at, 5% VIG, whatever the fuck. I don't think they're allowed to charge vigorous on it, but we're at 5%. So you're going to put your house up as collateral, yada, yada, yada. Okay. And then that money doesn't go to the bail bondsman. That money goes to the court, right? That money comes back, and the chunk that the bail bondsman is going to get comes back only when you get brought in to stay on trial. And so as long as you're gone, their money plus the cut that they get to keep, et cetera, however the fuck they figure that out, all of that is stuck with the court. So they send out bail bondsmen to go find you and have you arrested. Usually bail bondsmen don't actually hand arrest somebody because that's fucking stupid. You can get sued. You're not allowed to shoot people. You're not allowed to bring in people dead or alive in America anymore, which would be bounty hunting back in the day. The bounty on like Billy the Kid. That was a bounty hunt that you could go and kill him and bring his fucking head into a sheriff and get money for it, which is psychotic. You're correct. It is nuts, especially considering people did not have the ability to identify motherfuckers outside of a badly drawn picture. So yeah, the issues you're thinking of happened. And you don't want random vigilantes going around trying to shoot people for money. So usually what they do is they go and they call the cops, tell them to come in. So we don't have bounty hunters really anymore. There's probably somebody online that watches a lot of Andrew Tate that says like, I'll do bounty hunting, dude. I'm about to go over to fucking Africa. I'm gonna hunt me down some Boko Haram. Like, okay, buddy. All right. And then, fucking Russians have bounty hunting. They have bounties on Ukrainians and shit. So you can tell like where bounty hunting is almost always in barbarism. Barbarism.
things running. Sure, the story.
Yes, when they become more powerful than governments in these worlds, yes, the cops will work for the corporations. But it's not like the cops are a government organization who is just like, you know, being biased toward the rich. No, it's that wealthy corporations literally control entire regions and have more power than the federal government, and they have their own police forces. You know, that tends to be what it is in Cyberpunk.
Is written as a
That's a way
condemnation
to
of
do
cops
it.
and justice, no matter what route you play. Be a street samurai, a wandering outsider, or a corporate head. But no matter what you do, you can work with the police to maintain their form of order.
Well, yes, but again, in Night City in Cyberpunk, it is literally the exact situation I just said. The corporations there have more power than the federal government. So the police are not part of the government. They directly work for corporations, and they each have their own, like, forces. You know? It's that...
It's mixed up. Sai's basically correct here, though. It's mixed up. There's literally the Night City PD. There's the Federal Authority. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. And then, like, yeah, Arasaka and all the rest of the corporations have their own, if not police, their own private security forces that go out and do stuff, as well as a lot of, like, smaller private individuals, you know, like Netrunner Corps, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So not incorrect. Not necessarily, like, perfectly explained. I know that you really want to fucking dog on Ant here, and that's fine. I mean, I'm not one to fucking ever lecture on there, but you have a pretty solid point. I wish you would focus on it a little bit more. I wish you would have, if you would have done a little bit more research, you could have probably been fucking hammering him here. Not like you didn't do any, but like, that's not terrible. It is, if you're trying to articulate, you know, if you're saying that, you know, this is resemblant of current day America, you know, like, okay, American police do not work for corporations the same way that, like, policing authorities or somebody with an equivalent power to a cop works in Cyberpunk, because it's way fucking crazier, you know. And Arasaka fucking what do they call them? They have a name for them, but basically, you know, it's fucking a literal fucking ninja with blade arms is going to come to your house and cut your head off for talking shit about somebody, and then they're going to say that you stole, like, you know, a fucking RAM card. Yeah, it's not the same. I would say it's not necessarily perfectly allegorical to American police in such a way that it requires a deviation in talking about cops. And I think people will get what cops are. There's probably just a better way for Anthony to put it. I respect that.
Bleak in the Cyberpunk universe. And I'm talking this game,
Militech.
I'm talking the anime,
Thank
I'm talking
you.
the tabletop, you know. So I haven't even played Cyberpunk 2077 yet, but I have read up a lot about the world around it, especially after watching Edge Runners. I am going to play it eventually, because being a Netrunner sounds fun. I didn't play it when it came out, because I was kind of disappointed that it was in first person, because, like, why have character customization if we're going to be in first person the entire fucking time anyway? I don't get it. But I was watching my friend play one night, and he, like, was basically, like, hacking from, like, a building across the street and just, like, going in and, like, blowing up the mind chips of every guy in the building across the street. I was like, oh my god, that's so fucking cool. So yeah, that's my plan when I play it. I'm going to be a sneaky-ass Netrunner.
The game mechanics reward you for doing so. I gotta warn you.
Well, they reward you for 2 whole quests. I'm told it's 2 whole side quests. 2 whole fucking side quests. He's like, the game rewards you. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like Anita Sarkeesian claiming that Hitman rewards you for, like, killing dancing girls or something, when that just wasn't even fucking true.
I gotta warn you, this video's about to get very heavy. So how about an hour?
Is this fucking dildo ad time? I know there's not too much to say about the back and forth there. I don't think there's too much to say.
Of levity before we
Oh, good. It looks like we're gonna go into the dildo ad, which I'm gonna have a lot of things to say about. So
Yeah,
let's.
my man's hawking them fucking doughs. My man's
your
humble.
special secret spaces, you can
All those photos look fucking staged too.
always replace them with
Oh wait, if it like runs out of like dies on me.
Anthony, why is the dog eating the fucking dildo, dog? I can't. I can't judge. I don't think I would do one, but I've also never been offered one. Man, I wish fucking Manscaped to come back. I had a fucking Manscaped sponsorship for a while. I still use their shit. Fuck. God damn, I love that company. And fucking gave me a t-shirt and everything. I have no hate, but we do have a meme here because it was just the Noah Sampson used to hawk them fucking dildos. He got rings. They sent him like everything. My man was fucking loaded up, dude. How much, you got to get big enough. You got to get big enough in the game so that you can get that whole Jordan Michaela Peterson milking station from that meme. That's real Cyberpunk shit. Like, I got a new advertisement, and this is the Milkmaster 2000. Full body, full room milking machine. Have a partner you trust vacuum seal you into a tight acrylic bag. It's gonna be fucking sick, dude. True cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk stories are about rebels, criminal groups rejecting authority. But what about
That ad reads
just said it's
company
about
copy
cops.
ultimately.
You just
I
started
know.
this video saying it's about cops.
I've done them before too. It's you read one of these 3, then one of these 2, then one of these 4, and make sure that you say, I enjoy the product.
And now you're getting it right. What the? Again, I think he forgets his own premise by the end of the video. I think the dildos distracted him.
many cyberpunk stories are about rebels, criminal groups rejecting authority. But what about cyberpunk as seen through the eyes of a different culture? What about cyberpunk not made by Americans, Canadians, or British people, but made by the Japanese? Well, for one,
The 2 races, Canadians, Americans, and British people, and the Japanese. Like, I don't know. I don't know why he's making this like a West versus East type thing now. Like, again, this is the problem with his videos. They tend to be all over the place. Like Lily, he sometimes forgets his own premise by the end, or he's got like 3 different topics going on that he could have made individual videos, and it's just like, it's so confusing.
Neuromancer, the big book that inspired Cyberpunk, wasn't translated into Japanese.
What are these weird zoom-ins? Like, you're zooming in over like the top of your head. What is with that? Did you get a new editor recently?
I'm guessing the book's on
At least not after Japanese cyberpunk started forming as a culture.
Akira was cyberpunk before cyberpunk. When Otomo began...
Well, yes, I would say so. There isn't... I mean, it's noir. It's high-tech, low-life, but there isn't as much, like, into cybernetic alteration or transhumanism in Akira, especially, I would say.
That's not accurate. In Akira? Sorry. Are we, is this Tetsuo right? Tetsuo, man! Like, it is. I mean, the movie alone is specifically about transhumanism. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're a bunch of pill popping motorcycle utes, and then fucking Akira gets fucking brain powers, right? And there's little milk children. It's crazy, dog. He literally turns into a amorphous ball of biomass and technology at the end. I don't think. Isn't the overarching metaphor about, you know, youth having no future and being swallowed by the biomechanical grind of society? I feel wait, what? Good point from Gramuglia here. I think it's just, you know, the West is not the only people that have ever thought about this stuff. Is pretty solid. I think that's a fair point to make. You know what I mean? There's more people thinking about these things than just us. And attributing everything to Neuromancer is not necessary. These ideals developed in parallel is fine. I think that's a good point to make.
Say it did inspire and kind of fits into the cyberpunk genre, but I wouldn't call it cyberpunk the same way Ghost in the Shell or Blade Runner is cyberpunk. Although Akira did get directly compared to Blade Runner a lot back in the day, even though their plots aren't really similar at all, but the atmosphere kind of is, you know.
Serializing it in
I can't give you that
1982
one at
in the
all.
bi-weekly Young
I
magazine.
can't give you that
Now,
one
I
at
have
all.
seen the Akira film. I've seen the original old shitty dub, and I have read the entire manga a couple of times, so this one I know a bit more about.
You would not come across William Gibson's seminal 1984 book Neuromancer until 1985, when it was translated into Japanese. Instead, Otomo cites the novels by Seishi Yokomizo and their preoccupation with new breeds of humans mutating to adapt to volatile conditions, personified in Japan's mistrusted rebel youth and rioting students of the 60s. Born in 1954, Otomo sought to evoke the volatile period he knew well in the future world of Akira. I wanted to revive a Japan like the one I grew up in after the Second World War, with a government in difficulty, a world being rebuilt, external political pressures, an uncertain future, and a gang of kids left to fend for themselves, who cheat.
Now, this is more about the manga, though. The film only covers about half of the manga, and has some very significant differences. Akira is a beautiful film, one of the most impressive animated films ever made, but if you feel like the plot is a little lackluster, you're not wrong. Because it is. The adaptation really left out a lot of things, and the explosion that destroys Neo Tokyo a second time is the midway point in the manga. There's so much more happening after that. So you have to remember, he is talking about the manga, not the movie, in this article that Anthony has this person reading.
Boredom by racing motorbikes. He also pays tribute to his
Is that Krim? I don't even know. Yeah, it is. And Mars Girl, really.
childhood favorite manga by Mitsuteru Yokoyama, the giant robot classic Tetsujin 28 Go from 1956 to 66, released as an animated cartoon in America as Gigantor, and to the lasting impressions on him of American films such as Easy Rider and Bonnie and Clyde.
I'm wondering what that has to do with it. Yeah, I didn't recognize his voice at first, and I was sitting there like, oh, wait, oh, it's Krim. Guys, I did say I had a bit of a THC drink that has made me a little giggly and silly right now, okay?
Blade Runner, RoboCop, and Tron all had Japanese releases, sure, but the biggest
Tron? Gonna try to say Tron is cyberpunk? I wouldn't really say so.
influence aesthetically on Japanese cyberpunk were other works of Japanese sci-fi or the comic art of the French artist Mobius. Mobius, it should be stated, also
And what is Tron? What is Tron? It's just straight sci-fi? Tron is an isekai. Tron is the first isekai movie. No, that's not true. You got Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. Bed Knobs and Broomsticks is the first isekai. No, I don't know. Tron is weird in that it's very pure sci-fi, but it does not cross genre with any normal sci-fi stuff. It's a good what if. It's a true what if story. You know, old sci-fi, old what if sci-fi. I think it has a lot of the cyberpunk elements of the era, which they're sci-fi trappings and stuff, but it's low life, high tech is what people are saying, because it doesn't feel like it when you're in Tron, but Tron is inside a video game in a shitty little arcade. You know what I mean? So it's like, hold on, you know? Tron and Inuyasha have almost the exact same plot. There, how about that one? That's not actually true, but fight over it in the comments. Yeah, Gramuglia, release that as your next video and see how many people want to try to fucking slit your throat. Tron is Inuyasha is just Japanese Tron. Bro, you could actually, I think somebody might make an attempt on your life, because Inuyasha fans are fucking nutso. They're a bunch of fucking goofities. Inuyasha is just Asian Tron would be fucking 10 out of 10.
An influence on Blade Runner's aesthetic, so both sci-fi movements did draw from that same well. Now, a lot of Western sci-fi was influenced by the same works, as mentioned before, but the punk movement in the West is significantly different. The United States has had several controversies. I know, shocking, especially in the 70s and 60s.
Again, what are these zoom-ins? What is this editing?
The West is significantly different. The United States has had several controversies. I know, shocking, especially in the
like it zoomed in and then it jumped to the side a little bit. What was that?
70s and 60s. And if we're being honest, a lot of these controversies happened in communities that were overly policed, with increasingly absurd levels of violence committed against civilians. As a result, two things started to happen. Cops were treated as increasingly the adversaries, with corrupt cops appearing.
As if cops haven't generally been treated like adversaries forever, because people are always going to, butt heads with authority and the law. That's always going to happen. It's just human nature.
Everywhere in cinema, from The Godfather to the Dirty Harry series. Yeah, even Dirty Harry, but that kind of romanticized the cops a little bit. There's a push and a pull in American cinema and storytelling about the cops.
Was I an Inuyasha fan? If someone can ever find it, I wrote one of the first stories I ever wrote was Inuyasha fan fiction. That the deepest part of the iceberg, bottom of the iceberg. When I was in high school, Inuyasha had started airing on Adult Swim, and I wanted to write anything, right? As long as somebody would read it. And I was hanging out with there's two girls that were a friend of mine, and I was in their class together, and I was like, you can basically do a choose your own, right? And I'll write the next part of it, but I'll write all of it. And so it was an Inuyasha fan fiction. It was fucking sick too. It was so dope. I can barely remember what happens in it. I think it got to a total of like 80 pages. Written on loose leaf paper and then painstakingly typed into a computer.
Either good guys or bad guys with a badge.
They're still trying to make this about cops. Why didn't you just talk about like cops?
Anybody, you want to fucking, don't ever. People are like, I know people are going to come after some like credentials from like the fandom side of things at some point, but my actual credentials are crazy. Nuts. It's just been fucking forever.
Movies instead of this confusing premise where you're trying to argue that Cyberpunk is pro-cop. I don't think that's where you even end up in your conclusion. I think you kind of just forget about this after a while.
However, cinematically, all that's an offshoot from the noir cinema, where morally gray and
Wait, who did the editing? What if universe? Okay, I thought it was Crim for a second, but Crim was the thumbnail, right?
Were a dime a dozen. This trend, combined with modern cynicism.
I'm sorry, What If Universe, if I'm insulting your editing, but I'm questioning a few of your choices. I'm sorry.
Regarding law enforcement, helped feed into films like Chinatown. In regards to the punk movement, though, it got a little more extreme. Punks were
Again, this is just, I wanted to talk about politics, but I don't know how to do that if I'm not also talking about pop culture. And this isn't even like taking pop culture to inform people about politics. It's just like, I just wanted to spurg about this topic for asspats, but I can't do it unless I'm talking about movies because I'm not smart enough. So, yeah, that's kind of what the impression that I get.
Pretty much always.
No, I think Sai's being just maybe a touch too aggressive and precious with it, but it's not a bad fucking criticism at all. not necessarily saying like Gramuglia is fucking it up here, but my God, it is so hard to find media criticism these days that can separate politics from the media. Not that they have to be. All art is political. Yes, be quiet. But not all criticism of art needs to discuss the politics of it. I think we got into this with the like Lindsay Ellis trying to flaunt her degree and get away from the nostalgia critics, completely vapid, the most vapid Channel Awesome critiques, right? Get into this sort of neo non-vapid political critique that always seems to have to be attached to stuff, right? And that's not to say that it's bad. Like there's people, and I think I've heard Gramuglia bring up some political points in videos before, perfectly fine, salient to the point. And whether this is or not is, you know, kind of up in the air because I can't hyper focus on it, and I'm listening to Sai bring it up. But I know that people will have a knee-jerk reaction to saying like, no, you are all art is political, so political critique has to be there. It does not, because the construction of art, while it might be political in nature, still has many, many, many non-political components, the politics of which can be just distracting at times from the nature of the beast itself. Now, this is talking about cops and cyberpunk. So cops are always a political aspect of society. It's literally it's the executive branch of a government. You can't talk about policing without talking about politics. But as a sort of semi-separate thing, because I know people are going to have knee-jerk reactions to that statement, I think it's fine, and I want to see maybe a little more non-self-defeating, by being like too rude or overly excited about it, criticisms towards some people, and this isn't necessarily a strike at Ant, it's kind of a general broad people trying to impress the diasporic Lindsay Ellis I don't know why I'm fucking dogging on her audience that's out there, where people have found that politics and political punditry as an aspect of criticism, both on the right and the left, is somehow also kind of like necessary or almost inseparable from art criticism. And I don't think that always has to be the case. Now, there are situations where it's like, yes, okay, you're talking about the West Wing, okay? You're talking about a movie that is specifically metaphorical to like the Rodney King beating. Okay, fine. Or, you know, these are the politics of the moment. But so much of it ends up being talking about involving conversations that are more important than the art, to the point where those conversations can overshadow the art itself and the conversation around it. And you end up having people be like kind of upset about some sort of right-left dichotomy horse shit. Centrism, leftism, Maoism, you know, we're talking about God save me from critique and support of fucking Anita Sarkeesian. Jesus Christ in heaven, on this Easter, deliver me from Anita Sarkeesian, from her criticisms and her apologetics. You know, where it's like there's this like political lens of return, whereas you can have. And I look at my, I know it's a little bit cerebral, but I think my Silent Hill 2 video doesn't really go into the politics, you know, of masculinity, et cetera, et cetera. It can be a critique that's just based more on one specific aspect of something. And I think people just need to get more back into that, really. I don't think that you need to avoid politics. I think some people are bad at it. I think some people don't know enough about politics in a general sense to do much more than left, right, bad, this, that, uncomfortable, I want to hear this. And if your genre of critique is political critique, obviously stick with it and stay with it, and you know whatever good or bad comes of it, that's fine. But I think this deep need for large swaths of, especially the people that are supposed to be giving the best commentary, which are people, you know, ostensibly that are leftist or centrist, that are not fascists, just not outright fucking Nazis, ends up being pretty bogged down, where you will feel this moment where they're like, oh, dude, you were kind of on it. I really like you talking about this. And now all of a sudden we're talking about the the Dwight D. Eisenhower administration, and I don't know why that's happening. Don't get me wrong, you did your work, and that's great, and that's fine, but I think you could, have killed that darling, and it would have still been a very good statement. So this isn't specifically to this critique, but I know some people will probably be trying to get on Sai about that, and I don't think that is necessarily a dishonest critique to make in a general sense. I think it's fine to make critiques of art that exist outside of requirement of a political standpoint to be made and explained. But if you are going to be in that kind of area, it's going to be there. Make it good. But I really want more critique of art that is based around quality and relation to other art, as opposed to, hey, left good, right bad, or left bad, right good. TLDR of that statement is there is a left version as well of why is Princess Peach wearing fucking pants, and people do it, and it is bad when it comes from leftists as well. It is still pandering political content. Not to say that's in this video, but just yet again to reiterate, just making that alone does not mean that
the cops
crazy.
definitely help motivate them more. It didn't help that a lot of these punk groups contain a lot of LGBTQA people who were especially used to being overly policed at nightclubs and bars.
Okay, so we have to pour everything political on top of the gay community once again. Like, the gay community can't just be its own movement anymore. We have to carry the weight of every other single political thing the far left cares about for some fucking reason.
Bars. The most famous of which, of course, was the Stonewall Inn. Point is, American punks didn't care for cops.
He's gonna bring that back around later with the stupidest thing he says in this video. I get to foreshadow it so much, you guys.
That much in the 70s. There were a lot of events leading to those sentiments
I might be listening
that
to this
fed
for a
into their
while.
fiction
I'm sorry,
of
everybody.
anti-establishment and anti-order. This cynicism can be felt in Blade Runner, but
Oh,
William
shit.
Gibson, he's not American, he's Canadian. So he's being informed by these anti-establishment ideas, very much removed.
Because there's absolutely no reason Canadians would be anti-establishment. Do you think they have some kind of socialist utopia up there or something? I mean, I guess you'd get that impression from that new Democratic Party meeting that's been going viral, but...
I got no idea what's going on.
Why are you acting like these ideas would be foreign to Canadians? Like, I'll make fun of Canada all day long, but what? Oh, they're just up there with their maple syrup and their igloos and their hockey, and they have absolutely no problems. They don't know what anti-establishment... That one?
American punks didn't care for cops all that much in the 70s. There were a lot of events leading to those sentiments that fed into their fiction of anti-establishment and anti-order. This cynicism can be felt in Blade Runner, but William Gibson...
Canadians! The only thing about hockey, they're cold! I fucking love the Kane memes, man. Keep them coming.
He's not American, he's Canadian. So he's being informed by these anti-establishment ideas, very much removed from it. And don't get me wrong, Blade Runner, Ridley Scott, he's not American either, he's British, But with all these cultures...
British and Canadian people knowing similar things and having similar experiences to Americans? No, it's almost like we all came from England or something.
Trends, we're getting echoes of it as interpreted by other cultures. American punk and Canadian punk are very different, and yet William Gibson's Canadian sensibilities helped inform him. That, through the lens of the punk movement from America, fed into Neuromancer, which fed into...
Canadian punk, like Maple Leaf punk, I don't know. What are you talking about? Didn't, the punk movement start in fucking Britain? Like, didn't it kind of start there in the 70s? Like, I'm pretty sure. He's saying, he's acting like punk was, like, a uniquely...
Yeah, I feel like I don't know enough about the punk movement. I don't feel like I'm being informed enough about the punk movement. Fair criticism.
The American thing, and then these other countries picked it up.
I thought it was from the 70s.
Which I don't think is true. I'm pretty sure it started in
I
Britain.
have no idea, though.
Understanding of cyberpunk. And don't get me wrong, Gibson didn't even know about, freaking computers back then. He made all that crap.
Technically speaking, that means there's two people in this video that are not explaining it.
That's important to note. In fact, I mentioned Ridley Scott being British. The other element...
When was Neuromancer written?
85?
Neuromancer.
Well, like 80, but published in
1984.
84.
You think he didn't know about computers in 1984? Anthony. Computers existed then. It existed in the 70s too. Like, yeah, commercial home PCs were not a big thing yet in 1984, but plenty of people had Macs and word processors and stuff. Like, you're acting like this is like H.G. Wells or something. Like, you couldn't possibly know what a computer is in the mid-80s. Like I said, it was that comment about the hero's journey. This shattered my delusions that this man is intelligent. He thinks he's so much smarter than everybody else because he went to college, even though it was like a lower end. My mommy and daddy paid for this college. You can.
Okay. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't know. Personal computer ownership. I'm older. I'm almost 40. Probably for rich people was pretty widespread, but my family didn't own a computer until 1994. 5, I think it was, and we didn't have internet connection in our house at all until 2001, 2002, because my dad just didn't give a fuck about having it. We had a fax machine. And even when we got internet connection, it barely, he got, it was modem, dial-up. So it's not like I was playing video games or anything on it. And if you go further out, I mean, my dad had to have one because he was, he started doing sales and operating a business out of the house. So he needed it for like typing up stuff that would work with the printers, right? He didn't want to spend money going to fucking like Kinko's or whatever the fuck to print this shit up. So that's why he had the computer. And it was a real printer. There were a lot of people with probably computers in the 80s. You get Stephen King putting out, a whole story about how cool it was to have an insert button on his fucking word processor. But most people in the mid 90s, outside of a strictly like professional setting, were kind of 50-50 on PC ownership. And not a lot of people have internalized PCs in their life. And they would have been familiar with them, but you go back 10 years before that, just early 90s where I grew up, I was poor, didn't see a lot. Probably if you had a lot of money or you were middle class or you're just around tech savvy people, regardless of your income, they had a bunch. So it's kind of all over the place. And I don't know, maybe not the best point, but I think I'm losing track of myself.
Even make it into Yale or Harvard or anything, buddy? Buddy? Anyway.
Is British.
I don't get to making fun of the degree. Did you not get a degree and you're mad at him about it? That sounds like when my cousin gets pissed at fucking people that went to college and he's always has to remind people that he makes more than them working at a factory. He's like fucking pissed that people got college degrees. I don't think it's necessary. The quality of the school you go to does not determine the quality of the degree either. If you've never been to college, it's just the quality of the people that you graduate with and the connections that you make. That's the only reason. People at Harvard don't have access to better math or new math. You know what I mean? It's just they have access to being friends with other people that can afford to or legacies to Harvard. That's the point of different quality colleges.
IPC started publishing 2000 AD, a British sci-fi comic, most famous for being the...
Well, there's Judge Dredd, which you should have mentioned earlier. Why did you talk about RoboCop at all? If you're aware of 2000 AD and Judge Dredd. The Judge Dredd comics were also very foundational to Cyberpunk. When I said Judge Dredd earlier, I did mean the comics, not the 1995 movie.
Gibson
that came way later.
He never used a computer before.
The place of Judge Dredd, which is a satire of American law enforcement.
Oh my god, look at that Aeon Flux heavy metal style animation, man. That is raw 80s right there.
And fascism through the eyes of British counterculture, which I would say was more drastic.
British counterculture where fucking punk started.
Than American counterculture. Dredd predates modern cyberpunk, but the aesthetics also draw from Mobius again. And
of course it predates modern cyberpunk. It, along with Blade Runner, is one of the things that made cyberpunk a genre. It was like Neuromancer, Judge Dredd, and Blade Runner were like the first wave, and then you have like Ghost in the Shell and like Cyberpunk the tabletop game and other things later, and then we have our more modern cyberpunk now.
See, I think this is like obviously the word bacronism specifically doesn't work, but that same sort of concept. I think a lot of this is 2020 look back. I think we're in our earnest attempt to get a fucking own on Ant, which justifiable. I get it. Kind of ascribing more intentionality to things that were definitive and incidental. Like no one set out to make cyberpunk before it existed. They were making a new sci-fi thing. You know what I mean? Or they were doing something else. But when something's genre defining and becomes like the apotheosis. No, whatever. It becomes the archetypical example of something, then like, okay, it's that thing, right? But before that, it's not intentional. It's not like I'm going to make a genre defining thing and it will specifically be interpreted as this 25 years down the road. I mean, some people probably try to do that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen. So we're kind of like looking back and seeing this progression and describing it with an intent that suggests that stepping outside of that constructionist intent violates participation or classification within the umbrella of it. So we're kind of like, this is almost like, what do you call that? Constructionist interpretation of, the Constitution. It's like that, but for something that wasn't even intentionally constructed to be what it is perceived as down the line. Maybe Cyberpunk, the tabletop to a degree, because you want people to interact with it in a certain way, and maybe it's based on something, but like, we put these things together after the fact. Like, you can't make the first Cyberpunk book intending to make Cyberpunk, because before that, we don't have a combination of punk and cyber. After that, you can make the first steampunk book or whatever, because we've kind of established down the line, years and years after the fact, these connections between these terms and expanded and included enough stuff in it that we can actually call it a genre. At first, what it is, an idea that doesn't have anything in it. It's kind of like we were talking about steampunk. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, we have tropes for something that doesn't have anything in it. I know that's not maybe necessarily literally true for steampunk, but just imagine it is for half a second for the hypothetical. We've created these, aesthetics, and we've created these tropes and these plot points and these methods of narrative construction, but we haven't actually made all the narratives that fit within it. So when you create this genre-defining moment, you kind of do create something that is singularly an ideal of itself, but you also describe it retroactively every year that you continue on, with the knowledge that more things are adjacent to, contained within, or even created oppositionally to, or in deconstructively of it, that further defines it. You know what I mean? So like, imagine wherever the first slasher is. Slasher is a subgenre of horror that became its own thing that sort of almost exists independent of horror at this time, because it just has so many entries. Some of the first slashers argumentatively are like The Body, I believe it is. I don't know. Joe Bob's Briggs talked about it, but I haven't seen it yet. The Torso, I think it is. Or Tobe Hooper's The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which is, if we just take that, teens, car, coot, driving, yada, yada. We have a bunch of series of things that would fit that. However, and this is actually goes to a genre-defining episode of The Last Drive-In with Joe Bob Briggs. He's talking about slashers, and slashers can't be funny, right? They can't be intentionally comedic. However, you have the rise of Leslie Jones, right? Behind the Mask, the rise of Leslie Vernon. I can't remember exactly, but it is a deconstruction of the slasher genre by a slasher who is being filmed by a documentary crew that does its best to actually stick to every aspect of the slasher genre. And it is a comedy, but the thing about it as a comedy is it's only funny in the first two acts, and then after the third act reveal, it's not funny anymore. It's actually quite sad and very intense, and like a little heartbreaking, and like actually more intense than just a bog standard slasher with a couple funny kills would be, right? And so that thing is actually as genre defining in its own way as some of the just post Texas Chainsaw Massacre's entry into the slasher genre. And then if you expand slashers further, you have very strong arguments for slasher genre entries that are cross genre with sci-fi, like, and this is going to kill some people because once you think about it, it fucks you up. Some people have heard this, some people haven't. Fucking Predator. Predator is a slasher movie. No, it breaks all the rules. Does it? Instead of teens, it's a bunch of buff guys who are still filmed in a very, very, if you're into it, a very sexual manner, a very male gaze, but the gay male gaze way. They're filmed, they are attractive, they are in shape. It's the same sort of virality as a teenager, and they fit within the, I'm the Joker, I'm the serious one, I'm the final girl who's always chaste and the most direct and yada yada. Arnold Schwarzenegger is the one that is the most like on thing. He's the best at it, right? He fulfills the ideal of a chaste military boy instead of, a chaste teen girl. And so it breaks a lot of the rules that would be typical for a slasher, established for most people by the movie Scream, which is itself a deconstruction of the slasher genre, and at times breaks its own rules. Those rules laid down, Predator precedes Scream, obviously, but those rules laid down later on. People go, well, those are the rules, yada, yada, yada. There's no sex in Predator, et cetera, et cetera. But you have people being picked off. You have the entry into the killer's, lair. You see trophies. You see post kills. And at the end, there is a final girl who escapes by discovering the monster's weakness, the slasher's weakness, utilizing it against the slasher, and setting up wackadoo traps. If you actually follow the plot points, Predator lines up extremely closely, especially at its climax, with fucking Nightmare on Elm Street to the point where some of the fucking traps are repeated. And so, like, do you just say no and you say absolutely not, yada, 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 or do you include it, et cetera, et cetera? The conversation goes on. You don't just say, well, Tobe Hooper made a movie in the 1970s, I believe it is, might be 60s, called The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and The Texas Chainsaw Massacre defined the genre, and that was based loosely on a movie that was not, and a concept that was not well, no, it was not based on Psycho. Sorry, they were just both based on Ed Gein. But does it have to be based on Ed Gein? What of the constructive elements of this trope are required to carry on down the line and have people be a part of it? And to what degree are new additions to this down the line, are they permitted to change the formula? And should the formula change? Should the formula be done or undone? Is Leprechaun a slasher? Well, it's definitely a teen horror film, but I don't know how slashery it is. Is Wishmaster a slasher? It follows all the same slasher elements to a degree, but it's also not teens and it doesn't feel quite right. Well, what about Hellraiser? Well, Hellraiser is definitely from that era, but it's more like a 80s horror icon, right? Yeah, but it does have the teen girl and a bunch of, I know, but it doesn't quite work. What about Halloween? Well, yeah, absolutely. Halloween's just straightforward a slasher. Okay, was Halloween more or less of a slasher than Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I can't really say. I don't know. Well, okay, what about Freddy Krueger in Nightmare on Elm Street? Is it a slasher or is it not? How could it not be? Well, they're in their dreams dying. It's not like he's hunting them at a camp. They're almost always isolated and alone. It feels like it breaks a lot of those rules, and it just feels considerably different. It's supernatural. It's not like a guy in a house. Okay, well, it could be supernatural. Well, if it can be supernatural, then, what about Wishmaster? It doesn't have kids in it all the time. It's got a guy that does wishes. I don't know, but no, none of that. The kids are in high school and yada, yada. Okay, well, what about Final Destination? What do you mean Final Destination? That's a fucking natural disaster movie. No, it's not. It's a slasher film, but the slasher is just literally death himself doing Rube Goldberg machine kills to kids. Well, it's like he's not doing it himself. Well, she, but no one defined the genre, the fucking gender of death in that movie. Yeah, well, death gets to be a lady. How about that? Death be a lady tonight. And it goes on and on and on and on. When it comes to like Cyberpunk, which is a much more niche and less heavily filmed genre and produced genre than a lot of these, sci-fi has been pushed to the side because of just the way that video distribution and popularization of media went. Sci-fi is not considered as marketable or as easy to make as a lot of other stuff. Which is why some of the biggest sci-fi movies out there are either there's next to nothing happening in them that's actually sci-fi, it's all off screen, or The Matrix. We'll have like robots for a bit, but mostly it's people running around in fucking like trench coats in just New York City. You know what I mean? So like you go around horror movie, you can do a horror movie in a fucking weekend. There's a 10 billion of them playing at the Cinemark downtown. So you have these issues of when you look back, what is established and how constructionist does it need to be? And I think that's where we're getting really hung up for. I think that sci has an extremely specific definition of cyberpunk that I don't necessarily agree with and a way of approaching it, but I don't think that there's much I could do to convince sci specifically that it's incorrect. You know what I mean? Like, because to a degree, subjective, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's good or valuable on either side of us unless it's can really clarify and add understanding to trying to talk about the thing that you're trying to talk about. It's like a definitional construct area. Now, of course, I feel like we're both, or all three of us, maybe to some degree, are being a little bit of oddly faithed in our approach to this because YouTube commentary. But I think that's an important distinction to make, is that the constructionist element of what is and isn't, the more that you base it on one specific thing, and it's kind of going back to the hero's journey and that type of stuff again, the more you base it on that one specific thing, the more you start relying on that thing to define all of the rules. And once that one thing defines all of the rules, now you are specifically given the task, if you whether you realize it or not, in subjectively deciding what rules do and do not matter and to what degree. Because you do the thing where it's like, okay, Toby Hooper, first one, right? Leslie Vernon, does it count? Final Destination, does it count? Michael Myers, does it count? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, you get to Michael Myers, you don't have the coot, you don't have the teens traveling, it's in a neighborhood. I forgot to explain that. And on and on and on and on and on and on. First Friday the 13th movie, the slasher isn't even Jason, it's his mom. Sorry for spoiling a movie that's 40 years old.
Mostly in video games and stuff, but like...
I understand, by the way, if you haven't been to college and taken lit courses, this is what they're like, and you're not talking about anything fun. It's this, but you're talking about coupling. John Updike's Coupling. Oh, you've never heard of that book? I know you haven't ever fucking heard of Coupling. You probably have never heard of John Updike. You're talking about John Updike's Coupling for fucking 6 fucking weeks, okay? With conversations that are this goddamn cerebral. Fucking nose bleeding.
And again, the definition of the genre is pretty malleable. I think Cyberpunk kind of bleeds into a lot of other things too. Like, something can have Cyberpunk elements without being purely a Cyberpunk. I've seen a lot of people call like Serial Experiments lane Cyberpunk, which I don't agree with, but I can kind of see where they're coming from. You know, so again, it's not.
Bro, I'm here for my audience. If you're from somebody else's audience and you're here right now and you're like, I'm here for my wooby to be supported and my enemy to be battered, you are a fucking guest. Know your place, okay? My people are here for me to talk about extremely navel-gazy art stuff, when I'm not talking about the other fun shit that I talk about. So this is, unfortunately, when I'm talking about all this stuff, I'm educating you with my being old and a fucking nerd by talking about stuff that I know about. Okay. This is what my fucking audience loves, this shit. If you're from somebody else's audience and you don't, the only things I can suggest are take a walk, suck a dick, maybe go fuck yourself.
Hard
I don't
lines,
do that, though.
You know, defining what cyberpunk is. But like I said, I generally will argue that it's high-tech low-life, anti-establishment, counterculture noir, and, you know, cybernetics, transhumanism. All those elements kind of need to be there for me to be like, yeah, that's a cyberpunk. But again, it's not very well defined, so I'm not saying I'm completely right, he's completely wrong, but I'm just, you know, stating my opinion because his presentation of this is pretty fucking lackluster, and that's kind of what I do here, guys. I critique media opinions, even though I am going to be...
I think you were a little bit more I'm right and he's wrong than maybe you're giving yourself credit for right then. You're correct. It's subjective. But honestly, I think if you did another one of these, Sai, and I would suggest it, I think you've got the heart and the audience to criticize Ant, and I would like to see a really good fucking badgering of him. It'd be very funny to see a really solid one. I think you should focus more on the construction aspects than he's dumb and his college is bad. Not saying like there's nothing to be gained from that. Like rock on, dude. If that's your shit. But I think there's a few moments here where if you would have pushed, you could have made a really viciously effective critique, and you let yourself get distracted.
Doing drama on Wednesday. I can't help myself. Occasionally I do drama. It's a little treat. But most of the times, I'm critiquing media opinions. That's what I started doing with Lily. That's what I was doing with Artis. That's what I'm doing right now. I am critiquing bad media opinions, and it is my right to free speech to do so. You can be criticized when you put something out in public. So, you know how you criticized Shad's book recently? I can criticize your video. Yes, we're doing Wednesday drama as a...
That's fine.
It's not really that different, though. It follows many of the same conventions. Obviously, there's cultural differences, but it follows very similar conventions.
Entirely familiar all at once, despite forming separately. It almost had like a convergent evolution of sorts. Despite coming from a different place and location, and drawing from a different punk movement with different anti-establishment ideas.
Did Japan really have a big punk movement? You know?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Oh, I'm dipping. Oh, no!
Japan had a massive punk movement, but it wasn't like ours. If you've ever seen it, it was like what you would call like the Delinquents, right? Akira is directly related to it. And then you see like Delinquents, you know, going into the 90s and stuff. that was their version of it, and it was for different reasons. Different and the same. It's you have to get into it because cultural history is very important. But a lot of it was Japanese people for a long time have been very aware of the like basically the death sentence of Japanese corporate culture. And so there was a big rebellion against it because even like crime in Japan is kind of like heavily controlled in a way that's suffocating. You know, you have like yakuzas and organized crime groups and stuff. So people can still commit crimes and all that. But even that's all tied up in like tradition and requirement and expectation. And so like, yeah, there was a large youth gang movement. We would consider them very close to punks. There were more criminal elements of it, but it was really a lot of different things wrapped up together. But from that, you actually do have a Japanese, like UK style Mohawk punk movement come out, and you have like the Pompadour Delinquents and what are they called? Like late arrivers or something. I can't remember all this specifically. I know this from a book on anime I read, which went very heavily into Akira years ago. But basically that would be our parallel, but it's not specifically punk. For instance, it didn't get taken over by Nazis the way that like the UK punk movement did. It didn't have like the same sort of like, disposition, the same sort of people that went into it. Motorcycle culture was huge. It was a massive aspect of it because trying to get out of societal control and like away from like the trains take me here, the trains take me there, the buses take me here, the buses take me there. Cars are very expensive to own. I'll buy a motorcycle. I can drive anywhere the fuck I want, and I can park almost anywhere I want, and I can just be away from society. Like that was the vibe. Kids on fucking dirt bikes type shit, which is where you get Akira from. I'm probably mauling more than a little bit of this because it's been a while since I talked about it, but they did have a punk movement, but it was not the same. Obviously, it just couldn't be. Like the UK punk movement is a lot of anti-UK sentiment coming out of the fact that the post-World War II generation were racist, self-absorbed, nationalist cunts, right? That like basically like if you were a punk in the UK in the 70s and 80s and stuff, you go, well, what the fuck good is Britain? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm poor. We fought these fucking Nazis, and we're no better than the Nazis. And I got to listen to horse shit. We have a king and a queen. Fuck that. I have expectations for me. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. The American version of punk was basically like, yo, the UK is kind of cool. Let's steal that shit. But then that aesthetic comes over and goes all sorts of different ways. It transitions over the pond via music, but then you look at the music and like a lot of the punks that were popular, misogynistic, drug-abusing pieces of shit, freaking scumbags, and it goes nuts. And I think actually fucking Anthony Fantano made a video on punk because he was one at a time. And nowadays it's all like punk is literally filled with genres of punk as a lifestyle choice. You know, you have crust punks and hobo punks and people that fucking just like the music and posers and SLC punk, you know, the movie. It's all over the place.
Phil Collins got me. Hang on, the internet's freaking out on me.
Bancho?
We were
Probably,
so
I
good
can't remember
last
the
time.
Japanese
We had
word at all,
such
you
good
could
luck
say
last
anything
time.
to
I don't
me,
know
I
why this is
wouldn't know.
happening again. Unless it is a RAM issue. Let me check something. Be a RAM issue. I got 20 gigabytes left on the fucking C drive. All right, it seems to be recovering.
Lacking
Of
Saint, I believe we
Cyberpunk
were
remains. But
I'm gonna
quite
call
clear
Gyaru
about the Nazi
punk.
punks fucking off.
Honestly.
You were.
Gyaru was more like
They
they were
did,
emulating
really.
like being Cali
I don't know.
Valley girls, and they were emulating hip hop.
how did the police function in that storyline? And how do we get such a similar cyberpunk movement? How did two movements have such similar endpoints, yet such
You just said it yourself. They have similar influences. Stuff like Blade Runner and Tron were released in Japan. They took influence from like they both took influence from Mobius. I mean, just East
Wait,
versus
hold on.
West.
I got a fucking dono here. £5 sterling. Sai keeps saying punk started in the UK. It didn't. Malcolm McLaren imported it over from New York. He put the Sex Pistols together like a boy band. What? Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. G.G. Allen forever. Punk is weird and confused. I think the one thing that I've ever heard about punk in a way to like describe it quickly is that the one way you can always tell a punk isn't a punk is because they think poser fucking means anything, because every punk is a poser. Like, that's basically what I know about it. No punk has an actual identity that says they're a punk because they're a punk. That's the one thing I remember. I don't know how true it is. I don't fuck with that subculture. Punks were very Nazi where I grew up. Which I don't have any respect for punk, like, constructively when I was growing up, because punk where I lived was a fucking Nazi and what do they call them? Triple Xer subculture. So the what do they call those? The no drugs people. I can't fucking remember what the fuck they're called anymore. But they put the X's on their hands and they would do this. And apparently other places that has nothing to do with racism or like misogyny or like even violence. But where I'm from in Cincinnati, and this probably isn't fucking true for everybody. And there's somebody who's like, no, I was a real good old fashioned socialist anarchist punk. There were some like kids that would wear anarchy stuff to school, but the people that would actually like get together and hang out, they were like dangerous fucking skinheads that would listen to fast punk thrash metal from the UK, and they fucking hated black people. Like, specifically, they fucking hated black people. That's the exposure I had. So like when I was growing up, punk and skinhead were the same thing to me. And then there was the UK people with the mohawks, and those people were just like music fans. And I remember my dad was like, yeah, when I was a kid, we used to beat the shit out of those guys at shows because they were fucking awful to be at, and they would try to ruin like mosh pits and stuff. And it was like what? Like, yeah. And it was, I know about this genre now. They were like the crowd killer types who were anti-metal and like rock music. And this was just in and around Cincy area. And they would tie razor blades and shit into their shirts. And so anyone that saw anybody that was punk, you're like, get the fuck out of here. No punks allowed, right? And then a lot of the punks that remained that were like, would hang out and stuff, if you saw them like around, be like, oh, it's fucking, they're neo-Nazis. And that's not the case for anyone else. Not the case everywhere. All these other people. Not the case at all. I'm not saying that that's universal or it should be expected. And probably there's people that were in Cincy who were like, I don't know, I grew up in Coleraine. All the fucking punks I knew were like dedicated stewards of the community or some shit. But like and it's not like all of them. I say like it's like a ton of people. I'm talking about probably like 15 guys that all knew each other. Do you know what I mean? But like when you're a kid, it feels like a billion people. They were fucking, Nazi fucking fuck off skinheads with clothespins in their fucking eyebrows. And find out later on, like, people are like, yo, no, dude, that music is like the Rage Against the Machine people. I'm like, what the fuck? Those guys are punk? And then somebody, no, they're not. Okay.
This discussion would be more interesting to have about fantasy, ironically. Even he was bitching about me being more into fantasy than sci-fi, which doesn't mean I'm not into sci-fi at all, Anthony. But, like, East versus West fantasy is kind of interesting because in the West, it seems like fantasy franchises take more from Tolkien, whereas in Japan, fantasy franchises seem to take more from, like, D&D and stuff like that. And D&D, of course, was based on Tolkien as well, but I would argue that D&D really shaped the modern conception of fantasy, you know? That's just my observation about that. Maybe I should make a video.
Such difference.
I mean, god damn, there's so much to talk about here. Dude, there's too many fucking statements in this video. I don't know how much more of I'm gonna blow my fucking voice out talking about this. Gary Gygax, who created D&D with some other fellas, very, very heavily inspired by Tolkien, to say the least. As I recall, I could be wrong, but that was Gary Gygax and the D20 system and yada 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 yada, and then it evolved from there. I think it would actually be really good to look into where maybe some of the specifics of where Japanese fantasy comes from. But honestly, Japanese fantasy to me, as a person that's always been in and around fantasy stuff, strikes me as being much more Tolkien than Western modern stuff by a bit. They stick with a lot of the tropes and the ideas. I mean, nowadays we have an idea of what an orc looks like and what an elf looks like from Tolkien, but understand that's all that's all because of a guy from New Zealand made 3 big ass fucking movies, and before that, no one knew what the fuck Gollum looked like. People would draw him as a big fish. I'm not even. Gollum was like a fish with legs in a lot of drawings back in the day. So like it was all over the place what the fuck any of that actually looked like. And the Japanese westernized fantasy tradition is actually more homogenized than a lot of them. They have a very specific way of drawing elves with the horizontal ears. You can tell a Japanese elf because their ears will be pointed about a head length in length and lay horizontal to the eye level, whereas American elves will tend to be, you know, they'll have that Spock ear going on, which I don't know how that is, how that comes, but it does feel like when Japanese creators do fantasy, it doesn't feel like it. I mean, nowadays you would articulate it as D&D, but D&D's roots go from there, and there's a lot of video game influences, but that comes from the isekai, the burgeoning isekai movement of the late 2000s, early 10s than it does from anything else. If you go before that, you go to Escaflowne, you go to what is Lena Inverse? Dragon Hunters. What can somebody help me? I can't remember. What's the Lena Inverse and that I love that show. I cannot remember what the fuck it's called off the top of my head. Those Who Hunt Elves, you know, there's a fucking throwback. Visions of Escaflowne. The one with Pirates and what's her name? I can remember the fucking hot elf lady. God, I'm such a gooner brained. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is that called? Fuck me. Record of Lodoss War. There we go. Record of Lodoss War. And there's a ton of them. I can't remember because they're all like 20, 30 years. Slayers. Thank you so much. That's Lena Inverse. It's Slayers. Yeah, Record of Lodoss War, Slayers, and a ton of them. Yeah, there's a fucking million Slayers ones. And it's a lot of Japanese sensibilities mixed in with these things, but those don't have the D&D elements that you would D&D or really video game elements of the post isekai era, the same way that the post isekai era, things like Frieren, obviously, and you know, I don't know, I was reincarnated as a slime in another world, and I was reincarnated as a vending machine, and what if I found a big booba girlfriend in a dungeon or whatever the fuck. I don't know, there's a billion isekai things. Those all have game mechanics, mostly because of they're all from basically the Japanese version of like AO3, but it's really respected, and that's how they title things, and they get people to read because of those gimmicks, and that blew up. And so there's a billion of those. Just a billion of those. It's the Dojin community, but not porn. Dojin is an indie, and it's that stuff. But if you go further behind the isekai, it's very much they did not do deconstruction the way that we do in the West. The West is the real difference is that we respect the Tolkien version of what he was trying to do more than the world building, which is what drives a lot of Lord of the Rings fans fucking crazy, because they want to see the Silmarillion and every fucking ounce of that put on the fucking screen. Please give me a spider the size of a mountain eating a dragon the size of the moon. Not necessarily an exaggeration what I just said. The moon's smaller. But like that's what we want, but we don't do that. But the Japanese do, like crazy. They love that shit. They love that world and the world building. What American or Western audiences have tried to do for the last many, many decades, and maybe you can say like Brandon Sanderson and stuff are getting away from it, is take what Tolkien did and go more for the constructive elements and what he was trying to do narratively, which is a very Western thing to do, is this deconstruction. So you have literally like George R.R. Martin is a platonic example of this, saying, well, okay, we need to get all of the orcs out of Middle Earth and get them out of Mordor, etc. Right? Like, how do we fund the extermination of orcs in Mordor? And do we do that? Is it moral? Like, how long does that take, etc., etc.? Like, literally grounding. We do low fantasy, like crazy style, right? And it take the magic out of it, which kills people because they fucking want the magic still there, and ground it in, you know, hey, what do we do here? What do we do there? Yada, yada, yada. Take it and say like, okay, well, you know, Tolkien said in this chapter, the guy's head gets cut off, but let's really fucking break down what happens to a body when it's beheaded. Let's fucking have this thing shit its pants and shudder on the ground for 10 minutes. Hey, we're doing a battle, but we're not going to say like the two armies clashed and Bilbo passed the fuck out and he woke up after the war, because obviously Tolkien who survived World War I in the trenches doesn't want to talk about trench warfare. He wants to talk about the enduring spirit of mankind that transcends the evils of industrialized murder. Whereas everybody that passed him was like, yeah, but what if you talked about the industrialized murder a bit? And also, what if some of the hobbits fucked? Like, that's the American version of it. I think for the Japanese, they understand because they're more closely related to a time where their homeland was scarred by war and, you know, atomic annihilation. They're like, we get the elevated high magic. What about the enduring spirit of humanity? What about fucking big lizards that fly? What about being able to tap the ground with your staff and a big earthquake happens? How cool is that? You know what I mean? And it's not to say like nothing crosses over, but even when it comes to Berserk, Berserk is more in the Tolkien sense of things than, you know, something else that you would consider a low fantasy. Berserk isn't low fantasy at all. It's just extremely dark. Maybe the Golden Age arc you could say is low fantasy, but low fantasy is very similar to like Cyberpunk, where it's you know, disconnect from the powers that be. When you get into later Berserk, it's early chapters Silmarillion is almost the same thing, but he draws all the titties and the titty monsters and the sex crimes and stuff. If you take Tolkien's vibe of what the powers of evil are and all the demons and shit that are coming up before you have Sauron, his fucking super baddie bosses, you know, the time of the dark before Ao came down and was like, yo, you gotta fucking chill. All the things that they came down and destroyed before even the elves were created is like the Berserk shit that exists at the end chapters of Berserk. You know, a guy that's a single king of an evil foreign land that just blood sacrifices his family in order to become a gigantic tornado demon. You know, that's Tolkien. That really is Tolkien, but you don't see that in American novels as much, especially for the last several decades. You do see it here and there, but I mean, you've got to go to R.A. Salvatore and stuff, and that ends up being more D&D to see high magic or high magic setting, or, you know, magic is an everyday part of life, and you get to see like, you know, world-ending cataclysmic illithids using fucking elder brain fighting horse shit, nah. Whereas a lot of the times with most of the shit, you know, I talk about Martin, but I don't know if you guys would recognize some of the other ones that I have in my mind. But, you know, even like Stephen Brust's stuff, Way of the Jorig, and that, even that's mid-low, where you don't get, you know, you have the Assassin Mario. How about this? No one thought I was going to fucking rep fucking Steve Brust. He's actually small enough, he might say, hi, Steve, I love your work. It got me through high school. Call the Jurig and stuff, where magic is part of your setting, but you still don't see all the big apocalyptic shit all the time. And the guy that's the main character is like, you know, he's a working stiff assassin, but still a working stiff. One of the best one of the best book starts in all of the Call of Jurig series is his laundry list. One handkerchief, lightly tear stained. One of my favorite lines in literature. I'm sorry for talking about books. I know that maybe both of the audiences. No, I'm just kidding.
Starting points. The first
Kidding, I don't do scripted content, I'm bad at it.
remember that Japan has a different relationship to technology and the authorities than America or England or Canada do. A lot of Japanese cyberpunk stories don't focus on the companies that run everything, but rather the impact of technology once it has slipped through our sense of control.
Well, yes, that's when we get to Ghost in the Shell, which had a big... I didn't mean to pause on a goofy face. Thank you for covering him up with a tomato. Yeah, well, that's where you get Ghost in the Shell becoming very influential. Ghost in the Shell was influenced by things like Blade Runner and Neuromancer and stuff like that, and then Ghost in the Shell, in turn, influenced a lot of Western movies and stuff. Like The Matrix was very inspired by Ghost in the Shell.
The companies have no control. Western cyberpunk deals with these topics too.
I think
The
they
companies
say
have no
that,
control.
and this isn't even a real correction to size. It's just like a record correction in a general sense. They say that, but I think we now know that there is a specific comic book that is 80% of The Matrix. They talk about this. I can't remember. Someone will probably post about it in the comments. This kind of came out later, but like the person was like, yeah, dude, that's my comic. Like, that's just my comic in movie form.
world. There's corrupt corporations in anime Cyberpunk 2, and especially Cyberpunk Edge Runners, though do you not count that because it's an adaptation of a Western work?
But many of the great works of Japanese cyberpunk focus on systems of order failing to put the lid on something that we created. Much like, say, the atomic bomb blowing
Well,
up
of course, like a collectivist society like Japan would have horror about the order failing them. Yeah.
cities and areas, you know? A lot of that's due to the history of Japan, as I implied. After World War II, Japan saw massive increases to its infrastructure, industrial landscapes, technological development, all of that. The era between
It's dipping on me again. Maybe it's lying to me, though. It doesn't seem to be dropping that.
They had that already. So, like, yeah, this is, I don't know if Ant's perfectly correct on this. I know most of this from the biographical work, Akagi. The prequel to that is a Showa era gambling thing, and so that got me really into Showa era stuff. So, post World War II, you have the Showa era, which is basically post World War II reconstruction. The problem with it wasn't the industrialization. Japan had mass industrialization. They were building the battleship Yamato before we fucking blew it up. They had mass industrialization. They had gigantic industrial centers. They had import-export hubs. One of the major impetus for them starting World War II with us and bombing Pearl Harbor is us basically doing a gas embargo, I think, against them, which really fucked up their industrial capacity, and it put them at risk with the burgeoning economies of China, who they have a long-standing grudge against and didn't want to get powerful enough. They want to just dominate China and the Koreans and whatever. Imperial Japan, not good, but they did have legitimate reasons for starting a war with us that we would have also done to them if the shoe had been on the other foot. Neither here nor there. We fucked them up in World War II. There's a specific word for it, but basically there's a concept in Japan where it's like we got cucked by the century that we're in. Where Japanese men have too much deference to Americans, and Japanese companies seem like they're too afraid to stand up to American companies, and the Japanese government seems like it's always wants to be subservient to America, even in times where it didn't need to be. You see this leak through in Japanese media here and there, where it's like fucking Americans again, where Americans don't even necessarily mean anything bad. It's not like you'll see it from but Americans are just getting involved and they don't need to be, or someone's asking for Americans' help and they don't need to ask for it. So in the Showa era, what you had was a lot of crime, a ton of it. Basically, the old order broke down but didn't die. The emperor and then a lot of the Zabatsu and big shogunate families that actually still existed from the shogunate era, people Honda, Acura, I think it is. Honda, Toyota, Acura, Sony, I think might be one of them. I know it sounds like that's not the case, but it is. Those were shogunate era power families. They became major industrial owners. But basically what happened was these families were not as mass punished as the Japanese populace themselves felt. The Japanese populace was drafted, they were fucking murdered, sent on kamikaze runs, sent on bonsai charges, and World War II is not long after the Sino-Russia war, right? So they had their own version of World War I that was already pretty deleterious to the state in terms of resources and stuff, but it helped them industrialize, and it gave the emperor a little too much fucking confidence, and then they did this shit. And after that, they're deeply ashamed, and all the other countries around them are like, yeah, you guys are a bunch of genocidal cunts. They basically had Germany, but instead of East-West Germany, it was just the Strait of Japan, or what, the Sea of Japan, whatever that separative areas. None of the people around them liked them. The Koreans do not like Japanese people. I mean, there's probably people that got over it then, but at the time, they don't like them. The Chinese fucking hate the Japanese, kind of to this day, but at the time, they fucking hate them. Because they were doing to the Chinese almost worse shit than the Germans were doing to the Jews. They raped Nanking. Millions dead. They were raw bombing farms just to kill Chinese for the sake of them dying. Like, Japan went cuckoo style to the point where the fucking Nazis were like, what are you doing? And the thing is that's culturally how Japanese leadership, it's not like Japanese people want to do that, but it's how Japanese leadership would pursue these fucking campaigns against other Japanese people and stuff. So it's this cultural belief in this hyper attrition warfare spreading outside of their borders into these other places. The clapback for that was fucking crazy. 2 nukes, firebombing campaigns through every fucking inch of your major cities, full disarmament, all of the metal, all of the gas, all of the manpower, all of the knowledge on them fucking boats that got sunk, all that's gone. Kicked your fucking ass. So people feel bad. They have next to no fucking money. The economy is in shambles, and hundreds of thousands of people, I think it is, maybe millions of people are dying of radiation sickness in the most important areas of the entire country, save Tokyo. So like Kyoto is like, no, it's Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? Those places are like not that far, right? And so all of these people are now taking radiation to cities that are major cities, and that radiation sickness issue is crazy for the next 20, 40 years. I mean, it's still ongoing, actually literally ongoing, but for the next 20, 40 years, you have people dropping dead overnight. You have people who are good, solid workers getting sick, and then all of a sudden their families that they moved in with after the war get sick and die because they don't realize that the people are fucking radioactive. And there's fallout. There's all of that issue on its own. On top of that, the industrial centers and the Americans are telling you what you can and can't do. Amidst this, the setup for exploitation goes fucking bonkers. So it becomes like chaos is a ladder for the entirety of the 1950s and 60s. And then you start seeing the fallout of that 70s, 80s, 90s. Yakuza get strong as fuck during this era. The Yakuza go crazy because the black market, fuck everybody shit, is what they can do that, right? So Yakuza families get very, very strong. Organized crime pops off. These long-standing rich families that still have some assets in withholding start buying up everything. So the entirety of Japan's economic and industrial and technological centers just get bought out by a handful of companies you have heard of. Toshiba, another one. And these companies that are just basically rich, landed, ancient families, they all know the fucking shogun, who is still or the emperor, who is a real guy, by the way. I don't even know this, but there's still politics about the emperor in Japan. He's around, and stays around throughout all of this stuff. And that's a whole big issue. You never see him get mentioned for very specific reasons in any of their media. So like all of that's happening. All these people get bought up. People are poor as fuck in Japan for a while. Then all of this exploitation gets turned into this national daring do. We're going to rebuild. We're going to prove that we're men. We're going to undo the fuck ups of the last generation. And, they lost. They failed us. The new generation, we're going to work twice as hard as anyone. And we're going to prove to the world that Japan is a great country and we can contribute. And we're not fucking murderous, fucking backstabbing animals, or however they felt about it. That's true and not true in a mix. And so they started the Japanese work culture, and it fucking blew their economy up. People would work 18-hour days, 20-hour days. They would take pay cuts, and a sense of national unity to rebuild a country that needed to be rebuilt. And it did wonders. It was an unironic good in a lot of sectors for the Japanese people. They reconstructed the way that their government operates and how their people interact, yada, yada, yada. But it ultimately lent itself to a very fascistic sense of national unity. Now, it wasn't like we're going to mass murder or put anyone into camps, but for a while you had like the strict appearance standards of Japanese citizens. Like when you look at like and there's a word for it, I can't remember. But when you're like, what are like a lot of these Japanese guys look exactly the same, and not in a racist sense. Like how do they have that same fucking haircut, and they wear almost the exact same color suit, and they almost have the exact same color skin tones. Like no, Japanese people tan. They have all sorts of different hair colors and straightnesses because Japan is made out of a mixed racial. It's not a racial monoculture at all. Northern Japan is one type of mixed people. Central Japan is not Hokkaido. What is it? Okinawans are racially diverse. The Japanese face, so to say, is usually judged as a mix between the Jomon and Yayoi people, which is a mix of like East Asian characteristics and fucking Western or Eastern Russian characteristics. So they actually look all sorts of different ways. But there was a governmental push for like a unified Japan. So they'd make people dye their hair and cut their hair in a specific way. And if they didn't make you do it, they would just heavily require it. So all of a sudden everybody started looking the same, you know? And it became this like, what in the fuck are we doing? 'Cause it's very, very suffocating when you're young coming up in it. So like the people that were like, we're going to do this because it's like a sense of like, we're putting on a uniform every day and we're going to become a great people together. We do it. They become very successful going into the 70s and the 80s. Those companies that took everything become conglomerates, international tech, fucking everything conglomerates. And they're super fucking powerful. But now the kids that are being born are like, well, I have enough, but like, I don't want to fucking do this. Like, no, you've got to fucking basically turn your entire life into a sacrifice for a company because it's for the greater good. Like, well, I don't want to dye my hair. If I'm going to dye my hair, I'm going to dye it blonde. I'm going to dye it this. I'm going to fucking get my hair in a big pompadour. I'm going to shave my head. I'm going to get a mohawk. And so like all of these like rebel cultures explode overnight and become these like hyper intense, kind of dangerous like youth subcultures because all these kids are afraid of growing up, not because of like the Western version of it where it's like, oh, I just want to live in the fucking serendipity of youth forever. But they're like, dude, I'm going to fucking basically become a zombie and die the second I turn fucking 25 or whatever and go to like post college. And all the adults around me just drink all the time. They don't fucking like me. They don't have any fucking hobbies. They don't have any joy. They all look like they want to fucking kill themselves, and fucking more of them are doing it every year, just killing themselves all the time. Suicide rates skyrocketing. And these rebel cultures on this tight, packed island of people who are being forced to like live the same but aren't, they start going fucking crazy. And so like you get a lot of that rebel youth shit from that era. And this is me kind of fucking up talking about Japan. Obviously somebody's from there and lived it, and a historical account is going to be much better. So go look it up. If you're interested in it, go look it up and find out more. I'll go check the comments here and see how much I got wrong, but it's all over the place. Ainu is northern Japan. The greater good. Job requirements too. Yeah. So it was just nuts. Yeah, it says the ethnicities were suppressed and some were eradicated. Yes, which is why Koreans don't want Japanese leadership encroaching on Korea, even to these days. They don't like each other very much. There's probably a lot of crossover. There's Japanese people who live in Korea and vice versa, but they have powerful animosity towards the Japanese, and the Chinese have never forgot it. They're still kind of like lightly afraid of Japan. You know what I mean? Murakami's work really demonstrates what you're explaining, Tyler, since you grew up during that time. Yeah, there's a lot of people. I don't know any of this because I'm smart. I know this because I just read other people talking about it.
Many frames.
55.
Cowboy Bebop, I wouldn't say it's cyberpunk. Though it's noir. It's definitely noir. It does have augmented humans and stuff like that. But Bebop, I would say, is more of a sci-fi western, actually, you know? And it was one of the earlier ones in that genre. Because I'm pretty sure like Firefly was inspired by Cowboy Bebop, you know? So Cowboy Bebop is more of a sci-fi western with noir elements. But the thing about Bebop is it's also kind of its own unique...
No, that's that... Cowboy Bebop is very cyberpunk. Cowboy Bebop is extremely cyberpunk, I would say. It just cross genre. Cyberpunk, Western. You can have multiple genre influences. I think that's it. I think it's the specific. The being too specific about like a constructionist interpretation of this. I mean, I'm going to end up hammering that over and over again.
Work of art. The whole point of Bebop is each episode is like its own homage to a movie genre. Usually Western movie genres, especially. So you can't really define Cowboy Bebop because it's set out to be undefinable. Bebop is Bebop, yes, correct. Even the opening with the tank song has that in the text. It's just we're creating a whole new genre called Bebop.
1973, often referred to as the Japanese economic miracle, where the country shifted from an agricultural economy to an industrialized economy. And this technology...
And just like George Carlin said, we go and bomb countries and introduce industry to them.
This leap forward positioned Japan perfectly for its massive economic position moving forward. William Gibson even predicted that in the future of his novel Neuromancer, the Japanese economy would overtake America, dominating the planet, becoming a...
Well, that's because... back in the 70s and 80s, it was Japan that was the big scary prospect of becoming a superpower and overtaking us. Now it's China. But back then, basically the way we treat China and media now is how we treated Japan and media back then. And a lot of...
It's sort of, yeah. That was the first economic downturn in America because we pissed off OPEC. God, there's so much to talk about here. I think I'm going to, I don't know, if Sai or Ant want me to skip to a specific part of this video, I'll never get to all of it because there's too many interesting things being brought up, but I think that'll be my final one. The American unease with Japan was part, a lot of that was the Greatest Generation people being like, oh, we didn't really conquer Japan, did we? And also the first major American economic downturn after, you know, the Monroe Doctrine and World War II was in the late 70s and stuff. And a lot of that came from us, you know, we lost Iran at some point around there. OPEC nations started gaining like enough power to rebel against us. And that was the first major OPEC sanction. It was, I think, 77. And that crippled the American economy. Like, it fucked us up. That was gas rationing and stuff. And America had to face the first true moment where it wasn't a superpower. Before that, it was Cold War hijinks, proxy war stuff, us versus other people. You have Vietnam. Vietnam is a cultural touchstone in America, but it's very hard to pin it down. Nowadays, we all think of Vietnam as being this bad boondoggle thing that's the fault of like the government and Henry Kissinger. But back during Vietnam, a lot of people who were, you know, average Americans or like, you know, ruling class, especially Americans, blamed it more on the new generation's inability to care about America. It was an anti-patriotism movement, the insidious leak of communism into the American populace, the steadily growing power of Black Americans to influence the good decision making of white people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the end of the 70s was really with the OPEC hit and the post-Vietnam era, and then you have the fucking Shah of Iran shit and all that yada yada. America goes from being post-Monroe Doctrine superpower that has economic control over the entirety of the earth in our minds and a steadily encroaching ability to like shut down communism as our only opponent, to all of a sudden being brought down by the third world. The third world does not mean poor. People think this now because we started using it as a exchange of ideas or as an explanation for poor people. But the third world is not America and not Russia. So the first world, if you're like, what's the second world? We started thinking of it as being like number one. The first world is the world you live in. If you're an American or an American influence sphere place. So Australia, the UK, most of Europe, the first world. The second world is fucking Warsaw Pact countries. So the USSR, Poland, a lot of the Balkan states, and on so on and so forth. That's the second world. The reason we stopped talking about the second world after 89 is because it fucking disappears. That's the second world. The third world are non-affiliates. So basically scrap territories, places that we're going to want to fight over, places that haven't thrown their lot in with either one. So it's most of the Muslim states is the third world. Not because of poverty, but because of a lack of affiliation with either America or Russia. They're not NATO pact countries. They're not Warsaw Pact countries. They're the third option. They're option C, the third world, which is for both Russia and America unacceptable. Nowadays, you would just still say we have a second world. It's just China and the Chinese sphere of influence where they are in Asia to a lesser degree. BRICS, I guess you would say. It's BRICS to a degree, but really it's the Sinosphere would be the second world. And then the third world are people that basically get traded on, bullied on, predated on by those first two. But we just stopped talking about the second world entirely. I didn't know this until like a year ago when I actually just fucking looked it up. And so that's apparently what it is. So now you have people say the global south so that they can say, instead of the third world, it's so that they can articulate that concept without having to talk about the first world, second world, third world dichotomy of, you know, Kissingerian Cold World politics, Cold War politics. Was China second or third? Second. The entire red sphere, all of the red sphere. So it started with the USSR and then its friends, right? So it was, you know, China, Russia, China, Poland, North Vietnam, and then Vietnam, Northern Korea, see Burma, Cambodia to a degree, but with, whatever. And so a lot of Cold War politics, the Kissingerian stopping the onslaught of communism was basically because a lot of the third world was underdeveloped at the time. And underdeveloped didn't just mean like poor and backwards. It literally meant just nobody was indebted to anyone yet. That's really what they meant. So either the second world was going to come in and indebt you to them, or the first world was going to come in and indebt you to them. So we've just got to go. And that's why there's proxy wars everywhere between America and Russia, is because the third world is the undecided territories who have yet to, by the ideas of these two fucking essentially sub-European superpowers that won a fucking fight in Europe, these two fucking superpowers want to expand their influence sphere throughout the entirety of the world because they're both afraid of each other. And so they start proxy wars throughout the entirety of the earth that continue to echo on to now. And that's what the Cold War is. I can't remember what the fuck that was a part of, but now you guys know. But yeah, let me look and see if Ant or Sai had something that they wanted me to fucking cover real quick. There are a lot of mixed Japanese Koreans that are shunned in both countries. Yeah, that sucks. Greater. Came for your takes on our takes, and now I'm doomering. I don't think it's that bad of a day. You guys, it's fine. You're all YouTubers. You'll live.
Is the only thing they can be sure is still a human part of them. It's the ship of Theseus. If you replace every single part of your flesh with cybernetics, how do you define yourself as human still? And how people do is the ghost, the person inside all of that, who has had continuity as their body has slowly been replaced. That's the ghost. You could call it a soul. Obviously it comes from Ghost in the Machine, it's like an old.
Let me hear what this is a response.
Does deal with the fear of technology.
More.
In this world, isn't it? For example,
ooh, another good one. Armitage the Third. Is Armitage the Third Cyberpunk? I think so. Nobody ever talks about Armitage anymore, man. That was my first digital girlfriend in my mind.
Some more anime, Bubblegum Crisis, Dirty Pair, and others.
Anime crush.
And others, because everything you mentioned is not a cyberpunk. This is a fucking mecha police show.
Vigilantes who work outside the law, working with cyberpunk police systems.
Vigilantes, so it's more like Sentai then. They're more like superheroes. How is that a cyberpunk?
This especially has some spin-offs like AD Police, which centers on the police force in the periphery of Bubblegum Crisis.
So again, he is trying to say
AD
cyberpunk is about the police by bringing up shit that isn't cyberpunk, like RoboCop.
Ant or anyone. I can't. I'm not gonna watch this whole thing right now. I might watch Ant's video on its own just so I can kind of get to it later. Is Pat Labor brought up? Pat Labor, good. Pat Labor, good.
And Bubblegum Crisis. And Dirty Pair. How is Dirty Pair cyberpunk? You just flashbanged us with this one. I didn't say anything about it. And others that are nothing like this genre. But I'm trying to make this weird point about cyberpunk being pro-cop or focusing on cops. I don't even know what he's trying to say anymore.
In this world, a great earthquake, as I said before, has split Japan into two separate halves. Each half diverges from the other economically. Meanwhile, there's American imperialism, wealth.
It feels like this is more based on the Berlin Wall than anything.
Disparity, corporate interference, most notably the creation of the boomers. Not that kind of boomer. Cyborgs akin to Blade Runner's replicants, mixed with Terry aesthetics, I guess. While the 80 police are dispatched to stop boomers, the original series follows a mercenary group known as the Night Sabers, and all the members are women who don cybernetic exoskeletons.
I miss that big fucking. Remember when that was the hairstyle, right? We're gonna draw a comma on top of this lady's head, and we're gonna color it pink.
Superior abilities. And
they're all women, so you can pick your favorite waifu. I mean, Japan is not as feminist and pro-gay as you think it is, Ant, and yes, that is still going to come up later.
Help maintain order and help people out where the police can't. So right there.
Yeah, I guess I think that's fine. I don't know how long his actual video is. I might check that out. Anthony Gramuglia. Whoa, fuck. I guess I just have to look up RoboCop. RoboCop. Why cyberpunk cops run our future. That's a pretty straightforward.
You ever notice Cyberpunk stories are about
33
cop?
minutes is not bad. I can probably get through most of this in about 15 if I don't talk too much. So look at this. I would say I would say size video ultimately not great. But not like unlistenable trash or anything like that. It just clearly kind of set out to fucking take the piss at Anthony. But I think even kind of listening to you talk about it, I can tell that you maybe realized halfway through, like, oh fuck, actually there's some good points I could really be making that would hit a little harder than just Anthony fucking stupid Anthony poo poo head, which is fine. I'm not saying do that. If that's your content, I do that shit too. There's some people I'm just like, yeah, I could literally the last big video I made, like, yeah, I could go break down all the things that you said that are wrong, but I think I'd just rather say that you're fucking cringe and fuck you. You know, I get it. I'm not calling that at all. I'm saying it, but I feel like you specifically, just listening to you, and you know, I know that you art's a passionate topic for you in narrative construction. I think you could have fucking really, you could have probably gotten him. You could have probably hammered his fucking kidneys in on a few of those points pretty well, with just a little bit more prep time or just pulling back on just getting the gotchas in. I would say fucking find another one that you know more about and fucking try to lay into him in a constructivist sense, like really like how he put the thing together, and you might actually you might tear him up. I can't give you this one. Not like you need me to. You're your own person. You're on bad bitch hours on your own. Very cool. And I think that's fine. But I think if you wanted, I think you could. I think if you wanted, you could really fucking tag them up on some stuff. Not necessarily I would agree with you, but you could probably put in some like stymieing points and shit. I think especially if I had to say for Ant stuff, just from your impression, I think where you definitely were getting him was getting a little too off topic on some examples and not staying specific enough. But unfortunately, like while you're doing that, it's the same thing that happens to me. You start getting on a point like, damn, whatever I'm talking about right now is way more interesting than this fucking video I'm watching or my fucking grievance with somebody. So I'm just gonna talk about something else. And you're like, fuck. Okay, I also diverted. So maybe, you know, I'd say no hate. I get it. Is the thing. Like, sometimes you just want to make a video and just like, fuck this guy. I think it's completely okay to just say, like, my critique was non-academic. I'm literally hating. Perfectly fine. But yeah, let me watch at least a little bit of Anthony's. I've seen most of this start. Origins, technology. Yeah, let me sneak to... Yeah, I think this is where I first skipped ahead. So let me watch just a little bit of this. So this is Gramuglia's actual video, Why Cyberpunk Cops Run Our Future. Go watch it on your own. You're never going to get a better introduction to somebody's video than if you watch it yourself. You know what I mean? So like, I'm a flawed fucking interpreter of content as well. So I'm not perfect. And you'll probably get more from the video itself.
Of American law enforcement and fascism through the eyes of British counterculture, which I would say was more drastic than American counterculture. Dread predates modern cyberpunk, but the aesthetics also draw from Mobius, again, and feed into the core ideas of sci-fi at that time, especially punk sci-fi. But Japanese cyberpunk is not Judge Dredd. It's not Neuromancer. It's something entirely different and yet entirely familiar all at once, despite forming separately. It almost had like a convergent evolution of sorts. Despite coming from a different place and location and drawing from a different punk movement with different anti-establishment ideas, the core of cyberpunk remains. But how do the police function in that storyline, and how do we get such a similar cyberpunk movement? How did two movements have such similar endpoints, yet such different starting points? The first thing to remember is that Japan has a different relationship to technology and the authorities than America or England or Canada do. A lot of Japanese cyberpunk stories don't focus on the companies that run everything, but rather the impact of technology once it has slipped through our sense of control. The companies have no control. Western cyberpunk deals with these topics too, but many of the great works of Japanese cyberpunk focus on systems.
I think I get where Sai is coming. This is, yeah, and this is what I was gonna highlight. Like, that is such a deep topic to get into. I think I don't think you can kind of glance over it. Maybe that's what it is that this sort of track, because there's no way you can do justice between two cultural developments of parallel thinking, between two cultures that were at war with each other and one of them won. I don't think you can just do a quick diversion into that and be as accurate as you need to, and it might be better to not do that at all and just be way more hyper specific about one property and one idea. Because I mean, 35 minutes, you know, I've been rambling and I'm completely off topic, and I haven't cited my sources, but for me to just try to even break down, you know, post World War II development of technological conscience consciousness between America and Japan is just, dude, you could do a dissertation on that easy, you know what I mean? And have it be perfectly accurate and fully cited and be one of the most argued academic works on the planet. I think that's probably the issue. That's probably where legitimate criticism of speaking a little confidently would come from, because god damn, you can't even just dip your toes into that. It's the whole ocean.
Of order failing to put
no
away
hate for trying. I mean, you have to mention it. It's like in the way of
blowing
writing
up cities
it.
And areas, you know, a lot of that's due to the history of Japan, as I implied. After World War II, Japan saw massive increases to its infrastructure, industrial landscapes, technological development, all of that. The era between 1955 and 1973, often referred to as the Japanese economic miracle, where the country shifted from an agricultural economy to an industrialized economy. And this technology, this leap forward, positioned Japan perfectly for its massive economic position moving forward. William Gibson even predicted that in the future of his novel Neuromancer, the Japanese economy would overtake America, dominating the planet, becoming a dominant superpower. But he wasn't right, was he? Not in the way we think anyway. But the fear of Japan drove American cyberpunk, but it didn't drive Japanese cyberpunk. Because, naturally, Japan being a dominant superpower in the world, they don't like that. You know, corporations and work culture especially are a major thing in Japanese culture. Japanese cyberpunk rose into popularity during the crux of Japan's economic boom, as well as its collapse. But even before that, there feels like there's a sense that something is building. Something in society is boiling up. The pressure is mounting. And I feel artists understood that society that kept getting bigger and bigger couldn't keep going forever. It also didn't help that Japanese media would often reference things like Godzilla, where atomic weapons go out of control, well, we have a giant monster. Japan was positioned in a sense that they understood that an imbalance would eventually lead to a counter-reaction. But this anti-establishment movement started small. It started personal. Japanese cyberpunk has its roots in Japanese punk music, that whole scene. Sogo Ishii's films like Panic High School and Crazy Thunder Road from 1978 and 1980 focus on teenagers that reject the oppressive systems of order that force people to enter the corporatized workforce as a useful cog in someone else's machine. Crazy Thunder Road especially focused on a biker gang, and it's no coincidence that a few years later, the most iconic 80s cyberpunk film, Akira, also centered on a group of teenage biker gangs that reject the Japanese status quo and are thus the only ones that can actually hold society together in some form. They stand apart from society as it's destroyed by runaway technology, but they're also there to survive its fall and rebuild afterwards. But in Japan, things eventually fell apart. Class divide is a core theme throughout cyberpunk in general, but especially Japanese cyberpunk. Battle Angel Alita is a work where the rich exist on a floating island overlooking the dumpster that is other society. They let their broken trash tumble down like rain, piling up in dunes. There's a visual component here, illustrating just where the wealthy rule and where the poor dwell, as well as how Earth becomes literally a wasteland. As we crossed into the era of the Lost Generation especially, works began to emphasize how advanced technological advancement tended to leave people in the dust. Akira does this by focusing entirely on biker gangs, on the normal people who are rejected by this distant society. Similar,
yeah, I mean, you're covering a lot of the same stuff I'm talking about, so I'm glad you mentioned it. But goddamn, I would say, if I was your professor, I would say that this is accurate. It is salient, but it's too important to a different conversation, and it's too foreign to the original point to necessarily have to include. I like, you know, I'm not making your video. Don't like cut this and it'll be better. But it's like, Japanese cops aren't my cops. Why do cops run our future? Is it our future? You know what I mean? I don't think that a Japanese citizen would perceive 2077 the same way that I would perceive 2077 and policing therein. And so once we start entering this, and I get the interest, because, you know, fucking anime just portrays cyberpunk in such beautiful and iconic ways that obviously you want to bring in Ghost in the Shell, and you want to bring in, you know, fucking Armitage or Cowboy Bebop or whatever else you want to put in there, Pat Labor, you know, even some aspects of fucking Gundam offshoots and other mecha anime still have a very strong fucking cyberpunk element to them. And so you want to talk about that because they're so foundational when you come back across the pond to America, because Americans eat that up. And even when it's not cyberpunk, it's aesthetically something we add to that. You know what I mean? Like, okay, yeah, the giant robots, whatever, it's not necessarily cyberpunk. That's a mecha anime that's just Gundam Wing. but like watching anime is itself cyberpunk because it is, as you're trying to articulate right here, the crossover between Japanese or even just East Asian culture and American culture, and that end of American cultural dominance over the technological narrative. Like, I get that point, but it's just so fucking important and so big and so hard to wrap your mind around. Like, with good examples, you kind of have to go like, we all know, Ghost in the Shell, right? Yes. We all know manga and anime coming to America. Yes. But like, it's simultaneously so culturally obvious and specific, but it's so fucking big that kind of like, I can see why people would get pissed off when you kind of make a glancing blow at 20 years of the most important things that have ever happened. You just got stuck in a no-win. It sucks. But I get completely what you're going for. I think I could be wrong.
Again, the crazies on the road. They're aimless. Schools are covered in filth, treated more like abusive systems that reshape you into perfect models. But at the same time, it feels like a giant dumpster. It's funny that keeps happening, isn't it? There's romanticism in these adolescents completely rejecting these systems of order in favor of just being themselves as the world rots, and as those on top topple down eventually by their own means, falling out of control. In Bubblegum Crisis, the world is physically torn apart by an earthquake, resulting in physical damage to Tokyo that externalizes the economic strains already in place. As a result, we witness the world about to collapse under its own pressure. A bubble about to pop. Only if that's intentional, that name change. We'll find out later. Might be something there. It also should be no surprise that the main character in Tetsuo the Iron Man is, by all intents and purposes, a normal salaryman, hiding a dark secret. One that is manifested as, through the metaphor of the film, metal tearing his body apart from the inside out. Augmentations. He goes from a normal man with a wife to a giant phallus fused with a metal fetishist who wants to destroy the world. And it should be noted, as we've been alluding to, in Japan, things did fall apart. The economic boom gave way to a massive depression. The lost generation refers to workers who were promised a booming economy, but inherited a system that had just totally collapsed. As they mounted the top of the ladder, the legs fell out from beneath them. And Japan never recovered from it. Not really, anyway. Unemployment peaked, and people felt, well, lost, abandoned. Works like Blame illustrate a world where the means of industry sort of just spun out of their own way, with a labyrinthian megacity the size of Jupiter, filled with impossible mazes, and multiple layers stacked on top of another. It makes you feel lost. I guess in the same way that the industrious wasteland that Japanese people inherited made them feel lost. It's hard not to compare the economic machine slipping through the...
Yeah, okay. So like, I have to give this a sigh, because I felt it there. Blame is like my shit. Blame is like one of the foundational constructs of how I approach lighting and photography. It is, my life changed when I read Blame for the first time in high school, because I didn't understand art, and then I did through Blame. So if you ever look at anything that I make, or read any of my stuff, and you've also read Blame, you'll start seeing it. And just like, God, giving Blame like 2 seconds. It's so, I could talk about it for forever. I think that's, I get it. I think it's also, it's not just like it's a fault. It's like, but no one's mentioned Blame in a video that I've watched, I don't think, for years, or maybe even ever. And I've never seen a good video on Blame. I'm sure some exist. Share them in the comments if you know one. But like, now I'm just like, fuck, talk about Blame, bro. Could you just, bro, just give me a fucking hour of Blame. Please just talk about Silicon Life. Please just talk about endless fucking industrial nightmare escapes and stairwells to nowhere that are the length of the distance between fucking Texas and New York. You know what I mean? Talk about a room that contains Jupiter, because it's just so high sci-fi. It's transcendent sci-fi. What? I didn't even think of it, and that's crazy to me. It just exists in its own area. If you don't know idea what I'm talking about, Blame is sci-fi Berserk, is the best way to describe it. You won't see the same plot points and elements. There's no like in limitless sexual assault and shit like that. It's completely narratively different, but the vibe and the era that it comes from are basically the same, and the artwork is very, very similar. It's not as detail oriented as Berserk, but in execution and in like the impression of what black and white can do on a page, Blame is almost untouchable. It's so fucking good, dude. It's so fucking good, and it's almost impossible to find copies of it right now. God damn it. Oh, like, dude, you've got to go. Blame, dude. Killy is my guy, bro. Oh my god.
control of Japanese people and detect
It's one of the. I guess stop. You know how you think you've seen like stuff. And if you're out there and you're an anime fan, you need to watch Twin Peaks. If you haven't watched it, you have to watch it. I don't care if you don't like it. You have to watch Twin Peaks all the way to the end. Because if you're an anime fan before you've watched Twin Peaks, and then you watch Twin Peaks, you will go, oh, all of it. Since the 1990s, it's almost impossible to go 3 anime in a row without finding a Twin Peaks reference of some sort. I don't know why. They've calmed down now, but Twin Peaks is everywhere. Everywhere in anime. Of course, everybody knows it's in Persona and shit, but it's fucking everywhere in anime. And then the knock-on stuff, if you just watch a bunch of David Lynch, they just love him. Anime creators love David Lynch. They fucking love him. Silent Hill is full of David Lynch. All sorts of different anime. Paranoia Agent, yada, yada, yada. Keep going on and on. I think Paranoia Agent. But, like, it's there. Once you watch Blame, because a lot of the people that worked on Blame, I can't remember anyone off the top of my head, they ended up working for other mangaka, and then other mangaka studied underneath them. You can see Blame recreated. Because you'll go like, oh, this reminds me of something I just read, like, 2 years ago. And you're like, yeah, it's because that guy learned from this guy. Girl, I think, actually. I believe the creator of Blame is a lady. I can't fucking remember off the top of my head. That's the kind of fan I am. But, like, it's one of those things that's a mangaka's mangaka is the Blame manga. Because it's from the pen and ink era. Like, they had to draw on paper, and it was going to be black and white. And they don't use a lot of different techniques that you use to get, like, gradients. So almost everything in Blame is hard black and hard white, full contrast with maybe some lines, and it looks so fucking good. Oh, Dorohedoro. I think the Dorohedoro mangaka worked underneath Blame's mangaka, which is obvious. Squiggles.
Logical machine slipping through the hands of humanity, especially considering Japanese businesses sprang into the future thanks to a new focus on technology in the 70s. What would happen if they kept going? What would happen if the technology outpaced themselves? What happens if nuclear weapons wake up a giant radioactive lizard? You see, it all comes back to the same couple of things, doesn't it? In the late 80s, Japan created 2 of the most iconic works of Japanese cyberpunk ever, Akira and Tetsuo the Iron Man. And both have a guy named Tetsuo in it, interesting enough. And neither of these works deal with cyborgs in the traditional sense.
That's because, if I remember correctly, Tetsu is iron, right? Someone who knows Japanese can answer this. Tetsu is either iron or steel. So Tetsuo is like Iron Man or Iron Boy. Like Uo is like a boy's name. Like Shiro, Kazuo, whatever. The Uo is one of those, it's a masculinizing affect to a first word. So like Tetsuo is like Iron Boy. Like almost like literally like his name is Irony. You know, or like Steely. So like this is like Steely. The steel, like it, but it doesn't sound that corny in Japanese.
Like how Blade Runner does anyway. No computer hacking or anything like that. Rather, we get something we created, spiraling out of control, that ultimately destroys us. The world of Tetsuo the Iron Man has no law and order. The metal fetishist is just run over by the main couple's car, and no one cares. No one even knows he's dead. A woman is this half-molten metal creature that just chases the protagonist around a train station, and no one raises an eyebrow. It's like a weird David Lynchian hellscape. A woman is murdered by mounting her husband's phallus drill, and no one cares. No one calls.
Tetsuo is iron in Japanese. So like literally the stories where the guy gets turned into metal, his name is literally like Iron Boy. Like irony. Tetsuo. Isn't that cool?
The streets are empty. It's a weird
Japanese
world. People turn into metal, and no one
like
raises an eyebrow. And it just ends with 2 men merging into a giant phallus tank, promising to ravage the earth with metal until everyone is merged into their unified systems of machinery parts. And there's not a single cop in the city to stop them. This movie's amazing. I love this movie. It's so insane. Another similar film is 964 Pinocchio, a film about an android who was abandoned by its corporation, left sentient yet obsolete, a sex slave, unable to perform the task it was made for, that being prostitution. The film focuses on this machine's gradual metamorphosis and assimilation with a human girl left without a home. Again, machines merging with flesh. That won't come up at all later, I'm sure. On the other hand, Akira centers on a group of punks who exist on the fringes of society. Haneda is only interested in saving his friend Tetsuo. Again, see what I mean? Haneda isn't interested in politics. He's completely disinterested in becoming a functional member of society. He doesn't care about that. He just wants to ride his bike, and save his buddies. And that's it. The characters are toys of the government that both wants to establish control and order as well as experiment with technology they don't understand at all. While the military
would be a
overtakes the
good one,
government
yeah.
at the end, it's pretty pointless. Things are already out of control. What are they in charge of? The dust? You know? Yeah, they have a fascist dictatorship now, but what do they really have control over? Nothing. A dead, empty city. All as Tetsuo is transformed by the government's technology. He assimilates with Akira and becomes a god of a new universe. Again, the concept of two things using is a reoccurring pattern here. I wonder why that might be. The only presence of cops in Akira are the riot crews that try to quell protests against the corrupt government. But the government also has ties to the protests. So again, it's a corruption thing. It's all a giant Game of
Dude,
Thrones.
the little
no
gremlin faces that people have.
That's true for a
in
lot of
fucking
Japanese
Akira
stories,
just
isn't it?
kill me.
For example,
I love
it's more
them so
anime.
much.
Bubblegum Crisis, Dirty Pair, and others focus on vigilantes who work outside the law, working with cyberpunk police systems. Bubblegum Crisis especially has some spin-offs like AD Police, which centers on the police force in the periphery of Bubblegum Crisis. In this world, a great earthquake, as I said before, has split Japan into two separate halves. Each half diverges from the other economically. Meanwhile, there's American imperialism, wealth disparity, corporate interference, most notably the creation of the boomers. Not that kind of boomer. Cyborgs akin to Blade Runner's replicants, mixed with Terrier aesthetics, I guess. While the AD Police are dispatched to stop boomers, the original series follows a mercenary group known as the Night Sabers, and all the members are women who don cybernetic exoskeletons that grant them superior abilities, and they kind of help maintain order and help people out where the police can't. So right there, we see the issues at play. Corporate exploitation, creating technology that goes rogue constantly. Wealth disparity, the fact that high levels of technology don't actually make things better. High tech, low life. Horrors of Cyberpunk, as William Gibson put it. When asked why they chose the title Bubblegum Crisis in an interview with Animerica in 1993, series writer Toshimichi Suzuki explained,
"We originally named the series Bubblegum to reflect a world in crisis, like a chewing gum bubble that's about to burst."
As for Dirty Pair, I really love the series, but it's less
Dude,
traditional Cyberpunk and more...
I gotta start doing the fucking having other people read stuff. I'm about to hit 40k subs. I've never asked a single person to do that once. I need to ask one person. I've never done the Channel Awesome... I've never done a single fucking Channel Awesome cameo from another creator, and I think it's my fucking... We're like, your channel will grow faster if you fucking talk to other people. Bro, I haven't done any Channel Awesome cameos. I know how the game is played, and I refuse to play it because I'm too fucking lazy and fucking clout shark allegation adverse to ask anybody to read stuff for my fucking videos. There's been like 6 times where I'm like, I've talked to this or that fucking YouTuber. Maybe I should reach out to them. And then I inevitably go, I will read it on my own in a funny voice. And I fucking don't do it. Oh my God. Oh, fuck, bro. I have never networked. I have had more people that I've pissed in call in and cameo in my videos than I've ever had a single friendly voice.
Futuristic sci-fi. I just think it's really cool how this is a future that is just so exciting and apparently has strange rights in it, so, go that. Point is, Dirty Pair is a fantastic series. However, despite its goofier style, they are undoubtedly elements of Japanese cyberpunk woven throughout the series. The titular Dirty Pair, the Lovely Angels as it be called, are part of the World Wellness Work Association, or 3WA. It's a private organization that solves planet-sized problems. In the first episode, a rogue computer system that operates an entire space colony of 5 million people rebels against its human overlords after discovering a kill switch that can disengage the system. The Dirty Pair solve this problem by turning off the computer. But, doing nothing serious. They just warp an entire spaceship inside its hard drive. It's not graceful, but it does, it gets the job done. And it does deal with the fear of technology escaping human control. The Dirty Pair aren't cops, but they do investigate crimes, including companies sending terrorists to sabotage one another. Again, many of the problems that the Lovely Angels face are due entirely to corporate malice or computer malfunctions. And they operate as cops, essentially, outside the law. But the cops that are there aren't suited or equipped to handle these issues. While I love both of these shows, Dirty Pair and the Night Sabers are, in effect, paramilitary groups that work outside the law to maintain order because the police aren't equipped enough. They're insufficient. They do what the cops can't. Not necessarily because the cops are corrupt or abuse their power, but because they aren't willing to do what's necessary to maintain order or aren't equipped enough to maintain order. Like, say, drop a spaceship inside of a computer in space, Of course, the work that I basically made this video to discuss is Ghost in the Shell. Starting as a manga by Shiro Masamune before being famously adapted by Mamoru Oshii in 1995.
Yeah, okay, I get the criticism. It's not a terrible video. It's very listenable. But we really went all the way over. Dude, you could have started this with Ghost in the Shell and stayed with Ghost in the Shell. Because my ADHD, all I can think about, and that's why I keep pausing the video at certain points and just getting completely fucking distracted. The information, it's all there. It's just slight Rubik's Cube away from being tight as fuck. It's a Rubik's Cube switch up away. If it was Ghost in the Shell and our our future Ghost in the Shell in the future police state implied by Cyberpunk, but better sounding title. Fuck yes. Yes. Yeah, I can get it. But it does feel like, fuck. I started talking about RoboCop. Now I need to talk about Japan. I get it. I get that moment where you're like, you did the Minecraft. I don't play the Minecraft game very much. All right, I'm going to do the old guy thing and pretend like I don't know how to say the title of Minecraft correctly. I play the Minecraft on occasionally. I plug that game in once every 2 years, and then fuck it. I always build a bridge because I love building the bridges because it's the only hard thing to do in Minecraft is attach the block to the side of the block, okay? I understand you children build giant spiders to do this or whatever the fuck it is. I've seen the tutorials, not interested. But and I always build it, and I get excited about it, and then I realize that I've built the bridge to a fucking lava stream coming out of nothing, and then I've got to walk back across the bridge that I built, and I'm like, what do I do with this bridge? And then I feel justified in using this stupid fucking... The bridge becomes my entire life. I needed to build the bridge because I needed to go somewhere, but I didn't go to that place. And now the bridge goes somewhere the fuck else, and I worked on the bridge so much that the bridge is my entire life. I put torches on it, and I build up little fucking colonnade, whatever those are called, matriculations, shout out Shadiversity. I build little fucking things on the side of it so it looks like a castellation, that's it. And I put torches, and then I've spent hours justifying the existence of a bridge that goes to a lava pit. And I uninstall Minecraft for another 2 years, and I feel you. I have done this. I know exactly what the problem that people have with the video is. The video's not, there's nothing wrong with any of the information. It's all fine. Arguments are okay. The arguments are solid. The information is presented good, but it's just Rubik's Cubed out of order. That's it. Okay, I get it. If you explain that without having to try to, dunk on somebody's fucking degree for like 5 minutes, I think you can get to that point faster a little bit too. But no, I get it.
As well
I
as
get
the standalone complex series. And
I would have loved a fucking retrospective on just straight on Gits would have been fucking great, because there's a bunch of Gits follow-ups that are confusing and three-dimensional, and somehow no one's ever recaptured the magic of standalone complex. I will watch fucking Major Kusanagi shoot the fucking panel off of that guy with that fucking recoilless rifle. I will watch that scene randomly. I'll pull it up just to see him fucking get it. Then I'll like watch any of the other follow-up series that are in 3D or the Scarlett Johansson thing. And there's still, you can just fixate on Gits. I guess if you just want to do, Gits 85 and standalone clay, Gitsack, I guess I should say. I'm talking about Gitsack, fucking standalone complex and fucking 85 or whatever it was. Those two together are like just perfect encapsulate. And there's a lot to like get into, and no one I think would be bothered. Well, maybe Sai would. I think Sai just wants to be a little upset, but that's fine. But I don't think anybody would be too bothered about the cyberpunk aspects of it. And there's so much to go into, and you can make all of those other things aside. And I think all of those really do. I think there's whole subsections of standalone complex that explain diegetically a lot of the things that you're talking about with the police state and stuff. So you can just have headphone hair, doing one of his, somehow arresting me fixated on a screen while I'm a high school age ADHD psycho. Just in 2074, the beginning of cyberbrain psychosis, what we called at the time cyberbrain sclerosis, was only then beginning to set in. Small at first, but we found ourselves being wiped away from the machines. Fear set in, then chaos, or whatever the fuck. Like literally 20-minute fucking scene of that. Really, oh man, the video that you can make, and now I'm sorry, but just how standalone complex explains the end of your world would be fucking awesome. Copyrighted. I'll write it. No. Because like standalone complex does such a good job monologuing. I still think about the fucking them talking about the wine. You remember the episode with the fucking wine trade. How the fuck was that in that fucking show? And I was so I watched Trigun. Okay, love and peace. Cool, very sick. Wolfwood, fucking what's his name? The Veil, fucking, ding dong with the fucking armor thing. Okay, sick. Coolest action scenes ever. That finishes up. Hey, how about, can I interest you in 25 minutes of a fucking old man with the wacky haircut talking about trading wine on a stock exchange? Yes. Yes, I will watch this. I will watch the fuck out of this. You know what I mean? God damn. So good. So fucking good.
Prequel set of OVAs. There are a lot of adaptations of Ghost in the Shell, including that
But
one.
of course, and like, this isn't to take anything away from Ant. Ant did the work. He did the work. It's solid. I'm talking about a different video. It's always easy to do this. There's nothing that will give you a better idea than looking at someone's hard work and that they put their fucking time and effort to, and to eventually hit their deadline and released, and then go, wow, you've also made all of the mistakes for me, so I can just gather your mistakes and pretend like I did the work that you did to get to your mistakes. Don't take that as, I'm a fucking genius either. Anthony worked his ass off to give me something that I can critique and then build upon. The flaws that other people arrive at still take them effort to get to. And I think people forget that a lot of the time. Where you go like, oh, I've seen your imperfect thing. This is really common over in the right-wing Maulery, whatever those guys. I see their clips where they see the mistakes that people accrue over hard work. Making decisions that lead nowhere or that lead to a dead end is still a decision that you make and do the work to get to. Like in my metaphor about Anthony, where I'm talking about building that bridge, you still build the bridge. That's a lot of work to get to the point where you go, the bridge didn't work. And release it or not, it's still your work to release. And I think it's completely fine. When someone comes in later and they go, oh, if you would have just done this, the hindsight 2020, yeah, obviously you have the insight now, but also the work that somebody does to get you to the point where you can see the flaws they unearthed by doing it. Because before it's hypothetical. Hey, if I do a video, I can go down path 1 or I go down path 2. Okay, I'm going to go down path 1. We now see that path 1 wasn't the best possible way, but we only see that because the work was done to go down path 1. You can say, well, if I would have been put in that position, I would have known better. Well, we only know that for sure if that person does the work first. So like, this is a thing that I want to try to bring to people when it comes to criticism more often, is that a lot of times, because of the shortcomings of other people, you build a genre, you build a body of work, you build a canon off of the not quite enough of other people. And then from there, have that grace, because from there, your not quite enough is what other people build off of. And I think that's fine. I don't think it's a great dunk or like an immiseration to be like, oh, I strove, I did a lot of good work, and it just didn't become, Mozart. Okay, but like, hey, I can see what you did, and now that I know that you did it and you put that work in, if I don't do that, or if I take this and move it slightly, now I have something I can build off of. And I don't think we give people enough credit for, and this isn't like I'm dogging Anthony fucked up so bad. We can always just turn his work into manure or anything like that. But like, we don't give that credit enough to anyone. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, hey, thank God somebody made this a series of dog shit movies so that I can make my fucking YouTube career off of these goofy movies. I mean, hey, Jack Saints was in chat. Hey, to a degree, thank God for Squid Game for fucking it up a little bit, because, you get a nice big Jack Saint video out of it. And somebody else might come along, watch Squid Game, watch Jack Saint, and because of all that work, be able to put together something else. Maybe a better criticism than Jack did. Maybe a better Squid Game than the Squid Game guys did. Maybe a third thing that just addresses stuff that only that person could perceive in the successes and shortcomings of these connected works. And I think that's the real conversations about art that I want to hear from people. It's not political. I was talking about the hyperfixation on politics and stuff. It's just really understanding construction and how people are making decisions and what you can learn from the decisions they made, good, bad, and a lot of the times very much varied and subjectively interpreted between. I mean, there's other people that are going to watch this and be like, this is everything to me. This is the most important video of my life. That's hyper likely. You know what I mean? People just have that reaction to stuff. And you're like, no one will ever have reactions to anything that's like that. Like, I have that in my past. One of the most important horror movies in my life is the dog shit adaptation of Rawhead Rex by Clive Barker. It's apparently to other people an objectively horrible, god-awful dog shit movie, but I saw it when I was like 4 years old, and it completely changed how I perceived fear. And no one else had given me anything else. That movie had me scared for fucking months as a child because I probably wasn't supposed to see it, and I did. I was horrified by it. And it made me kind of love horror down the line because like coming to terms with that fear and like learning about it was something that built something inside me. It's like, hey, you can't get something from something dog shit. You absolutely can. All of the product can be used to some degree if it's made in earnest and if it's approached in earnest as well.
One movie with Scarlett Johansson where she plays a Japanese woman. That was a thing that exists. But let's limit our focus a little bit on here and focus primarily on the original manga and its initial film. Though Standalone Complex also has a lot of these themes apparent in it as well. Ghost in the Shell focuses on Section 9, a special police organization focused on advanced cybercrime. In this future, which is now I think close to the present than ever before, all parts of the body can become cybernetic, right down to your
Mickey
brains.
Mouse with, like,
so people can
Rawhead
hack a
Rex.
person's brain and rewrite their entire personality and memories. The soul is now a digitized component known only as a ghost. And Motoko Kusanagi is almost entirely an inorganic cyborg whose body belongs almost exclusively to Section 9. And she doesn't really seem to know if she's even human anymore, because so much of her flesh has been replaced. Real Ship of Theseus thoughts here. At least, that's in the anime film. Mamoru's film is a very existential work that analyzes how we connect with humanity as technology slowly consumes all of us across every aspect of our lives. There's a scene in both the manga and the anime Ghost in the Shell that I think is really interesting to highlight. A trash collector is a useful tool of a cyber hacker who has rewritten his memories, creating motivation for him to act in a certain way. The specifics aren't as important to the end result. In the anime, we see this truck driver learn his memories of a wife and child are a mirage. They're an illusion, one that falls apart the moment a few key questions are asked, like, what's your wife's name? What does she look like? The scene is haunting and tragic as we see his life unravel before our very eyes. But the manga does this as a joke. He goes to work next day and his coworker's like, hey, how about that wife and kids? Am I right? He makes fun of him for the whole affair. And the trash guy just seems kind of annoyed by all of it. Like it's a casual annoyance for him. And both of these are horrifying. Yeah, Oshi's film is more overtly horrifying. It really deals with the existential dread you feel. But like, is humanity so machine-like now that everything can be rewritten with a keyboard and we're just kind of adjusted to it? It's like a normal annoyance. It's as annoying as someone hacking your phone or something. Like, do we just not care? Like, that's disturbing implications there. But I know it's a gag. It's not meant to be taken too seriously. But the elements there, it speaks to a greater rot in our society. Obviously, movies like Tetsuo the Iron Man talked about transhumanism, the idea that humanity will transcend the flesh through machinery. But it's different in Ghost in the Shell because it feels more invasive. Advancing, we're becoming more vulnerable. Our souls are data, and data can be rewritten in a heartbeat. But on the other hand, we get the Puppet Master, a program known as 2501 that exists as a tool of the government to excuse legally gray actions, to put it mildly. But this program is now sentient. However, unlike Skynet or AM from I Have No Mouth and No Scream, the Puppet
this
Master
has
wants to
nothing to do
become
with
more...
any of this, but I'm fucking miss tricolor shading. Dude, give me this shit back, bro. Give me back this fucking tricolor shading. And I pointed the one that's fucking monochrome, but like still, it's done with that same fucking intent in mind, and you can see it in the eyes. God, I fucking miss the way these things were shaded back in the day.
First by taking a body, then requesting political asylum, before finally merging with Motoko herself. Not only are people becoming more machine-like and losing sense of their humanity, machines are becoming indistinguishable from people and are questioning their mechanisms, until the two perfectly intermix and combine. But what role do the police have in this narrative? The role police have in Ghost in the Shell is complicated. The core members of Section 9 are seen as generally good people. And not just that, but they're necessary to maintaining order and control, and protecting the law, and protecting our souls, essentially. At the same time, however, they also operate on the fringes of the law, often shooting without warning, using military-grade weaponry. They have anti-tank rifles for day-to-day combat. That's a lot of firepower. Now, in the manga...
That's how you know they had taste. Look at that. What is it, fucking 1980? Something? They got the fucking... Or 95, they got the P90? God damn. That's the fucking big box top one, too.
Against Section 9 from various civil rights groups. While the anime regards other police divisions and other government agencies as corrupt and maybe even dangerous, secondary to Section 9's authority, again, more like the Night Sabers than a normal police force, the manga frames Section 9 as a little different. They're a force that needs to function for government to maintain order. While they do the right thing for the good of society, any questions of their authority should be dismissed. While Motoko in the anime is seen as self-reflective, in the manga, she is convinced entirely in her duty. She is a ardent supporter of law and order. She's also far less introspective and far more interested in making love with other characters, specifically women. So I guess that's a far cry from the Stonewall cops in America, right there when the cops in this one be, I digress. But the recurring theme is this: the system resists the out-of-control elements in society, either through the police or a paramilitary force outside of the police, or potentially the rebels in society maintain a form of order. We can directly see what each society fears as a result, as well as the core tenets of Cyberpunk, that advancing technology won't actually improve our lives. If anything, it might make us more vulnerable. Indeed, Motoko is just as vulnerable to the influences that she tries fighting as any of us. But the difference is, in Motoko's story, it only comes to a conclusion when she relinquishes control and allows herself to evolve in new and fascinating ways. Oshi's film ends with a haunting promise of an untold future. And indeed, Standalone Complex especially illustrates how those most vulnerable are those lower on the totem pole. And it illustrates how this future harms and how corporate interests exploit it very effectively. In this sense, the manga having Motoko be a figure of authority almost feels a little counterintuitive. It feels almost like a counterpoint to the version of Motoko that Oshi and Standalone Complex presents. But what we see now as a whole, we see another element to everything. Different countries have different views of their systems of law enforcement, and that's reflected in pop culture. This is in part because police are held accountable in Japan. In 2024, Japan saw over 200 officers penalized for misbehavior. Most often, just verbal harassment. Yeah, in Japan, officers were dismissed because they said mean things to people. Compare that to other countries where misconduct by officers is prevalent. In America and Japan have very different pictures of what law enforcement accountability is like. Here, there are thousands of annual reports of police misconduct in states in America. We have more misconduct files in an individual state in America and the whole country of Japan. And granted, you can make the argument that few reports are issued. That's also possible as well. Japan does have a problem with underreporting certain cases of crime. But 200 police officers were penalized for misbehavior in 2024. America? Far less. But there were more reports of crime in America. Now, again, one can make the argument that things are underreported, which is possible, and probable too. But it's also important to remember how a lot of Japanese films about the police, they're inspired by American works. Japanese police, for example, rarely discharge their weapons. Yet in Japanese cinema, they're always firing something. You gave Motoko Kusanagi anti-tank rifles, you know? So why do we constantly see Japanese police officers bringing guns and tanks inside?
That's a P90 variant. That's a P90 variant. That would be shooting an FN-57, sir. Sir, I don't know if you know this, but that is a bullpup submachine gun, sir. Yes, it is using a bottle-knocked rifle-style round. It could probably penetrate armor, but I don't think it'll be penetrating a tank armor anytime soon. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Okay. Tell me if somebody on the right side of things fucking covers this. Tell me if they do that. If they do that criticism. So I want to die.
Cyberpunk media? Well, it's because they're depicting a future that's influenced by America. Don't forget, the 80 place in the Bubblegum Crisis, that's from an Americanized Japan. It's the opposite of what Gibson believed in, of Japan influencing America. Bubblegum Crisis is the inverse of that. Look, when Gibson looked across the sea in Japan, he took Japanese culture into his world. But they were superficial elements like throwing stars and street samurai, not the culture behind it. Gibson's Japan is a lot like Gibson's real-life Canada. But now we're seeing Japan do that with America, taking American aesthetics and incorporating it into their works. And we're seeing it through the glass darkly. We're seeing the failures of American colonialism through the eyes of Japanese storytelling. And I think the fact that it's so engaging to both audiences and celebrated by both audiences should give you pause to consider the implications of that. Are institutions of fiction, much like technology, slipping outside of control? And if so, will it rear its head like a giant radioactive kaiju that destroys us, or can we learn to relinquish control and blend to overcome the transition from one stage of humanity?
Yeah, I think that is worth hopping in. It's kind of that point. I think, yeah, you definitely needed to look more into the legal system in Japan, because this is one of those things that everybody's going to be fucking up on, especially right now, because of the most recent episodes of Jujutsu Kaisen go into the difficulties of being a public defender in Japan and the issues with the Japanese legal system. There's a really good movie about it. I think a Kyle Calgren recommendation that I think I watched. I can't remember if I watched it or not, but it's about two guys that get sentenced to prison in Japan. It kind of breaks into it. That boiled it down to nothing. Never mind, just ignore it. But basically, Japan's legal system is as punitive as America's, but in a different way. But people have serious issues with Japanese legal system. So the misnomer that people have, or like the sort of like truism, is that Japan's legal system has like a 99% prosecution rate. So if you get charged with a crime in Japan, you're pretty much going to jail outside of an almost unfathomably small amount of people. Now, the way that you get to that 99% is not by any shape or form pursuing legal issues in a good faith manner. So in Japan, a lot of legal issues are simply not pursued because they don't think that they can get to it. Or if they are pursued, basically it's go and get me a body. Raw corruption, framing people, getting people to confess. And yeah, there are basically a lot of coerced, forced confessions in Japan, or basically just getting you close enough to a confession that they can play it in court. Japan also has double jeopardy. They might not call it that there, but if you beat the government in America, you're done. If at any point in America, in the appeal, in the trial, etc., if at any point you are declared not guilty or the trial is annulled or mistrial, you're done. They can't try you again because we have prohibitions against double jeopardy in America. There are some extenuating circumstances where that's not the case, particularly with the military and the UCMJ, but that's such a specific case that it's not really valuable here. In Japan, if you lose, they can still appeal the loss and try you again, which is fucking insane. If you think that's just absolutely fucking crazy. But also, yeah, they coerce confessions and basically won't investigate some stuff at all and will hyper investigate other stuff to the point where they basically force the prosecution through. Now, does this make Japan unsafe? Does it mean that they don't have any sense of legality or justice in the country at all? No. There's just no good way to pursue justice. Justice really is blind, ultimately, is the case. And so every reform that ever gets put into any justice system anywhere is like, comes with its benefits and its deficits. Does that mean that no legal system should ever be reformed? Absolutely not. There are some that are clearly just reformable, and it is what it is. But a lot of our legal system doesn't violate the laws of the people or the rights of the people, comes from a societal perception of how justice is even done. And that's one of the hardest things to overcome. So you might go to some place that seems unjust to us and they find it completely just there. Oh, we just don't try murder. If somebody dies, they probably just deserve to die. We just don't even investigate that. Well, that feels like injustice to us. We're like, well, it feels like justice to us. And if you go actually into the culture and talk to a bunch of people, they'll all have opinions on it. So, it's as complicated in Japan as it is here. Those are just the sort of things that are different from America, that are notably different from things that we consider fundamental rights-based values, specifically, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Amendment, 9th Amendment rights. Very, 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 very strongly held rights in America, but Japan just doesn't have the need for that in their minds, and they proceed in a different way. But it doesn't mean that because they don't shoot people to the level that Americans do, and American police shoot people, I would assume, at the highest rate or approaching the highest rate of any developed nation, you know what I mean? That keeps crime statistics and value and portrays itself as valuing the lives of people. I'd say we probably have a pretty high rate of fucking on-street homicide by police. But those people die, and that's bad, and then we deal with that in a certain way. But a lot of people in America find that to be just. That's why we have the arguments and the debates that we have that don't end with the cop going to jail. It's because a lot of Americans like that way of pursuing justice. Trust the cops. Cops have to be good people. If cops are Christian, especially if they're white, and if they're not corrupt and other cops vouch for them, then whoever that cop kills probably had it coming. And if we ran it through the system 1,000 times and some fucking shitheel lawyer went and defended that guy, he might get back out and do it again. As a matter of fact, every time someone defends one of these pieces of shit, they get back out and do it again. I'd rather they just fucking shoot him. If a cop says a guy's bad and a cop shoots that guy, I think that's good. That's the mentality of a lot of Americans. Such a significant portion of Americans, that's how it's done. And nobody sees a problem with it on that side. Or if they do see a problem with it, the problem is not as big as the solution to that problem would cause in turn. And so in Japan, it's very complex as well. So there's going to be a bunch of people who tell you, like, yeah, crime is dog shit in Japan. Like, they catch you doing this or that, you're caught no matter what. If they say you did it, you did it. You know what I mean? And you're just basically smoked, and they'll be able to find you because there's cameras everywhere. There's nowhere to go. It's a big little fucking island. You're not probably going to get out. You're not going to get away with it. So you're probably fucking busted. Okay, well, that fucking sucks. Yeah, it does. But, like, also, I heard in America they just shoot everybody all the fucking time. So I'd rather go to a shitty little penal camp and break rocks than get shot to death over a pack of cigarettes or whatever. Complicated. Not better, not worse is really what I'm saying, because I don't even live there and I don't understand enough about the system to understand the amount of grievance people there have with it. I wouldn't want to say that it's better and then they say it's worse, or to say that it's worse and then they say it's better, because I'm just literally not Japanese and I don't fucking know. but it is much more complicated than people let on. People do think of Japan as being polite, safe, and nice, but it is actually quite a dangerous place at times, and they do impoliteness just differently than we do. That's kind of where it comes down to.
Stage of human culture to something terrible, terrifying because of its unexpected, unpredictable nature.
Well, is that it?
Unexpected, unpredictable nature.
Yeah, okay. So, in summary, right? In summary, talk about this. Make everybody mad. Take the center ground. I would say that Gramuglia's video is eminently defendable from a lot of positions and attackable from some too. Allegations of slop have been made. Now, I won't speak to that because I don't like the term slop. I think slop is more of the Wendigoon raw reading a Wikipedia straight with no attempt to even make a fucking idea at all. So I can't give it something that deleterious. I think it's definitely popcorn. It's not very hard hitting and it's not super in depth. I prefer it. I wish it was. Also, this guy had a kid, so you know, I'll give him his flowers. I'll give you your flowers. I know you're listening to this. I don't know why I'm talking like you're not here. Accurate, generally. I'd say generally. Not as precise as I'd like. Not so inaccurate as to be propagandizing for the opposite of the truth or terrible. But I think this one, I think it could have used a little bit more work overall. Mostly because while it's accurate, it's imprecise. There's the two aspects of getting it right are accuracy and precision. Precision is tiny, all right? Like a scalpel, right? I'm going to write my name. I use something precise like a pen and not something very imprecise like a gigantic Sharpie where everything kind of gets mushed together. The imprecision leads to the implication of inaccuracy. So just kind of in a general sense, the way that the video is organized and set up, we really did want to focus on Ghost in the Shell, and that would have been a good place to focus. But we hit a lot of tangential things that probably people would have complained if they weren't ever touched on, but might have had to just be ignored because you just have to fucking ignore them. You know what I mean? Our thesis is essentially why cyberpunk cops run our future, but we don't get into the run our future enough with the examples given. We kind of end up, and you know, this happens, I know it's YouTube titles. If we went by YouTube titles, some of Jack Saint's videos would be, the thesis is I have to watch the video or he's going to haunt me in my dreams or something like that. The Smile 2 video titles went pretty crazy. But we kind of get away from it to talk about very important and relevant information that doesn't get the attention it needs to really sink in and ends up kind of detracting from the overall point of a 35-minute video. Now, do I think that this is like a bad faith effort on Anthony Gramuglia to like, I don't know, abuse his audience or create some sort of negative impact in the world? I don't think so. I think just sometimes you let videos and statements get away from you. I think it's eminently forgivable. I don't think you have to like delete it or anything. I think most people won't even, I'm going into this way deeper than anyone needs to because I can, and I also have the expertise to do so. So this is like me cutting a person's torso open and showing you like small amounts of liver scarring that they have from drinking too much in their 20s. Like, you can still put them back together. Functional and fine. Could it rise to greater heights? Anything could, and there's always criticisms that anything can be given to make it infinitely better. Now, if you want to lay on any of these criticisms and just say like Anthony's a fucking bad person, I literally can't stop you. I'm not gonna make that argument. You know, it wouldn't be convincing to me, but there's nothing I could say that would be like sufficient to make it like a guy that you don't want to like, and then you find some shortcoming in his work to hammer on. That's part of the YouTube ecosystem. So I won't try to dissuade people like, No, you should like Anthony. He's nice to me on Twitter. You should like Anthony. Okay, whatever the fuck. I would say I would have preferred a video that stuck to the specific topic and hammered it home, particularly because I think a lot of people are just not familiar with different countries unless they are in that country. I mean, me, someone else, if you're going to talk about Japanese policing, you kind of got to talk about Japanese policing. If you're going to talk about why cops run our future, I think, it's so hard to do it from a fictional sense. It's a very complex topic. It's a good topic for a video. You went down every avenue you needed to, but it's kind of just like, this is a big fucking house. We went into the first 6 rooms of multiple wings, which is, as a primer, and I think Anthony said this earlier, Gramuglia, as a primer or like a, hey, are you interested in this? And then maybe I'll make another video, especially if that's your way of like providing content and that's the relationship you have with your audience. It's perfectly fine. It's not going to be for people outside that audience as much as it is for that audience. And that's kind of the point of an audience, is that, hey, I'm going to make this. And if this is how you're going to proceed, we have this home of ideas that is this greater concept. You guys want me to go into this a little bit more into that, or this is just how I'm going to start broaching this subject and we can talk about it. I can amend things too. I think that's fine. One of the things that people sort of forget about YouTube is that as a platform, it's not singular in your presentation of an idea. So most of the time, when you're coming into somebody else's content from a different audience, you're experiencing another audience's expectations when they're not yours. And that might not jive for you. You don't want to watch it anymore. That's fine. If you want to criticize somebody based on your expectations of them, I can't dissuade you from doing that by just telling you it's wrong. It's going to have to teach you how to do criticism correctly, which is too much work for me to do. It's hard to teach people how to do criticism correctly. But when it comes to somebody's audience, the relationship they have with their audience can be varied, right? So like, I can't really criticize Sai's criticism from the perspective of what she's trying to achieve, because Sai is going to make a video. She's like, I'm going to fuck up Anthony because he's irritating. I think he's a little fucking pompous. He has a college degree that I think is stupid. So every slight mistake he makes in this video, I'm going to fucking knock him, and my audience is going to love that shit. If Sai's audience loved that shit, and that's Sai's intent, I can't take away from that. You understand? Like, it's like getting mad at a slasher movie because it's not specifically Citizen Kane or specifically How I Met Your Mother. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're different things. So I try to give people that grace. As an argument over whether or not Anthony Gramuglia's video is effective at portraying stuff, I would say it's not a particularly salient argument. Sai fell short of having enough background on some of the items to know exactly what's going on. In certain cases, Sai hyperfixated on certain stuff just incorrectly because watching live, making a mistake, it is what it is. But I would say probably Sai delivered on Sai's expectations to her audience. I would say that's probably fine. I don't think that a great deal of damage was done. I don't think that Anthony's audience is going to watch and go, well, fucking bye, Aunt Gramuglia. I just saw Sai call you a fucking turd nugget and I'm done forever, so you can go fuck yourself. I don't think that's going to be the case. And for Anthony, if his relationship with his audience and the kind of media that he creates is, hey, I'm going to do a little quick, I want to foment ideas about this, not give you a collegiate level dissertation on this. I just want to have you start thinking about this. And then if we all as an audience, and my relationship with you as an audience, if together we want to go in and go down one of these aisles and start talking way more about Ghost in the Shell, that's going to be, I'll make that video too. And I think that's fine. A lot of Anthony's videos come off as being like highly scripted and highly edited. They have that affectation, but a lot of times, and I know this, and this is not a judgment at all, Gramuglia does a nice trick of talking the fuck is that word? Extemporaneously speaking on a subject that he knows a lot, or at least a little about, or, relative to the conversation, explains how much he knows, and then uses that and some scripted elements later on to expand upon it and makes that into a video. That's how he makes his content, and that's the content that his people want. If you go into content like that expecting that it's going to be the same as Jenny Nicholson's, I think it was Jenny Nicholson's 6-hour Vampire Diaries, retrospective, where she breaks down everything about the Vampire Diaries and talks about, the background stuff. Well, you're expecting something from a video that was never going to be provided. And so you're going to be disappointed, but also there's also no real reason to try to provide that to you if you're kind of going in somewhere that doesn't sell that on the menu. I think what really this is just Gramuglia makes a type of content for a specific type of audience that just does not align with another type of audience. And I think that's fine. This is going to be my ultimate breakdown. I don't think that size criticisms are particularly damaging or effective, but I don't think they need to be, in the same way that I don't think that Gramuglia's video, to be successful and to be an honest interaction with the audience that he's building and has built, I think it's kind of in the same level. To me, it's interesting to see the interplay, because it's very much two people doing the same sort of thing in a way that creates a natural conflict between them. And that's kind of the nature of YouTube, where, all right, Sai has beef. Sai's audience loves a little beef, and they love owning people that have fallen short of their expectations of them. This is a natural, normal, and human thing to do. People do it all the time. This person was Anthony Gramuglia. We're going to watch his video. We're going to fucking roll this guy. Okay. If I go into that audience and I start fucking, excuse me, I don't know if you are aware of this, Sai, but you were incorrect. 1985 was not these. 1984. They're gonna be like, stop being a fucking, stop trying. I'm kicking this motherfucker while he's down. Back the fuck up. You know what I mean? And I think it would probably be the same thing for Anthony's audience. You'd be hyper particular. Get specifically in the weeds. I mean, after a certain point, if I just keep harping on mistakes that I think he made, not because he made an inaccuracy, but because he just, in a constructive sense, didn't make the best possible situation, his audience is just going to look at me and go like, you really just sound like you're fucking pissed that he wanted to talk about this at all, which after a certain point, you will just have to sound like, you know what I mean? Because constructive errors or constructive missteps are not the same thing as errors. An error is Anthony said something, it's wrong. It's wrong. Maybe even he did it maliciously. That's like an error. Okay. That's something that's fine to like harp on, whatever. And people make them in everything. The constructive error, which is kind of the biggest, pitfall in this video, is just, you could have been, I would have literally done it differently, is the entirety of my criticism, ultimately. And people can feel that. So when your criticism, delivered in good faith or not, is ultimately just like, hey, can I backseat your career for you? No one appreciates that. You know what I mean? You can do it a little bit here and there, especially if somebody trusts you, or if you're trying to speak to your own people or some disinterested third party who's witnessing all of it. They're going to go, okay, well, yeah, I guess you could have done it differently. And if you talk to people that are bad faith about it, they'll say, well, there's only one right way to do it. Clearly you're saying it, and this guy's a fucking rube, and he's a fool for attempting it any other way. So I think everything here is fine. I think YouTube content is YouTube content to a degree. Everybody could have done better, but nobody lost. I think that's a very important thing. I think a lot of people are going to want someone to lose, and I think that's like the worst feeling to bring into this, in my opinion. And I'll go and I'll look at people's comments and read some donos here in a second, because I know I missed a bunch of them. But I think it's fine for people's content to not jive and not click. And I don't think that you have to become death enemies about it. But you could if you want. And if that works, it works. But I don't think that, an imperfect video essay is cause for death. I don't think that an imperfect video essay is reason to kick your heels up and never strive to be harder. I don't think anyone's made that argument. So that's that. And I don't think that, Sai's brand of criticism is necessarily the best for improving somebody's output unless they really want to listen through, a bunch of insults. But I also don't think that criticism doesn't have its place when you're just trying to provide some, emotional like validation and some like, community togetherness moments for somebody that you guys all just don't like. Which, you know, if the way that Gramuglia puts his videos together you find is insufficient and you think that he likes himself too much, there's nothing I can do to dissuade you of that. And if that's how you bond, that's how you bond. And if you guys find community over that, I hope that that negativity isn't the last thing, and I don't think it is. Sai makes a bunch of creative shit. She draws. She animates, I believe. And so, you know, you get together, you animate, you draw, and then there's the people that you don't like, and you just say, fuck them. And you feel better about saying fuck them. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. I would say this is okay. Sorry. The only idiot here is me. So I'm gonna take it to the comments. Oh God, I've been talking fucking forever today, and I'm gonna read my donos here, which I have all down this gigantic sheet for myself. Thank you, by the way. Kusabake at the start. I'm gonna read through everybody, by the way. Kusabake with 10 pounds. Test. Thank you, Kusabake. Master Blaster super chatted 10 euros. Message Tyler, belated birthday, happy Easter to you and yours. Have we streamed today? Thank you very much. SaiScribbles super chatted $10. Message. I'll be talking about the op block drama and how Falgi snaked me on Wednesday, by the way. I will probably be watching that. I don't know if I'll watch it on stream, but I will definitely be watching it. And I will definitely be laughing. Any Profit, planned Vodgang, 20 months sub. Thank you, Any Profit. Did someone say slugs? Yes. Mask of Monte Cristo super chatted $10. Message. Let the bunny speak in honor of Easter. He is asleep somewhere. It's starting to get warmer in here because it's summer, and he likes to hang out in the cooler parts of the house during the mid-afternoon. Wazowski super chatted $9. Give us back pen powers. Or $2. $1.99. Carpin super chatted $5. Message. When the debate club meeting is at 3, but the golf team meeting is at 4. That's Falgi's fucking shirt. Gramuglia super chatted $2. Message. I am confident. I was in that room before, talking about Jersey again. Shark Jumping Walrus 6744 gifted plan. Bod Gang total 5. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. The Crimson Ender super chatted $5 Canadian. Message. Obviously, Cyberpunk is when there's a pink neon lights and everyone has mohawks and there's glowing kanji and robot samurai. That's the only time. That's the only time. But once you do see those things, it always feels Cyberpunk, doesn't it? Like, even if it's not. If you just saw those things in an otherwise completely different movie, but that just somehow diegetically worked, you go like, this has Cyberpunk elements. SaiScribbles super chatted $5. That is kind of the point, though. The criteria of the genre is pretty debatable. Yes, we already went into that earlier. Come Scoundrel super chatted £5 sterling. Is 2 users having a tiff about media takes on the corporate cyberspace, Cyberpunk, or transhumanist, since it's transforming me into a bored humanoid? Oh, sorry to say. I think it is transhumanist. I don't know why. Man just 2006 super chatted 65 Swedish kroner. Message. I only watched RoboCop like once as a kid, and I only remember seeing the scene of some guy getting toxic waste over himself and being traumatized. That's like one of my favorite effect scenes in movies. Lemonzing 234 super chatted $5. Message. When are we going to talk about the Blue album? Like Weezer? Which Blue album? Not anytime soon. Maybe right now. And then never again. Datboy2137 played VOD Gang. Total time 4. Message Tyler. Handshaking Hassan. They both stun lock for 30 minutes. Yeah, but I'm stun locking over things I want to talk about. Hassan stun locks over the Jews. I don't fucking whatever the fuck he's talking about at the moment. Gabe them super chatted £5 sterling. Thanks for skipping over the ad break and all the bad faith arguments around it. Yeah, I do make your money. It's people hawking dildos is too cringe for me. I don't even want to be offered the opportunity to do it because I don't want to fucking turn down Buddy, but I'll have to because I could not do it. I just can't. But I have no hate to anyone who does. I just got lost. 1,000 Sham super chatted £5 sterling. She keeps saying Punk started in the UK. It didn't. Malcolm McLaren imported over from New York. He put the Sex Pistols together like a boy band. I will take you at your word, Chatter. I just really don't know. Cobalt 64. I swear to God, I thought it started in the UK though too. So I can't blame Psy for that. I thought that was fucking UK shit. Blood Gang total time 12. Message. Please name the book. You read about it? The anime book? It came out in like 2001, 2000, because I bought it while it was on the shelves at Media Play. I think it was just called anime. Like, I know, hold on. Book on anime from 2000s. Let's see if I see it. I recognize the cover. Anime Impact. Because it was basically a history of anime up until like 99, and it was phenomenal. About images, I would recognize the cover. I can't remember enough about it to explain what it looks like, but I just remember the fucking cover. The only thing that's coming up when I search is how to draw manga books. No, nothing. And wait. Oh, that might be it. Ooh, yeah, I think that's it. And it does have, it has Ghost in the Shell on the cover. Hold on. Paperback 2000. Yeah, okay, it's called Anime, From Akira to Princess Mononoke by Susan J. Napier. I'm about 99% this is it. Could be wrong, but yeah, that fits perfectly. And yeah, I think it was the fucking Major Kusanagi on the cover. Because I remember the coloring like of it. I think I still have it somewhere, but it'd be like at my parents' house, one of those boxes. You know, you move out of your parents' house. Well, I guess probably none of you are old enough, but some of you are. You move out of your parents' house, but there's like that one box that you never get. That's like somewhere, and you always forget to take it with you. I still have that one box. It's got all of that fucking high school shit in it. What was it? Oh yeah, I was reading these. Please name the book. SaiScribbles Super Chat $5. I'm getting the impression Tyler likes isekai. I fucking do not. Matthew Bolingbrook 5414 Vodgang 25. Thank you for the 25 months subscribed. I read like 5 Steve Bruss books. They're great. They are. Thank you for 1 month from Shinder, Hublina Kyle, and Tyler Vane. I think that's it. So 13 years of anime? No, it's pretty far. Akira and Princess Mononoke were popular at the time, but if I remember it goes back, I think, to like Astro Boy and stuff. You know, I mean, the Japanese animation industry was 40 years old, I guess, at that time. But I think it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. It's very academic. I didn't think it was going to be like that when I got it, but it was. Okay, what are people saying now? Overall, fine video, but should have been more focused on gets, and feels like it's constrained to the question format of the title when it didn't need to be. Fair. Do the video on Atlas Shrugged as a penance. I don't even want to fucking read it as a penance. Yeah, you could have watched worse content like EFAP level slop. Yeah, there's always worse stuff. I think the thing too is like when, you know, Anthony's got to fucking make money. And he's got to put some stuff out. The dude puts himself on a schedule. He's a hard worker, especially in that respect, that he puts out constant content, right? I'm always a couple weeks to a couple months between uploads. Yeah, my quality, or my I don't know, say my quality is higher in a mean way, but I just do way more shit. You know what I mean? I'm fucking going and setting up all kinds of crazy lights and making songs and stuff. Not everybody has time to do that stupid shit. Okay, I know I'm being extra. He does a specific type of commentary writing content, which I think is fine. Most of the people I've seen complain about Anthony that are like perturbed at his continued existence on Earth. Sorry, I keep calling you by your first name, but there's just way too many sentences. Gramuglia, I actually am stumbling over because I said it as a joke one time. Now my brain wants me to mispronounce it. But the people who make the most like dedicated anti-Gramuglia fucking statements never rise to the effort of some of his like worst content, and I wouldn't say he's got like a particularly high variance, you know what I mean? They just don't really fight or battle on his same level, and it's it's kind of like irritating. I don't like bad criticism ultimately, especially bad criticism that tries to couch itself in being salient or valuable. And that's what I see a lot in those circles, right? And most of the time, like if you want to fucking rip him up, from an academic standpoint, you could go make a Freda style takedown video on a fucking Gramuglia video and go into every single declarative statement he makes and double check the statement and then give an 5-minute explainer per statement with citations. Okay, yeah, you could do that. And like the thing is probably Anthony go like, well, you did a pretty good job, but my bad. I guess all I can say is my bad. Because he's not bad faith in his presentation of this stuff. The guy's passionate about what he works on, clearly. But like he's a human also. I can't like he makes mistakes, but also he sounds like he feels arrogant to you. I guess I could, what the real thing, could you just be more demure is what your real thing? I just want you to be more demure, Anthony Gramuglia. Just be nicer to me is really what you're saying, while also putting out better content than I do. For not necessarily like Sai, I know that Sai's in this, but like, particularly like the John Delarose camp and some of these people that have the biggest criticisms for him. And, really a lot of times good criticism will spur on a creator to do better content. It is the case. I like Ant's content as it is, and I would like it to be better. Thus, me even taking my time to do some criticism of him. Plus, get a little bit of attention here and there. But ultimately, like, with a lot of these people, it's like your criticism's dog shit, and you're mostly just upset at the guy that he fucking exists, and that's just not particularly valuable to me. So like, let's break down one of these videos and see what's going on. I think Sai is probably one of the most stomachable because it's not nonstop slurs, just a few, just the occasional ableist slur. Whereas for a lot of these people, that slurring is the entirety. I mean, I've seen like, okay, hey, I'll say it. Give me your fucking takedown video on Anthony Gramuglia, and I watch it, and it's just like, wow, he's slur. Wow, what is this slur even talking about? I can't even follow what this slur is saying, like over and over again. Like, dude, this is fucking terrible content. I mean, I get it. That's your, if especially for these guys, half the time, audience of 13 concurrent subscribers are all really fucking excited to call Anthony Gramuglia slurs on the internet, but it's just a very unimpressive offering where you could just do better and get more attention and maybe actually say something that would like hurt his feelings. I'm arming his enemies. But the thing is I don't even feel bad about doing that because I just don't think so many of them want to rise to the task. And like, that's pathetic in and of itself. It's like, you can't even fucking be bothered to do push-ups to go box the big bad of your life. Like, so many of the times I see Gramuglia like 15 responses into a conversation with somebody like, could you just tell me what I said wrong? Could you just show me what I said wrong? And then the person's like, well, you fucking know what you said. You fucking know what you said. Like, dude, just let me know. I'm watching too. But I think that's fine. I wanted to end this without doing any kiss ass stuff or badgering anybody too bad. I think it's all good. I look forward to the next one. Let's see if the next Gramuglia, you got to do something, make something that really fucking piss Sai off and do such a good job that when Sai tries to come at you 5 times harder next time, still can't breach the fucking iron plate. Or better yet, looks fucking tremendous for fucking doing ultra big robo smashdowns on you. Tyler, you need to meet media on its terms, essentially. That's always my final aspect of criticism, is that if you don't understand what people are trying to do with their media, you can't critique it in a way that it'll matter to them. You know what I mean? Like, it really works for stuff like horror, which is like my home genre, but also like when you see me make videos on people and then they get irrationally, self-destructively angry or vanish from the public eye entirely, it's because I pay attention to that as a core component of my rule set. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just like, hey, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to entertain my audience today. And then, for stuff like the Flesh Simulator vid, I've said this a bunch of times, I made those videos for him. No one else. I knew that other people would like them, I can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. But when I was thinking about Flesh Simulator, I was thinking about his audience, and I was thinking about him. And I know it worked because I can see creative decisions I made penetrating his life, either consciously or subconsciously, and that fills me with no end of joy because it's really being noticed. Oh man, I made an effect on somebody. It's deeper than just, I got somebody to laugh or cry. People read my books and my stories and listen to my podcasts and stuff all the time. It's not bragging. It's just like, that's the job and I do it well and they like it. Wow, this really spoke to me, yada, yada, yada. But it's rare that you find an opportunity where you can engage somebody from the perspective of being an enemy who like deeply loves their work. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's Sniper Wolf. You know what I mean? Like you fall in love with your target, and not like in a specifically like, truly romantic way, but platonically, make this about them. Really, really open yourself up to the existence of another person as though they were you. And like, what is good here? What is bad here? What do you like? What do you dislike? When you draw a line, do you like it thick? Do you like it thin? Do you like it rough on the edges? Do you like it smooth? Are you a vector or a raster person? And just get in there and think your way through it so that when you talk to somebody about what they do, critically, uncritically, positively or otherwise, they can see themselves in the statement that you make. That's how you hit. That's how you hit in art. That's how you hit in criticism, nonfiction, whatever, is make sure the people that you're talking about see themselves. Because once they do, they know that you know what you're talking about, and they know that it's really about them. They can't say, in any valuable, they'll say it, but they can't really truly believe, I'm above this or I'm outside of it, because it's like, that's fucking me. This dude pulled my skin on and walked my bones around my house, not better or worse than I would ever do it, just like me. He put me on and fucking wore me, and now I'm gone. Like that's how you build good character when you write. Honestly, that's like the best way to engage in narrative is to give yourself up and truly allow the character to be itself and let that character move and interact and give it respect. And when you do it with nonfiction, if you have a target for criticism or even a target for, something like a biographical work, you have to put yourself aside, humble yourself before the subject that you're going to go into, and then treat the thing that you're making as though it's the most important thing in that person's life, and do only things for it that they would do in after a sense, obviously don't lose yourself in the fucking subject. Don't become Jodorowsky and let your entire life be about the plan for a project or something like that. But really just like suspend yourself is an aspect of creation that is the equivalent of the suspension of disbelief. You can't expect people to suspend their disbelief if you can't suspend your agency for a moment in creation, because it's the same thing. Suspend your agency and your ability to perceive reality for a moment and just accept that this reality that I'm giving you is real. Okay, well, as a creator, what do? I'm going to suspend my interaction with my own art and permit my art to exist beyond me and do as though it were real until I can't take it anymore or it feels like I'm losing it. And maybe even then a step further and just see how far it goes. And then you can start really getting into the cerebral aspects of creativity and stuff. But this is neither here nor there. I know we started talking about how to make a better YouTube video, how to make good YouTube videos in the general sense, and then ended in with like, hey, maybe transcend space, time, and reality in order to become a person that's never existed, and then crawl back into your own meager flesh and type about it for 2 hours. Let me say I had to be the uni. Oh, dude, I'm so far back. Funny thing about Atlas Shrugged is there's a special version that has an unabridged 80-page monologue the MC delivers over the radio at the end. In the regular version, it's like 25. God damn. Maybe I should read that stupid shit. I don't know. Read Anime the book too. Write Anime the book too. No, it's too much now. back then there was way less anime offerings because it wasn't as popular, and a lot of the anime was like a few seasons of TV shows and like a handful of decidedly different quality movies as you went. Now there's like multiple anime stations in Japan. They fucking crank them things out like fucking nobody's business. Just got off work. Did you enjoy Hassan's revealing cameo on Me Canyon's production? Haha, it was pretty funny. Thank you for the $5, PR Fisher. And is cursed with very stupid enemies. A hero needs a capable rogues gallery. I always say I want better enemies. You didn't bully me into the mouth-washing video. You bullied me into continue working. Sai is a low-ranked slur user. Dude, compared to the fucking community, it's always like, if you're in a community like mine where we don't permit the use of any slurs at all, it feels like Sai is absolute potty mouth. You should cut it out if you can. Whatever. Exist outside of my ministry. You know, don't care what I say. But like the person I've been writing about for the last 2 weeks just raw says hard R. You know, so like when you go from those, they operate at different levels. What people's tolerance is for a little this and that. Mine's much higher because I happen to be cis and white and male. So there aren't really a lot of slurs on earth that are even about me, much less that can get under my skin. But for other people, you know, that's not the case. And then when it comes to, you know, different communities, Jesus Christ, Flesh Simulators community, they just all say the N-word at each other, and they're all white people, except for the white people that are pretending to be black people in the most white way I've ever seen typed in my life. As a brother, as a lifelong brother, what? My criticism hack is to format critique through the lens of it gives me the ick, does not give me the ick. Oh, that's the best shit. Yeah, that'll get you there. Some people prefer that, and that's fine. I'm the only person in here that needs to be better because every other message they've said in here has been cringe. Everyone else has been on their P's and Q's. Thank you. Ooh, damn. Crimson Ender getting fucking lit up. I haven't seen. Tommy's on Drugs is a banger that should haunt him until his last day on Earth, especially because it probably is in his head. Like, I can't even imagine. People have tried to make like bad songs about me, and they use fucking AI art, or they're just Tommy and just not good at music or making a hook. But that hook is ridiculous, and to think that like you're walking around and like the hook for the diss song against you, Tommy's on drugs, and he's just like walking around like he's probably playing a bunch of drums to get it out of his fucking head. Raster feeling drawing on vector layers in Clip Studio Paint are godly. I keep thinking about maybe switching from Krita just because I need to simplify that for myself. Big problem is equating opinion as critique. Both have their place. Learning the difference really helps make it better work and just makes you better at understanding people. Call of Duty lobbies and League of Legends games increase my tolerance to slurs up to levels never before seen. Yeah, it's almost like it doesn't even matter at this point. People slurred so much they can't even fucking do insults. Which is what I was considering as my next fucking outing as a video. But I think that's a good place to stop. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for other grown adult creators for hanging out. Shout out SaiScribbles and Anthony Gramuglia for being good sports while I capitalized on their mild beef in order to make a live stream. You guys are both chill with getting criticized and not completely derailing the entirety of the stream or getting banned or anything. It's nice. And you know, hey, if you want to criticize the shit that I do, I can't promise I'll listen, but I'll try. Okay. And you know, I'm not a genius. Well, maybe I am. I don't know. I don't even can't lie. I'm not the final authority on stuff is actually really all I'm going to say. So, you know, like there's every possibility that this is just horseshit. You know what I mean? And it doesn't mean anything in particular about any of the creators. None of the stuff I really say does about anybody unless you wanted to. So, you know, if you're going to internalize these critiques as a you know, audience member and take it with you as your own, go for it, do it. But as always, I would say, if you're new here, especially follow the rule, which is don't ever defend me. If any of these other communities are mad at my opinions or whatever, or any of that shit, especially the creators, you don't have to fucking stick up for me at all. You can let Let your audience get mad at me. I don't give a fuck. Or whatever. If you need to badmouth me, I don't mind. With that said, if you guys like this, if you're watching right now and you like this, please like and subscribe. I did way too much politics and fucking internet drama content for the last like month or so I just need to. It was very nice to talk about random books and anime. I haven't got to mention Davis Grubb on stream in like a year, so I'm very happy to talk about books and stuff. If you want to recommend content or suggest content, I got these stuff from I got this stuff as always from or not as always, but as often from my Discord. My Discord's link is in the episode description down below. Hop down to the Discord and say hi, pop in, no slur use on my Discord. There's a bunch of rules, follow them. Trust me, they're all there for your benefit, and they're not particularly difficult unless you have serious behavioral issues to follow. Don't bring any arguments about other creators into the Discord. My mods will instantly get irritated with you and ban you because they don't give a fuck. My mods are on their own shit. They don't get paid. They just get to run a server they enjoy however they fucking basically feel like, as long as they don't break the rules either and they have a good time. Oh yeah, thanks Jack Sane for popping through. Thanks Ant and Sai again. Thanks to everybody who donated. I'm going to hit this guy right here and start our slow out. I bought Fool's Parade on eBay because of this live. I really hope you enjoy it. It's very good. It's very good. Oh yeah, even Card showed up. I saw a Card and I sat down and his message vanished and then I didn't see it. But yeah, folks, thanks for coming out. I guess I will push off talking about Iran and Iran updates for another couple days. Very funny drama. Congrats to all of the participants of the 2017 Rutgers Speech Competition Challenge. Kusabake, thank you for the £5 sterling. Don't forget to feed the creature unless I've missed it. He's not in here, unfortunately. I will do a bunny feed next stream. It's hot in this room. He's decided to leave. He's gone for now. Sorry. I don't want to try to chase him in here at the end of the stream, and I'm about to pass the fuck out. But that is a one-owed bunny treat. I might just do it on camera and then put it in the Discord. So that will be the makeup. God bless everybody. Thank you very much for popping in. Once again, my name is Tyler Bell. Once again, the name of my show is Westside Tyler, and you have been watching... No. Once again, my name is Westside Tyler, and you have been watching Westside Tyler Live, the internet's best arts, culture, and politics live stream. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. I hope you learned a little. I hope you had some fun. Join the Discord. We're on Patreon if you want to get early access to videos and updates. There's gonna be no update today. I'm gonna do the Patreon update tomorrow for people that are looking forward to it, because I was online and honestly fucking forgot because my phone is dead. And with all that said, until next time, as always, stay safe out there.